Council, please come to order. Good morning. We are ready to continue with public comment on C4. Next up to testify is Marissa Wilson, then Brendan Raymond Jacobian, and then John Gobbin. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, Chairman Kaneen, members of the council. For the record, my name is Marissa Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. AMCC supports the AP motion requesting that the council initiate a request for proposals to conserve and enhance habitat. This motion recognizes the incredible work that has been invested in the 5-year review. And while we also appreciate that there are updates to the EFH construct that should be incorporated into the next review cycle, there is information here that can be referenced in proposals from the public to inform meaningful next steps for conservation of habitat pursuant with components 6 and 8. As this discussion has unfurled, the number of meetings involved in the EFH review process has been brought forward. But there's a big difference between something being open and something being accessible. The balcony of AMCC's 20th floor rental downtown is open, but it is not accessible. The EFH review, a remarkable process done largely through the stock authors and SSC, bodies which are framed by the language and philosophies of Westernism, is not approachable from a practical standpoint for many fishery participants. The AP heard this in public testimony and responded accordingly. A sign of accessibility for traditional knowledge holders would be indicated in analysis. A quick search in the papers posted for this agenda item of key terms, including LKTK, consultation, and more, only produced references to consultation with stock authors and other agencies. Traditional dependence was referenced only in the document on non-fishing effects, suggesting by omission that climate change fuels challenges to traditional lifeways at an ecosystem level, but fishing effects do not. In practice, localized impacts from fishing effects do affect traditional lifeways, including through the accessibility of productive fishing grounds. The EFH construct is designed to look at impacts to species-wide population distributions, not local habitat disturbances. The AP motion recognizes this. I appreciate that the AP's motion elevated the Ecosystem Committee's recognition of the ongoing work of the Climate Change Task Force, particularly as it incorporates LKTK as referenced in the SSC report yesterday, but it is worth noting that the Climate Change Task Force is limited in focus to the Bering Sea. Regarding the AP's 3 recommended sections for proposals, those sections brought forward by the public were informed largely by extensive and ongoing engagement with the EFH process from those of us who are privileged to be paid to follow and engage in this work. Those recommendations recognize some of the inherent limitations of the current EFH process beyond more straightforward revisions or additions. Addressing ecosystem concerns proactively, though it certainly will require effort upfront, will help prevent issues later. EFH is also the only agenda item the council regularly reviews that explicitly addresses habitat and is the appropriate item to bring these proposals forward through. Without a clear indication from the council that it is actively receptive to proposals, particularly given the amount of discussion about capacity, the public will not have faith their efforts will be worthwhile. This is a time we can offer much needed preventative care to the ecosystem we steward. And what better way than to invite holders of local and traditional knowledge to access a suite of analyses? The intersection of climate change, which is framed as non-fishing effects on EFH, and fishing effects begs the question, recognizing that habitat and biodiversity are inextricably linked. Are there habitat functionalities that are at risk, which deserve greater care and consideration? Can fishing effects exacerbate the effects of climate change? Fish may well be present in areas of high disturbance, but what if their presence is a consequence and an indicator of disturbance? Are unchanged fishing behaviors cultivating some species over others? I was excited to hear at a presentation to the SSC just the other day that a study in the Bering Strait region has modeled with various IPCC estimations of climate change scenarios the effects of changing habitat functionality on benthic pelagic coupling, a phenomenon that is a hallmark of the Bering Sea shelf. I'm eager to incorporate more presentations and discussions like that from the SSC workshop into recommendations for conservation and mitigation measures for EFH in the future. I trust that if the council carries the insight brought forward through the AP, the public will work hard to ensure that proposals are well researched and supported. Opening a call for proposals from members of the public signals recognition of this gap and offers an on-ramp for ideas that may help bridge fishing effects and climate considerations through the incorporation of local and traditional knowledge. Offering communities the opportunity to respond to a suite of finalized analyses totaling more than 850 pages with focus areas for requests such as those passed by the AP would be a welcome opportunity for thousands of deeply concerned fishery participants. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Wilson. Are there questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Marissa, for your comments. I've read your letter and where you have pretty strong recommendations about your final points, your beginning and final points there on the continued process that you're recommending and your support for the AP motion. But I wanted to ask you not about that, because that's quite clear what your position is on that, but you went into pretty good detail on how you felt like the current process that's already taken place, limited access to certain people that you use the great analogy on your office and what's accessible there. But so would you think in the future, because these come up every 5 years, in the future, what could be done differently in that along those stages that would keep us from getting to this point where people are coming forward saying that, yeah, these were open, but we didn't really feel like we had access. So I just wanted to give you a chance to answer that question, looking forward from here in the next DFH 5-year review, as these steps go along and it goes through committee process, what more can be done for the limited access that you're describing here?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Down, through the chair. An excellent question. I am a non-native person, not a holder of traditional knowledge. I have more proximity with people who hold local knowledge, and I know a lot of stakeholders with that experience have come forward and asked, I think repeatedly through a number of review iterations, what about localized impacts? So I'm not sure how this process can be revised to incorporate that more moving forward, but I feel like this is an opportunity that we have right here and now as members of the SSC expressed urgency. You know, there's nothing that we have other than the present moment to make choices. And that's what I'm calling for. But I would encourage you to ask that question to other testifiers later here this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further questions for Ms. Wilson? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Brendan Raymond Jacobian.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Greetings, Chairman Kaneen and council members. For the record, my name is Brendan Raymond Jacobian, testifying on behalf of COERIC, the Alaska Native Nonprofit Tribal Consortium for 20 federally recognized tribes in the Bering Strait region. The tribes in our region are very interested, concerned, and knowledgeable about habitat. Tribes possess millennia of extensive in situ direct and indirect information about habitat in the marine environment, or Iman Awatiut in Inupiaq. In our work with our tribes, concerns about habitat, desires for increased research on habitat, and information pertaining to habitat are collectively a very common theme raised by TK holders and other tribal members with regard to a variety of natural resource issues. Additionally, as Gedamus et al. Noted in a 2015 paper, Indigenous experts develop environmental policy goals based on their traditional knowledge of animal habitat use and habitat change. That paper also outlined an example of the application of tribal knowledge with regard to habitat conservation, wherein an indigenous evidence base for ice seal and walrus habitat conservation in the Bering Strait region was built via the documentation of knowledge from 82 expert seal and walrus hunters. Historically, the process associated with habitat considerations and analysis, or Kuyerluki Tamal Kuyata in Yupik, in the fishery management process has not been inclusive of tribal knowledge and perspectives. In our experience, there has not been a history of sufficient outreach, engagement, and consultation with tribal entities from the agency with regard to issues pertaining to habitat. This is something tribal entities are in the process of working with the agency regarding, and we appreciate the receptivity regarding improving the tribal consultation process on the agency side in general. There will also undoubtedly be increased participation in the council process with regard to tribal participants as pertains to habitat in the future, especially as outreach and engagement improves, processes involving the incorporation of LK, TK, and subsistence information are implemented, and as consultation related processes improve with the agency. However, we cannot ignore the importance of the still quite recent and in many cases ongoing structural deficits related to including tribes in the council and agency process, wherein reasonably expected pathways for meaningful tribal inputs into the process, from the incorporation of knowledge to robust engagement to consultation, were insufficiently open. One might even argue that in the case of long-running processes, these problems can be exacerbated owing to the recency of the shift in council and agency approaches to processes towards greater tribal inclusion. So this is an opportunity to look forward in light of being reflective. Habitat is a significant issue both for federal fishery management and tribes. Where we stand now offers a chance to reflect on the gaps in the processes and information feeding into it, and to consider this in light of the advances the council and agency are trying to make regarding tribal issues in recent years, and to take that even further to charting next better steps. As such, we feel it would be a good time for the council to help create a meaningful step and signal regarding its and the agency's future work on habitat towards the path of greater inclusivity of tribal entities and their knowledge and perspectives, including with an eye toward the myriad benefits that come from working together, or atunim kayut kulata Kep Halgut Kulata in St. Lawrence Island, Yupik. The notion of a call for proposals regarding ideas for the conservation and enhancement of habitat could potentially be a good way to do this in a structured and intentional way. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for testifying this morning. Let's see if there's any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. I just want to make sure if I'm trying to boil down, Mr. Raymond Jacobian, that part of what you're asking for is to ensure that tribes or tribal entities know that there is a process by which they could bring a proposal and use the EFH tools that have been developed in order to support something that a conservation or management measure related to habitat. I just, I'm trying to summarize what it is you're asking.
Oh yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. What I was saying is that we can use this step in the process and comments that we've made here indicate, and others have made to a certain degree, I suppose, to recognize where we are and the gaps in the process that are associated with, perhaps you could characterize it as insufficient tribal inputs into the habitat process. And we could use that as a stepping stone for, I guess, addressing that in next steps regarding habitat. And so I'm saying that there are a number of council processes which are in the works, which I believe will assist with that, such as eventual formalization of the LKTKS protocols, increased outreach and engagement, which as well as hopefully agency improvement and processes regarding consultation, including EFH and other habitat issues. So stemming from that, I'm also suggesting that this is maybe you'd say an opportune time to also create this call for proposals, which has been forwarded as an idea regarding habitat by the council to sort of kick off a sort of, I guess, movement in that direction, create a signal, create a process, which basically kicks off that sort of opportunity, which could, in concert with outreach and engagement on the topic, I think, which is getting to what you're getting at, I hope, which would achieve that aim of increasing tribal input. Does that clarify? I can re-clarify if that's not sufficient.
No, it does. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thanks again, Mr. Raymond Jacobian.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is John Govan. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Council members. John Govan, Alaska Seafood Cooperative, long veteran of the EFH process and survivor. Apologize about my voice. Hope you can understand me. I would like to support the top part of the AP motion. I feel like this is, I think, the third 5-year review. This time we have improved EFH descriptions from the new species distribution models. We have improved the fishing effects model and debugged some of the misspecifications in the code that were problematic from before. The model's been reviewed by stock authors, the plan teams and the SSC and the public. In that process, as it's been since 2005, there's been a lot of opportunity for public input. If you're willing to go and sit through this, not probably accessible to everybody. I don't really have any professional training in this area, but I feel like I understand enough of the models. I had questions about the new species distribution models and how they were used, and those were answered politely and respectfully. Mr. Warrenchuk had a lot of comments on how corals are considered, and I believe his issues were addressed and comments were considered. I think the public had a full opportunity to participate in that process. My concern with the second part of the AP motion, talking about a request for proposals, is that first and foremost, most of the ideas that have been described in the public comments, what those proposals might be about, really probably aren't EFH. They look more like half-seed ideas. I believe that for the public to have this process to throw in ideas, it's going to have huge demands on our staff time. And I'm concerned that those staff resources are needed for things that a lot of the people requesting these proposals are already expecting the council to get to. So I think really, I predict this will just trigger up in many ways. And I'm really not talking about the proposals from tribal groups. I'm just talking about from other industry groups. I just think it's going to result in a partisan process that's going to generate proposals designed to affect other sectors based on whatever they can pull out of the EFH data. And I just don't think that's going to get us anywhere, because in the end, I'm not sure those proposals are really going to respond to the mandates of EFH. So what are we going to get at the end of that? Probably a lot of staff time used up. So I don't have an answer to how to incorporate tribal groups in this better and to make this more accessible, but at least for the industry proposals about trailing actions under EFH, I just don't see a lot of potential for outcomes that are going to be useful, and a lot of use of industry staff resources to referee a partisan battle. So I will say that there was a comment made yesterday about these EFH model runs have never really led to determinations that we needed to do something. And I disagree with that. Going back to 2005, and there aren't many people that were involved in the process that long, but I know Mr. Curlin was. He was very involved with it. He was heading up EFH at that time. And the LEI model that was used, the Fujioka model, had some strong signals that the flatfish fisheries in the Bering Sea cumulatively had a large impact on EFH. And we didn't have the criteria we have now that would, look at the 10% of core habitat and other triggers we have in here. But it clearly signaled that the council wanted to do something. And that led to two outcomes, really. One of them was the council started a plan amendment to evaluate ways to reduce that. And from that, we came up with modified sweeps, which actually greatly reduced the impact on the seafloor and reflected in the later models on EFH. But also the council rationalized Amendment 80 fisheries, and a lot of that redundant effort that was in the fishery was reduced to the point where that alone would have reduced the effects on the seafloor. So I think there actually have been EFH processes that led to plan amendments. That was done as a signal of what came out of the model in a very orderly process, and the measures that were developed were addressing the EFH issue, as the model pointed out, the effects on the habitat overall for the species, and not on particular areas. So the models were designed to look at how the measures that we developed would impact or resolve the problem that we had. So anyway, I think that didn't come from a request for proposals. It came from an orderly process looking at the analyses. And I think that's probably a more appropriate way to go at this point, to use that process. So thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gobbin. Let's see if there are any. Don't see any. Thanks for your testimony. Next up is Corey Lesher. Following Mr. Lesher is Hannah Heimbuck and then Stephanie Madsen. Good morning.
Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, my name is Corey Lesher. I'm with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. Just want to start off and acknowledge the work that was done in putting into this 5-year review, and the fishing effects model, the continued efforts to update maps and EFH and species distribution across the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, for many of Alaska's fish and invertebrate stocks. It's really apparent how much time and energy has gone into not just preparing the presentation that we heard yesterday, but the reports, just the ongoing amount of work. And additionally, we appreciate the effort to provide the same species distribution and fishing effects maps for adult crab. We hope that the council will accept the maps and descriptions from this review and update crab FMPs. However, I sit here and continue to ask for inclusion of essential fish habitat maps for crab by sex across all life stages. To that end, we heard yesterday in the presenters that this 5-year EFH review provided a total of 224 new and revised EFH level 1, 2, and 3 maps and descriptions for up to 4 life stages of for FMP species. And again, crab life stages continue to be combined in the BSAI and aggregated together in one description, one map. So we also saw the inclusion of this new Arctic EFH descriptions for snow crab, which we really appreciate. I think that's brilliant that we're already starting to look at that. And the Arctic EFH maps and descriptions were broken down by sex and by life stages. and even by warm and cold years. Can you imagine if we had that information for snow crab in the Bering Sea 2 years ago? So given the state of snow crab, tanner crab, and red king crab in the Bering Sea, we really do urge the council and the EFH team to prioritize updating these maps for the Bering Sea stocks. And with my understanding, I think that is a priority for the next 5-year review. Just missed it for this one. So this is really important information, especially when we're talking about data limited species like crab that could help identify how and where the conservation and enhancement of essential fish habitat would benefit these stocks in an ever-changing ecosystem. And I emphasize ever-changing ecosystem because this is an important concept that I think we all need to keep in mind. And we heard a lot about this at the SSC workshop, particularly how can we be adaptive in our management of fisheries in this ever-changing environment. Particularly, again, I talk about these data limited species like snow crab and tanner crab. Tanner crab is something that we haven't really focused on in here. We've talked a lot about red king crab and snow crab, but tanner crab, the more than 10% of tanner crab essential fish habitat is impacted by fishing activities, and the stock author was not able to determine if this is of enough concern to elevate for mitigation because we don't have enough data. Said this stock is data limited, and that's very concerning. And so coming back to EFH in front of us, if we had descriptions of tanner crab essential fish habitat by sex and by life stage, that's just another piece of the puzzle that could help us in making these determinations if this is something that needs to be mitigated, these fishing impacts. So just wanted to touch on that, and I can speak more to that offline, but just this idea that essential fish habitat work needs to evolve to consider climate change. This is something that's changing day to day, and we have these very static meetings and timeframes and timelines to address these things, but it's still changing. Things are still happening, just as we speak. So we urge the council to identify actions that can encourage the conservation and enhancement of crab essential fish habitat. This would be benefited by the addition of species distribution models and essential fish habitat maps by sex and by life stage for crab. And we strongly recommend that the council identify different avenues towards identifying a range of conservation and enhancement possibilities, in part by incorporating a public process to allow stakeholders to provide an opportunity to engage through proposals. This process would greatly benefit from local knowledge and traditional knowledge, community engagement and collaboration between fisheries managers, scientists, and stakeholders.
Mr. Lesher, your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment?
Yeah, sorry about that. The last thing that I wanted to mention was,
It sounds like that's more than a summary comment.
okay, sorry, I'll take any questions.
Okay. Let's see if there are any. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher, for your testimony. You had mentioned appreciation for the Arctic habitat maps by warm and cold years and sex. And so your ask, and I think you also said that the intent, of course, is to update for the next 5-year review in the Bering Sea by warm and cold years, sex and life stage for crab. And so I'm confirming that that's your understanding that would be done for the next 5-year review, and whether you're asking the council to move that forward faster or just confirm that is an important critical part of the next 5-year review, which I assume will start pretty soon. I'd like to hear if you're asking the council expedite that process or just ensure that it's incorporated in the next review?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question and happy to clarify. You know, this came up for crab as early as 2010 by the SSC, by the crab plan team, again in 2012 and 2015. The acknowledgement of, you know, how important that information is to understand distribution of crab and important habitat by sex and by life stage. And we've been sitting up here asking for that for this review numerous times, as well as have other stakeholders. My understanding is that it is scheduled for the next 5-year review. Would have loved to have seen it in this one. I think it really could have benefited some of the decisions that we've had to make over the last 2 years with snow crab and red crab. And so definitely look forward to seeing that come forward in the future. And yeah, to be fair, I don't know how it works. I would love for the council to make that request of the EFH team, and if it can be brought forward before the next 5-year review, we need to see that information. And my understanding is that we have the data. I've talked to several of the folks involved in the process, and it sounds like that data needs to be maybe cleaned up and prepped for the model, but we have it, and we can continue to do research to collect further data. But in the meantime, we can start looking at the information that we have and produce those descriptions and maps.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Mr. Lesher. Really appreciated your answer to Ms. Kimball, because it answered a fair amount of the questions I had in listening to your testimony. So I guess I just want to bear down on one more point. You were thinking about the value of that information. And I'm asking this question because EFH can be updated more regularly than every 5 years. The law simply says you have to do it at least every 5 years. And so as I think about the priority of providing those updates to EFH as you're requesting, it would really help me. And this is where I guess I get to be a bit of a concrete person, but it would really help me if you could give me some examples of how you think updated descriptions of EFH as you described them would have helped us over the last couple of years in our decision making.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, that's a great question, and I could take that one and run with it because this is something I'm really passionate about. You know, when we're asking for description of essential fish habitat for crab by sex and by life stage, the breakdown of that is really important and could provide a ton of benefit for management. And so right now what we're looking at is these species distribution models of crab aggregated together. And so we know that red king crab and that snow crab occupy this area. Breaking that down by life stage and by sex, we could identify this is an area that's really important for juvenile females. This is an area that's really important, you know, for adult males. Maybe it's all aggregated together and they all inhabit the same areas by sex and by life stage. We're not sure. We haven't seen that breakdown in the EFH work. So when I say that I think this could have benefited us in the past, there's definitely the chance that we could have learned information about, hey, this area, this red king crab savings area turns out to be really important for female red king crab, you know, maybe more so than male, or areas that are important for you know, nursery grounds for juvenile crab. So having that additional information could provide us, you know, the tools that we need, or the clarity to say this habitat is really important for the future of crab stocks. And And so that's, and it might not, that's what we're dealing with, but I would have loved to have seen that in this 5-year review, and I'm and can appreciate the work that went in. I think it was 211 species had up to 4 life stages, and crab just didn't make the cut this time. So I think that for our purposes here in the council, for management and decision making, that's just another piece of the puzzle that could be really important.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Lesher. That was really helpful. One of the things I'm sort of curious about is if, so your answer made a lot of sense to me. One of the things I'm thinking about is that the agency in addressing Arctic really tried a pioneering technique, and that is thinking about EFH in warm and cold water years, which I think is a really, I think it's a great idea to begin looking at that. And as I was listening to your answer, I was going, okay, but what if the agency defined EFH differently for warm and cold years? What's your sense of how that would feed into management, or would that make it more complicated? You were sort of just describing it as across all years, I think.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, it's like I'm feeding you these questions. That's great. I love it. Because again, this is, when we talk about, dynamic management, that's exactly what we're talking about. Is if we have a better understanding of where fish and crab are using different habitat in warm versus cold years, that's exactly how we can be proactive and start, managing, as temperature regimes change, as, if we have a warm year and we understand that fish are swimming, granted, crab can't move as quickly as fish to stay with, warm and cold water, but that's how this management body, this council, can really stay on top of climate change and be ahead of the curve, rather than reactive to it. So that we're looking at that in the Arctic, I think is brilliant. And I think doing that with all species in the Bering Sea and even the Gulf of Alaska is the next step, the next thing that we need to be able to manage effectively, especially in all this time of uncertainty with the environment. So being able to understand preferences in habitat and areas for crab, for fish in warm and cold years would be, I think, incredibly valuable for the concept of dynamic management. That's really what the SSC workshop hit on so much, is this forward thinking, this idea of understanding how is the ocean changing and how can we better manage our fisheries in uncertain times.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow-up on maybe your response to my initial question, but Corey, are you talking, in the request for these maps, more about Bristol Bay Red King crab? I'm sure you heard the crab plan team report and the questions on snow crab. The council particularly asking whether the crab plan team had enough information or to provide the council to say, looking at area closures for snow crab is possible. So I'm a little bit, just want to understand your statements about having enough information for snow crab at the life history stage and distribution in the winter. Those are two things that came out in the crab plan team that they said we don't have, and they were highlighting that to the council as areas of research we should be honing in on. So maybe you could help clarify your comments about having enough information to do those maps for snow crab by life stage and with that temporal and spatial distribution compared to what we might have for Bristol Bay Red King crab.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. And yeah, I definitely recognize the need to continue doing research, and one of those is crab distribution outside of summer months. That's when we have a lot of information. There's of course fishery dependent data that's available for that, but as far as this breakdown of distribution by life stage for crab, snow crab, and by sex. My understanding is that we have that data, and whether it be for red king crab, tanner crab, snow crab, that's information that we have readily available. We don't have to charter winter surveys to collect that data. I think that's, again, the next step would be looking at the seasonal distribution. But for what we have in our understanding of where these crab are in the summer, is really important to have when we're making these decisions. If there is a time when there need to be, fishing closures for snow crab, maybe we have an idea of what areas would be the most beneficial for snow crab. And so I think it's really important to be able to protect, our spawning biomass, the reproductive males and females, but also, with snow crab, we have the signal of recruitment, this little, glimmering of hope for the future of snow crab. And that's really important to protect, the future of that fishery. And so when we have this standardized survey in the summer, and we can understand where males are, where females are, where juveniles are, that's information that we should be using to help give this stock a chance, the best chance to rebuild itself.
Any further questions? Mr. Down?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lesher. I may have a follow-up question too, but my first question is, most of your testimony seemed to have been focused on snow crab and tanner crab, barred-eye crab, and but you did touch on king crab in your answer to Mr. Twight's first question and the answer to Ms. Kimball's second question. Were you expecting that the EFH would somehow inform us, or is there a lack of information in the EFH now that would help to have informed us on this, that what we're going to be looking at in June, which is Bristol Bay red king crab closure areas? Was there a nexus there in your mind on that, or I'm just curious. I sense that that's what you were trying to get to in your comments, but but you hadn't touched on that, and I was a bit surprised by that, other than just briefly in your comments, or so I thought I'd ask you about that.
To the chair, Mr. Down, yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, we're dealing with historically low abundance, for all three Bering Sea crab stocks, snow crab, tanner crab, and Bristol Bay red king crab. So absolutely, again, I think, another tool in the toolbox is great. And this understanding of EFH for all of those species is just, we can't focus on that as the only thing to make these decisions, but having that additional piece is really important. When we were here in December, looking at red king crab savings area, my understanding of the motion was to actually take a deeper look at the area itself. And I think that's coming up in the council in June. And my understanding how the discussions went in December was to look at the EFH for red king crab under this agenda item, this 5-year review. And I'm not really sure that that's coming out of this council meeting. And that's something that, when we're looking at the red king crab savings area, are we considering the EFH for red king crab? Are we looking at EFH, or are we waiting until June? Is the council waiting until June to address the savings area? Because, the red king crab essential fish habitat, that's the savings area, and we're looking at it to conserve red king crab, but we also need to protect the habitat. And so, I think that there's a lot that we need to to consider in the management of crab, especially now, and habitat is really a big part of that, and better understanding and of course, if we had a better idea of essential habitat for crab, in various life stages, including in Bristol Bay, I think would be really beneficial.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Lesher.
Thank you.
Next up is Hannah Heimbuck. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Hannah Heimbuck, testifying for the North Pacific Fisheries Association. I've served on the NPFA board for a few years. It's the group that I personally belong to as a fisherman. So I'm here in a little different capacity than sometimes you hear from me. As you know, NPFA is a multi-gear group based in Homer. We represent more than 60 fishermen, their families and crews, and they harvest halibut, sablefish, cod, salmon, herring, and crab from the Aleutians to Southeast. We rely on healthy North Pacific ecosystems and support an ecologically conservative approach to management. That includes habitat. We support the AP's amended EFH motion, particularly the request that the council look for additional opportunities to conserve habitat by requesting proposals from the public. In our communities and at the council, conversations lately are dominated by ecosystem change. Most of our members have been significantly affected by fishery declines and closures, like the long-term decline of the halibut resource or the crab crisis we're experiencing now. Our fishermen collectively have seen a great deal of shift on both micro and macro levels, and most of us recognize this as a signal that the ecosystem is experiencing change we just don't understand yet, only so much of which is in our control. One thing we do know is how critical habitat is for resilience and recovery of any marine species, especially as they weather additional stress. Our concern is that we're operating in a management system that wasn't designed for the changes and impacts we're seeing today, and our approaches need to adapt, become more dynamic, incorporate new information and ideas so that we might, as a science-based system does, gradually improve. One part of that could and should be additional habitat conservation beyond the scope that the EFH review was designed for. And a community-driven approach can ensure that steps are as meaningful and responsive to community-based fisheries and their habitat concerns as possible. Like several of you expressed, I also very much appreciated the dialogue at and about the SSC workshop. It acknowledged the need to expand our systemic approaches to problem solving, and it was very encouraging to see just a little shift out of the single issue, single species process, kind of that rigidity that our conversations are often in, for a real exchange of ideas and dynamic solutions to climate, which like habitat is a region-wide, every species, every community issue. I think a public call for proposals around habitat conservation would support and enhance any next steps of that workshop as they were discussed yesterday, and very importantly, offer a way for a diversity of people to highlight habitat concerns and priorities that are unique to their experience, their locales, their expertise, and the times we are now living in. I also think public input can drive buy-in and innovation from stakeholders, and it can help focus staff time on priority items. I know the council understandably has a great deal of concern about staff time, but as you've heard from other testifiers, considering the stress indicators that we're seeing, a holistic look at strategies to further conserve EFH should be a leading priority. And if capacity has become unmanageable at the council, we should look for ways to address that beyond limiting our ability to acknowledge and address conservation issues. And I do really respect the amount of pressure the staff is under, and just hope we can kind of continue prioritizing these things. And beyond that, here and beyond the North Pacific, I think we need to shift our thinking towards a resilience mindset. And if we're using a resilience mindset towards disaster prevention and not just response, and we know that habitat is one of the most critical building blocks of that, I don't think we need to wait for analytic modeling to show us undue harm or excessive harm. I think we can look for innovation now because we know our fisheries are experiencing stress now. And I have to add that I'm a little frustrated at the implication that industry groups can't call for habitat consideration without being accused of creating partisan gear battles. I think that unfortunately really minimizes the very real and serious concern we have for the ecosystem in which our fisheries are dying. And I think that's the kind of dismissive thinking that we don't have time for. I think we have to have these hard conversations without that fear. So instead, I think the public would benefit from a council signal that as we discuss essential fish habitat, which underpins everything we do, you share our concern for what's happening in the ecosystem, the belief that habitat is a critical component of resilience, and that a holistic discourse around climate and habitat solutions is warranted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heimbach. Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Heimbach. My question is, how do we balance the very real concern that if we put out a call for proposals, that the staff will get buried in proposals and it will create this problem, which happened at the Pacific Council. And at the moment, our issues are at least as serious as they were at the Pacific Council when they called for proposals. So what I'm asking you is, how do we focus a broad call for proposals for this discrete agenda item into something that would be more focused? I've picked up on public testimony, a couple different themes. I think the last testifier did an excellent job of explaining a gap regarding crab, right? So he's given us something that is real, that's out there that we know. And then we heard from several testifiers regarding a lack of local and traditional knowledge being incorporated into the EFH. Those are the sorts of things that the council could hang on to and perhaps do something with within the constraints of the staff and other pressing fishery management issues that we need to deal with. So how do we focus the request down to get at real gaps as opposed to the concerns that the other testifier said regarding just throwing the kitchen sink at the council and seeing what sticks and creating a task force to go through thousands of pages? And then you can see where on the bad side of this could go. So maybe you could help explain how we might be able to refine any request to get at some real changes that we have the capacity to deal with.
Through the chair, very excellent question, Mr. Mesro. I think there's a couple of ways to go about it. I don't think there's any one perfect approach, and a step is important. I think if a call is for proposals is open and the interest is to generate community-driven ideas around habitat and understand people's concerns and priorities, I think an open call is still okay, but that doesn't mean you must respond to and create action around every single proposal. I think this idea that, oh my gosh, we're going to get 700 comment letters and then have 18 years of work ahead of us. I think that the council can decide how they want to process and categorize and then elevate those issues as they come before you. And I don't think that needs to be an overly laborious task. However, it would also be reasonable to say, let's take one type of approach at a time, recognize that having this open dialogue with the community might actually be helpful and important, as the SSC workshop, I think, demonstrated. A new kind of conversation is helpful. And I think it would be appropriate to, I'm not going to tell you which one to pick here, because I think there's a lot of great input already happening, but if the council were to take steps to go kind of one issue section at a time to focus time, I think that's also appropriate. And the last thing I'd recommend is, I don't think any of us need any more task forces and committees to reprocess information over and over again into perpetuity. But you're right, I think focusing is a good idea, and I think it's possible.
Further questions? Ms. Kimball.
I'm gonna try a question. Ms. Heimbach, thanks for your testimony. And most of what you talked about was this kind of systemic change. I think, a shift to adaptive management and this more resilient mindset. And so I'm having trouble, and I'm just asking you, sorry. We've got these ongoing big processes like deciding whether to embark on a programmatic EIS. We've got the climate change task force that's trying to come to fruition on a plan for the council to be more climate resilient. And then we've got those efforts by the SSC to look at harvest control rules, big picture changes, very different potentially from how we currently manage fisheries. So those are the big picture things I see. How does a call for individual, potentially very disparate proposals help us get to that adaptive change? And so maybe my problem is just why EFH? Why is that the place?
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the question. It's hard because definitely the conversation that you're hearing from testifiers on this topic is beyond just the EFH review. I understand that. And the way I've been struggling with this process and all of those other ones you mentioned is that we are getting bogged down in discussing the process of bureaucracy rather than how do we come up with innovative ideas, shifts that we can make in how we manage or how we behave on the fishing grounds that protects habitat, how we prioritize habitat areas. We're getting stuck in like, what's the best vehicle? And so for me, as someone that participates in this process, a call for proposals was a way to aggregate ideas and priorities among the people that are impacted by this without really getting bogged down in the bureaucratic vehicle of it right away. I wanted to hear like from the public, what does success look like? What is the dream scenario for the kind of the next progressive thing the council might take on in terms of habitat protection that would meaningfully kind of meet needs? And so I don't know how to unfold all of the layers of bureaucracy you have to go through because this is it's a very formalized process. I just think the public call for proposals gives us a moment out of that, sort of like the SSC workshop did.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks for your answer to Ms. Kimball's question. And I'm sorry to say it generated a question. What you just described sure sounded to me like a programmatic SEIS. Why? Can you draw the distinction between this process that you're trying to describe and what the council is considering with the programmatic?
Through the chair, Mr. Trade, the programmatic ES isn't something that I have personally engaged on. I do understand it to be different from this request. And I think that this would be a little broader than that, which I think would be a healthy discussion. But from a very specific process standpoint, I can't tell you the exact difference.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Heimbach. Next up is Stephanie Madsen, then Megan Williams, and then Linda Benkin. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Stephanie Matson. I'm Executive Director of the ATSI Processors Association. Mr. Chairman, I have to sit here today with a big smile on my face and a lot of pride. We have come a long way in the last 15 years from an LEI to a fishing effects model that is really outstanding and, in my opinion, leading the nation once again, as this council has all the time, in my opinion, led the nation in both climate science, and a process. It is just amazing to me how much they were able to incorporate and improve fishing effects model, including data. Yes, it's a complicated process, but you had all of your best and brightest looking at this. You had stock assessment authors, you had plan team members, and that's a team, not just one. And then you had your group of SSC. So there were a lot of smart people that looked at this and you have their results. So I would encourage you to move forward with the first part of the AP motion, accept the results of this EFH process and make the appropriate FMP amendments. Mr. Chairman, my concern on the call, having lived through a few of these, if the council is considering doing a call for proposals, I think it's only fair to the public that you really think long and hard about what the process is going to be. I think a lot of what we are hearing is failed expectations from the public. They thought they were going to get something and they got something different or they didn't get it. So I think it's very important, to be fair to the public, that you identify, if you're going to, and I'm not suggesting that you should, move forward with the call for proposals, that you have a discussion about the timeline, the staffing, the process, the criteria in which these proposals are going to be judged, and who's going to do that. Is it going to be a committee? Is it going to be your already overburdened SSC? How are you going to get that work done? I think after that full discussion, I think the public would have a better idea if this is really a path that they want to go down. So I would encourage you to give that a little bit of thought. Mr. Chairman, as you know, I've been around for a very long time. When I showed up here in 1993, I'm an early childhood education teacher. That was I didn't understand science. I didn't understand plan teams. I didn't understand the process. But I sat through many a meeting. I talked to people. I became more comfortable to get up here at the table because people may think it's easy for me. I do not like this. I'm not comfortable. It's hard. I recognize that. I have empathy for people who are intimidated. I'm often intimidated by you. So I think that I can empathize with people that say this is complicated. I'm not quite sure where to engage, but I think you have to stick to it. It's just like anything else that you're learning, Mr. Chairman. You got to put in the homework. You got to do the work. I am very, very anxious to get the traditional knowledge that we continue to hear about that we're not incorporating. I look forward to the LKTK because I was a big supporter of that to come to the council with their final report on how to incorporate traditional and local knowledge so that we can put some of this to rest. I would encourage anyone that believes they have traditional knowledge that would improve this process, please bring it forward so it can be considered. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your time on this. I'm impressed. I'd like to thank the staff. I'm proud of this region for its leading science and the quality of science that it has. I think we need to wrap up this EFH. If you want to do a proposal, please consider the expectations of the public and identify what the process is going to be. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I just appreciate the opportunity to come before you once again.
Thank you, Ms. Madsen. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Megan Williams, testifying remotely.
Good morning. Am I coming through?
Yes, you are. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Megan Williams, and I am a fisheries scientist with Ocean Conservancy. Thanks very much for your attention to this issue this morning. And I would like to note that I will be sharing my time today with Werner Wilson, who represents the Friends of the Earth International. So over the last few months, we have learned a lot about potential fishing effects and habitat disturbance risks associated with different gear types in Alaska. And I'd like to start by acknowledging the tremendous work from the agency as part of this really extensive review. I'm especially encouraged by the climate relevant nature of the new Arctic EFH work. Consistent with the discussions that occurred at the SSC workshop earlier this week, the challenge for managers now is to take the best available science and apply it effectively in habitat management to ensure sustainable fisheries for groundfish and crab, as well as vital seafloor habitats for Alaskan communities. And at this stage, I think it's really essential that we really complete the EFH cycle and link these findings to potential management actions. So the council has the information at hand now to begin to work to identify conservation and enhancement recommendations for EFH with additional input from its advisory bodies, from the public and the tribes. Therefore, I support the full AP motion and the numerous previous testifiers regarding soliciting proposals for novel ways to conserve and enhance EFH in the region. And this process will benefit from local knowledge and traditional knowledge and additional community engagement. And just taking a little step back, I think we are at a time when we are all struggling to identify both short and long-term management actions to enhance ecosystem resilience and sustainability in the face of climate change. And I think a call for proposals actually represents a really positive short-term action that could, one, advance precautionary management principles potentially, and two, provide stakeholders and tribes an opportunity to voice their research priorities for habitat, especially as it could pertain to climate vulnerable species such as coral or crab, which we've discussed at length, and Pacific cod, or habitat areas of importance to fishery dependent communities. Thinking about the longer term actions, I do think it's important on a longer time scale that we do reevaluate EFH in the context of these shifting baselines and non-stationarity concepts that were also discussed at length during the SSC workshop. productivity, distribution, species interactions, as we all know, are all changing with rapidly shifting environmental conditions in the Alaskan ecosystem. And this week at the SSC workshop, there were discussions, and we heard about this in testimony and questions. There were discussions about how to improve harvest control rules and reference points amidst these changes. And I do think we also need to start thinking more proactively about EFH, about adverse impacts, and the role of habitat as a potential climate refuge that could really enhance ecological resilience for vulnerable species and Alaskan communities. And I think that kind of short and long-term approach will really be in line with the council's stated goals to identify opportunities to enhance climate readiness in fisheries management regionally. And with that, I'll come wrap up and say thank you and pass it over to Verna.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't sign up in time for this item, but my name is Verna Wilson III, and I'm a senior oceans campaigner for Friends of the Earth US. Thank you, Megan and Ocean Conservancy, for letting me speak briefly. I want to echo the comments made by Mr. Lesher and Ms. Heimbuch on looking at all life stages of fish when talking about essential fish habitat. Earlier this week at the Arctic EFH discussion and the SSC showed how rapidly our marine oceans are changing. We need to have more discussions on changes that are happening year by year. I hope your support with more engagement with the public, such as making a call for proposals to all relevant stakeholders, including tribal and traditional knowledge holders who can provide valuable recommendations on this issue, especially those who are closest and know the ocean best, such as my people in Bristol Bay and St. Lawrence Island, who have depended on our marine resources for thousands of years. Regarding some concerns about staff time, as well as other large changes that are being considered, I would say take the leap. We need to do something large with all the fisheries that are crashing in the North Pacific that your body is responsible for. And designation of EFH is important beyond work just by this fisheries management body. I recall working on where oil spills dispersants should not be used, for example. And when other agencies were considering that, they looked at EFH designated by other fisheries management council, by the fishery management councils. That's because when dispersants are used, the oil floats to the bottom, and we do not want EFH to be contaminated by such pollutants. And this debate reminds me of the Bering Sea Canyons issue that happened in 2015. If some of you all who were here then recall. And I just wanted to briefly say that some of the remarks that made it seem like it's easy for people to, provide proposals is it's not easy for some people in the villages that might not have the education and other things like that. So it is important for the public to be able to do call for proposals, because people could help, especially our elders, to provide those call for proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson and Dr. Williams, for your testimony today. Are there any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your comments, and Vernon, I really appreciate your continued attention to these things, and you've been one face that I've recognized, and you've I wanted to thank you for continuing to come, be willing to testify in your understanding and engagement. My question is on your final comments there, and I'd asked that question of one of the people earlier. The council currently has a lot going on trying to find easier ways and make it more accessible to people that have local and traditional knowledge. So what is there something more you think that we can be doing currently, or that could have been done under this EFH process that we should be taking into consideration?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Thank you, Mr. Downs, through the chair. I commented during the SSC that it would be great to go to the actual villages that do are closest to essential fish habitat. For example, like as I said, my family is from St. Lawrence Island. They've been there for thousands of years hunting the grounds. They know of a polynya that is south of the island. So a polynya is like basically an Arctic area that has currents that prevents the ice from the sea ice from going over it. So it's very important habitat for marine mammals, and also it's very productive for marine life. So it's things like that, and going to the villages. I mean, people, as I said, cannot necessarily afford to come to venues like this, or they just don't have that opportunity for a number of reasons. So, having council and NIM staff going to the villages to hear the elders who may not have the education or the resources to present at this, but they do have the knowledge of where, these important places are. So maybe having like a small task force to go to some of the areas where, this body could identify are important essential fish habitat areas. As I said, there's certain places like the Bering Sea canyons that are very rich in marine life, that because of, the places where, that's where the ocean currents come up. That's where the ocean shelf is, the cliffs, that's why they call them the Bering Sea canyons. So there's certain places like, the Pribilofs and wherever you could go to where and listen to people who know and whose knowledge has that deep root of their ancestors, teaching us where those certain places are. So things like that. I don't know if that answers your question. Thanks.
That was an excellent answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you, Megan.
Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Linda Benkin, then Julie Bonney, and then last up will be Harley Lever.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Just want to check that you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can. Good morning, Ms. Benkin.
Good morning. Thank you. I want to start by also recognizing, as others have, the impressive amount of work and quality of work conducted over the past 5 years on EFH, and to express our appreciation for that work and for the clear presentation on this complicated topic. Second, to be clear that Alpha supports amending the FMP to incorporate the new maps and updated information on life history characteristics, spatial distributions, et cetera, where that information is available. And where that information is missing, we believe the absence of that data identifies a clear research need and flags the importance of management precaution until the information is secured. I would add our concern to that expressed by others who've testified or submitted written comment with the way adverse impacts on EFH are understood and measured. Clearly, there's a wide range in the degree of impact depending on the type and sensitivity of the habitat being impacted. The current method of averaging habitat types within a 25 square may mask what is happening to patches of highly sensitive and significantly important habitat. We strongly support exploring strategies to improve and refine the information that feeds into the impact assessment to allow for more localized understanding of habitat impacts. I would note that the threshold used to determine whether fisheries are causing adverse impacts were established through this council process. They're not in regulation and may deserve reevaluation given the current stresses imposed on our oceans and ocean habitat as a result of climate change. We support reevaluation of these thresholds, the greater than 10% COA or core EFH areas disturbed, for example, and at some point would ask that the council consider a CIA review of the fishery effect model since it's pivotal to the determination of habitat impacts. I was really struck by the statement in the EFH presentation that from a species perspective, climate change is habitat change. It follows then that climate resilience is habitat resilience, and that ocean resilience depends on maintaining the health and productivity of essential fish habitat. Finally, we support the AP recommendation that the council invite proposals to enhance and conserve habitat. I would note that EFH documents before you, page 9, 19, and elsewhere, clearly associate component 6 with both fishing and non-fishing effects. And I would strongly encourage the council to at minimum notice the public that EFH and HAPC proposals can be submitted and to clarify on the record what you would look for in those proposals. As I noted in Alpha comments, there's an increasing concern among fishermen and other stakeholders regarding the adequacy of existing EFH protections to guard against localized impacts of intense fishing pressure, particularly impacts on vulnerable species and the complex habitat that's easily damaged and slow to recover. We urge the council to take the necessary time to consider what additional conservation measures might be warranted to build resilience into our fisheries in the face of climate change, and to do so in a way that's responsive to the concerns and stewardship commitments of tribes, fishery-dependent communities, and fishermen. We believe these proposals can serve as an important link between climate science and the management response that seems so difficult to implement. We're all dependent on sustainable fisheries, and we are all facing the challenge of climate change. Now is the time to draw on all sources of knowledge to meet that challenge. To conclude, we support amending the FMP to incorporate the new information, initiating a process to improve EFH evaluation structure, and a notice to the public of your willingness to consider proposals that enhance or conserve EFH and its resilience in the face of climate change. Since I have one more minute, I wanted to just respond to the question that Mr. Twite asked about doesn't these proposals mirror what's being considered under the SEIS, and to say that my understanding of the SEIS is it's a big evaluation of the impact of our groundfish fisheries on habitat on the ocean, and to consider broad alternatives for some big scale changes. It's not action forcing, it's a background document to other actions taken by the council. And what I think testifiers are looking for in this action or flowing from this action are actions that can provide enhanced protection and build additional resilience into our essential fish habitat. Thanks. I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Are there questions? Don't see any. Thanks again for your testimony. Next up is Julie Bonney. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Julie Bonney, and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank, both shoreside processors and trawl catcher vessels homeported in Kodiak. This is a complicated issue in a lot of ways, but so I spent my time reading the summary report, and there's one paragraph in here that I think says it all, which is none of the stock assessment authors concluded that fishing effects of their species were more than minimal and not temporary, and therefore no stock assessment author recommended elevating their species to the plan team in the SSC for possible mitigation to reduce fishing effects to EFH. The SSC found that the 2022 fishing effects evaluation supports the continued conclusion that adverse effects of fishing activity on EFH are minimal and temporary in nature. And so they basically are recommending that everything's good to go for this 5-year review. I support, or my members support, the first portion of the AP motion. We do not support the call for proposals. I've been in this process for 20 years, and the time that I remember for call for proposals was when we were dealing with stellar sea lion issues. And it was an amazing amount of work, committees, probably a 3-year process to try to whittle down to something that we could actually put in the water. So I really think that you as a counselor are doing a lot of things that are addressing EFH right now. It's just not a call for proposal. You're dealing with redefining crab protection measures in the Bering Sea, both the red king crab savings area. You're looking at potentially closing area 512. You're looking at redoing some of the ways that the PSC limits are structured. And, you know, depending on what you decide to pick up in the Alaska Bycatch Task Force recommendations, you have vehicles there to address EFH habitat impacts. Some of the examples of what affects EFH that you can address through other actions are bycatch quotas, gear design, reduced effort. That's another one. You're looking at pelagic gear in terms of impacts in the bottom and getting more research. So depending on how all those things come together, someone could come through staff tasking and make a recommendation for habitat of particular concern or something like that. So our recommendation is to close this process and continue on all the other good work that you're trying to accomplish now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bunny. Are there any questions? Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try this. What do you think the difference is if we clearly articulated on the record that there's nothing preventing the public from submitting proposals at staff tasking or to the council on this issue or any other issue that's of concern to them, and having an open call for proposals? What's the difference? Is there any difference to that? Or if we've already acknowledged that this process is open to people putting proposals in for most anything they're interested in at staff tasking, and then the council can decide, or having an open call, what would be the difference between those two things?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesro, the way I would see that, if you're doing an open call for proposals, the first thing that I would do is go back to the people that I work for and ask them what proposals you want to put together, because it would be on the defense, honestly. And so I think the way that it would work is you would have, unless you structured the call for proposals very narrowly, I would be surprised that you would end up with 200 proposals, and mostly it would be kind of a strategy chess game in terms of defense and in terms of your personal fishery, versus going through the staff tasking or that approach, which is typically people are expressing a need and they can justify what they're asking for at that point. So I just see one as a lot more narrow and focused on a problem. The other would be depending on how you built the proposal call and then how industry would react to that.
Further questions? Thank you, Ms. Bunny. Last up, testifying remotely is Harley Lever. Looks like Mr. Lever is online. Okay.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Yes. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate this. So first off, my name is Harley Lever. I'm an avid fisher. I've been fishing since I was 3 years old. Currently, I'm a saltwater fisher and fish throughout the year. I fish salmon, spot prawn, crab, lingcod, and rockfish, all recreationally. I'm also, I live on Hood Canal and own a small private oyster farm of 25,000 oysters. And I couldn't convey more that I have a deep love for and respect for both the ocean and for fishing. From 1994 to 1998, I was on a 160-foot factory trawler. I was both a deckhand and a processor, commonly known as a combi. We fished in the Bering Sea, the Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska. And even today, I have a number of friends who are commercial fishermen in Alaska. Some are captains on trawlers. Their stories have not changed with regard to what they've pulled up in their nets. I thought it was going to be my dream job when I got this job up in the Aleutian Islands in Dutch Harbor. And what I found out was how much waste and habitat destruction there actually was, and I soon fell out of favor with my love of fishing up there. Throughout my time, I've witnessed both the destruction of bycatch and the undersea environment. I have watched coral reefs being destroyed. We would often be in fishing grounds with 10 to 20 other factory trawlers. They would all be, as you can imagine, just bottom fishing and scraping the floor. It was commonplace to find both large and small chunks of coral in the net. After a few days in any one area, these larger chunks became less prevalent and smaller chunks would be found. These were live and fresh coral. These weren't oxidized. It was clear that they were, newly destroyed coral. Big pieces of coral actually often retained by crew members as prizes. They looked at them as pieces of art, and they would often take them home and display them at their houses. One story in particular is we were out in the Aleutian chain harvesting cod. The first mate pulled up 40 tons of sponge. And this is the first time we had seen that while we were out there. They dropped all the sponge and the mud into the slime tank. And as you can imagine, it doesn't move. It literally just turned to cement inside our slime tanks. We had to literally shovel and use fire hoses to get all this sponge back off or out of our slime tanks, through the conveyor belts and back overboard. It took us almost
Mr.
2.5.
Lever?
Yes.
I apologize. Your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment, please?
Yes. I've witnessed both the destruction of coral and sponge firsthand at a dramatic rate. I would say we have to do better as as stewards of the environment. And I am here and available for anyone who would like to have a more in-depth conversation about exactly what I saw and witnessed.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Lieber. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Okay, I don't see any. Thanks again for joining us this morning.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment on C4. Let's stand down for about 5 minutes and come back and take action. Council, please come back to order. Ms. Kimball?
I just had a question for staff before we proceed, if that's okay, Mr. Chair, for Dr. Purtle, I think. Thank you. Just briefly, we heard testimony and we didn't have a chance to talk about it more on the record about what data availability there was for crab distribution in that mapping effort for this go around, and whether the intent was for the next 5-year review, EFH 5-year review, to include crab maps by warm and cold years, by sex, by life stage. I just want to know whether those data are available or would have been available for this review and we didn't have time for that, or whether the intent is to try to include it in the next review. And if there's any opportunity for the council to have any of those kind of data or research come to us prior to the next 5-year cycle.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Kimball, and through the chair. So there's 2 parts I'm hearing. One is, are the crab data available by life history stage and ready to go in the models now? The second part is, will there be an opportunity to bring this back between now and the next 5-year review? So are the data available? The race gap bottom trawl survey, which are the data set that we use for the models, collects data on crab life history stages during their summer surveys. They collect some information about life history stage and sex. Those data aren't really processed to a state that are model ready. It would take a bit of work with some crab experts to break those out into sex and life history stage. And so for this 5-year review, we had not prioritized doing that because we didn't really have the capacity and the expertise to get to that work for this. If we had the information, we would have done it. So there has been interest in doing more with crab life history stages for a next 5-year review. And if it's possible to develop model-based maps of crabs by sex and life history stage for the next 5-year review, we will do that. So we've prioritized digging into the data to do that for next time. However, I'd like to remind the council, as Dr. Curry Cunningham pointed out at the SSC, that, and I know very well because I am a modeler, that these models are data hungry. They require a lot of data. And when we break out our species by life history stage, it's creating less and less data for each of these models. And so one trade-off of breaking out our species by life history stage for all of our target species that we include is greater uncertainty in the model. And I think as Mr. Suwalski's crab stock assessments show that, I mean, we're already in a data limited situation for crabs. So yes, it is a priority to look into this for the next 5-year review for crabs by sex and life history stage. We hadn't considered warm and cold years, but again, that's something we could look into for next time. Again, that's splitting up the data, creating smaller data sets for that as well. It would be very interesting to look into that. So I understand that the crab plan team is interested in hearing more about this information as it's in progress. And that is an opportunity to get this information into the council process between now and the next 5-year review. And I also just want to highlight something from our presentation yesterday, that the Alaska Regional Office and Alaska Fisheries Science Center have 2 multi-year crab EFH research funded projects underway right now. They are focused on Chionocetes species and red king crab in the Bering Sea. They're looking at spatial stock structure on smaller spatial scales than is the approach for EFH currently. And that information can certainly be brought if it is ready between now and the next 5-year review, but it will certainly be available by then. Did I answer your question?
Ms. Kimball?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think you did. I think the only lagging question I had is, what is the timeline for those 2 research projects to look at the crab distribution on a more finite spatial scale? Would that come back next year? Is it a 2-year project? I can't remember from your presentation.
Through the chair, and thank you for your additional question, Ms. Kimball. So those are 3-year projects and they are both in their 2nd year. And so that's the second year of doing the analysis and the third year of wrapping that up. And so I would expect that those could have work ready to share within the CRAD plan team and through this process within a couple of years. So by that time, we're probably in the middle of doing the research for the next 5-year review broadly. That's my understanding and expectation of those 2 projects we funded. And yeah.
Thank you. Last follow-up, is there any direction like needed from the council to ensure that that comes through those bodies? Or was the expectation always that the results of those would go to the CRAD plan team and then we see the CRAD plan team report and the council can weigh in on whether those are useful for any of our management actions?
Thank you for the question through the chair. The expectation is that we would start with the CRAD plan team as that is part of the process. And as they're the CRAD experts, let them take it from there.
Thank you. Thank you for that indulgence.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Dr. Pirtle. Mr. Dem.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Pirtle. I would like to just follow up on the timeline that Ms. Kimball just asked you about. So Dr. Pirtle, on the timeline, and I'm not prioritizing anything here but because we have a Bristol Bay Red King Crab closure area on our agenda for June of this year to begin. I'm just curious if the priorities were to be set based on, life stages maps like this would be incredibly helpful. Of course, when you're considering closure areas for a certain species, but by species, would that be of any help? Would it change the timeline? In other words, if there was a prioritization on king crab, for instance, or snow crab or others, would that change that timeline? And some things could be gotten to earlier, or is it just crab has to all be done on a bigger timeline? That's my question.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Down, and through the chair. So if I am understanding your question correctly, could we have an accelerated timeline if you wanted something by June? So it's my understanding that these research projects are on the timeline that they are because that's the amount of time it takes to do the work. I will highlight that we do have crab essential fish habitat species distribution model based maps right now, and those certainly are available. We could have conversations with the researchers, and I believe that's a conversation that could take place with the crab plan team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dem. Any further questions? Thank you, Dr. Pirtle. Okay, council, how would you like to proceed? We've got a couple of actions laid out for us before us in the action memo. One is considering whether FMP amendments are required, and then also to consider whether HAPC priorities and a call for proposals is warranted, so we can take those both up at once or independently. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion that's relevant to the first item in the action memo.
And we'll wait for that to be posted. All right, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move that the council initiate an analysis to incorporate the advancements in essential fish habitat, EFH, from the 2023 5-year review and into the fishery management plans, the FMPs. For that purpose, the council adopts the following purpose and need statement and alternatives for analysis. Purpose and need. The purpose of the proposed action is to comply with the final rule implementing the EFH provisions of the Magnuson-Stevens Act at 50 CFR Part 600 Subpart J. The EFH final rule states that a review of the EFH components of the council's FMPs should be completed at least every 5 years, and the EFH provisions should be revised or amended as warranted based on the best available science contributing new information. Based on the 2023 EFH 5-year review, substantial new information is available to revise many of the EFH components of five of our FMPs. Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands groundfish, Gulf groundfish, Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands king and tanner crab, Arctic, and salmon to incorporate this new information. Alternatives for consideration. Alternative 1, no action, status quo. Do not amend the EFH sections of the FMPs with new EFH information identified in the 2023 5-year review. Alternative 2, amend the council's FMPs to incorporate the updated EFH information based on the new and best available science information identified in the 2023 EFH 5-year review. EFH Component 1, descriptions and identification. Amend 4 FMPs to update EFH descriptions and maps, including up to EFH Level 3 information on habitat-related vital rates. Add or revise the EFH text description and add or replace the maps for 41 species or complexes in the BSAI FMP, 46 species or complexes in the GOA FMP, all 5 species in the crab FMP, and all 3 species in the Arctic FMP. For all 5 species in the salmon FMP, amend the salmon FMP by replacing the distribution maps with the EFH maps. EFH Component 2, fishing effects. Update the fishing effects information in the BSAI, GOA, and crab FMPs to reflect updates to the fishing effects model, analysis, and evaluation for the 2023 EFH 5-year review. EFH Component 4, non-fishing effects. Revise the EFH appendices in the BSAI, GOA, crab, Arctic, and salmon FMPs where conservation recommendations for non-fishing activities are described. EFH Component 7, prey of EFH species. Revise text or habitat description table information for 2 species of BSAI sharks, BSAI pollock, GOA Pacific cod, and BSAI red king crab in the BSAI, GOA, and crab FMPs. Finally, EFH Component 9, research and information needs. Revise the EFH appendices with updated research and information needs in the BSAI, GOA, crab, Arctic, and salmon FMPs. Mr. Chair, with a second, I can speak to my motion.
Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven, and I note that the draft motion is posted to our e-agenda. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to acknowledge the workload that these EFH 5-year reviews create for the agency, for council staff, for our SSC, the plan teams, et cetera. It is a substantial workload. And it begins almost immediately after the previous. As soon as one EFH cycle ends, the next one begins. And it begins, I think, in large part with a lot of attention paid to the comments received throughout the process. And I'm sure that even today, agency staff, council staff, and others are scribbling notes for the next 5-year review. But I think as many have, we should acknowledge both the quantity of the work, but also, as many have, acknowledged the quality of the work. This is, in many cases, again, groundbreaking work. We do, in many ways, lead the nation in our EFH science, and we continue to. That feels good to say, but actually what feels better is to know that the scientists and the staff, the analysts and others who are contributing to this EFH are also looking down the road at the challenges we'll be facing in the future and working to ensure that the EFH information they provide is as relevant to meeting those challenges as possible. And I thank them for that. To this package now. The work supporting the EFH 5-year review is complete and the new information is ready to be incorporated in the FMPs. The next steps in the process include the NEPA analysis for potential FMP amendments, and that will occur between February and October of 2023 by NIMS and council staff. The council will conduct the initial review of this analysis and the potential FMP amendments later in the year, potentially in October, depending upon the council's choice, with final action either occurring at the same time or following that. Again, depending on the council's choice and staff recommendations. The proposed action is for FMP amendments only. There are no regulations that will be changed as a result of these amendments. The new information for EFH Component 1 modernizes the species distribution modeling, SDM, EFH mapping approach of the 2017 review. The new 2023 SDM ensembles and other methods and data improvements have reduced methods-based prediction bias, leading to greater confidence in the modeling results and in the EFH maps. A total of 237 new and revised EFH descriptions and maps are available for the BSAI, for the GOA, for the CRAB, and the Arctic FMPs, including up to EFH Level 3 information on habitat-related vital rates and climate-informed mapping for the first time ever, while comprehensively using a species distribution modeling approach across the FMPs. The SSC and the ecosystem noted that this new information represents substantial advancements over the 2017 review. The SSC recommended the EFH methodology and fishing effects evaluation as a reasonable basis for the determination of fishing impacts, and that no species need to be, need to be elevated for mitigation due to fishing impacts for the 2023 EFH review. They found that the results support the continued conclusion that adverse effects of fishing activity on EFH are minimal and temporary in nature. Therefore, no further action needs to be taken by the council at this time, although nothing precludes the council from doing so at this time or at any time in the future. This new fishing effects information is available to update the BSAI, GOA, and CRAB FMPs. EFH is designated for target FMP species. As such, EFH descriptions, maps, and fishing effects evaluations only include those targeted EFMP species and did not include other species of commercial or subsistence interest, for instance, halibut, herring, or GOA crabs, or species considered habitat components, for instance, corals and sponges. Habitat components, however, were included in the models. NIMS intends to look for opportunities to include the in-progress work of the Alaska Coral and Sponge Initiative that Dr. Horrigan presented to support information for the next EFH 5-year review, and bringing this to the council to inform EFH and other council actions, as has been the approach for the last Alaska Coral and Sponge Initiative, which has informed the EFH models for mapping and for fishing effects. Through this iterative review process, beginning in 2019, NIMS and council staff have presented many times to the plan teams, to the SSC, to the ecosystem committee, to the AP, and to the council, which has provided many opportunities for broad stakeholder engagement and participation through public comment. Stakeholders provided input during the 2023 EFH review regarding EFH conservation and enhancement recommendations that are cross-cutting with other in-progress issues and processes in development for council review and action. These include and are not limited to the crab rebuilding plans, discussions about a potential programmatic EIS, the work of the Bering Sea FEP's climate change and LKTKS task forces that are developing processes to improve how these topics are included and addressed in fishery management. As such, these topics do not necessarily need to be addressed under the EFH nexus of potential council actions. Stakeholder comments on these topics during the EFH 5-year review highlight their importance to the council with respect to other actions. Finally, no changes are proposed for the Scallop FMP at this time. The Scallop Plan Team will review the EFH information in the Scallop FMP at their March 2023 meeting, including the current FMP text relating to EFH for the for the assessed species or species complex based on new information, and can recommend changes or updates or recommend an approach to update this information at any time or in the next DFH 5-year review in 2027. Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Any amendments to Mr. Twite's motion? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Twite, for the motion. So I have quite a bit of history with essential fish habitat and the agency's approach to implementing the EFH requirements of the Act. And I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge the tremendous work by NIPS staff and council staff, the SSC, and partners in continuing to improve and evolve the text descriptions and maps of EFH, the identification of threats to EFH, and the analysis of potential effects of fishing on EFH to help improve the information in the council's FMPs and better inform management decisions. We've come a really long way from the council's first EFH descriptions in the late 1990s when, as Mr. Witherell will remember, we literally had stock assessment authors drawing on charts with a Sharpie based on best professional judgment to identify essential fish habitat. The whole intent behind the EFH sections of the Magnuson-Stevens Act is to recognize that productive fisheries depend upon productive habitats. And we need to continue improving our understanding about habitat functions and threats to habitat to ensure sustainability and support an ecosystem-based approach to fishery management. So again, thanks to the staff and team for being innovative and providing such big improvements to the EFH information that can be included in the council's FMPs. It's great work. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Further comments on Mr. Twite's motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I will comment that I'm sort of in a linear mode on this, and I thought that it was appropriate that our motion on the table, that one motion on the table simply address what the council needs to do at this juncture, or must do at this juncture, which is respond to the body of work that's been presented to us and describe the procedural next steps for implementing that body of work. There are a lot of other questions that have been raised in testimony at various times, as well as in the ecosystem committee minutes regarding other next steps for this package. And I would hope that after we've finished consideration of this motion, the council could have a discussion, a robust discussion about that.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any final comments on Mr. Twite's motion? Okay. With that, is there any opposition? No opposition, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, then as Mr. Twite just alluded to, there is the additional discussion points that we may have. Mr. Twite, were you looking to kick that off?
Problem with pushing down too quickly on my mic button, I guess, but yes, I'd be happy to kick that off. There's been, I think, a really thought-provoking discussion at this meeting, as well as I alluded to now for a little while, as well as I think all the council members have been wrestling with this in conversations with stakeholders and others. And for me, at least, and just speaking for myself as one council member right now, I've been thinking about this in a couple of ways, and I've been weighing pros and cons. One of the ways I've been thinking about this is that many of the questions that I've heard strike me as either questions that can also be addressed through processes that we have underway, at this point. And as well as if we choose to begin the process of developing a programmatic EIS, could be discussed through that, and a real sense of concern on my part that I wasn't sure we needed one more process that's confusing. And if we have too many things going at once, we often never get anywhere. And so a real concern about that. And just again, cognizant of the our resource issues right now among staff and as well as our own ability to devote time and attention to these issues. On the other hand, habitat's a really big deal. It's extremely important to us. It's the foundation of our ecosystems, and currently our ecosystems are functioning. Even in the face of the onslaught of climate change, they're functioning, and we're still able to manage sustainable fisheries. And so thinking, well, we've got a habitat focus in our discussions, thinking about the next steps for continuing to protect habitat, which I agree is a never-ending process. It's something we should always be looking for opportunities to further protect habitat. We have new scientific information about the importance of habitat. It's constantly coming into us, and we can expect more, as well as new opportunities to look at. And taking advantage of passage of this, marking this particular step in the 5-year EFH review, made sense to me to take a look forward and to get some thoughts from the public. And I could see pros and cons to that. And we've discussed those pros and cons of that around this table. We've heard it from stakeholders, questions the council members have asked as well, have really helped elucidate those pros and cons. In my mind, one reason I chose to be linear about this approach and first craft a motion that addresses something that we seem to have broad consensus about, and then take up an issue that we don't have consensus about, that we have a lot of varying opinions about, was simply that, just to separate the areas where we do agree from the areas we don't. And we've done that. And allows me then to sort of wrestle with these issues up until pretty much the final point. And I have to tell you that as I was listening to public testimony, I was still going backwards and forwards. But at this point, I don't have a motion to offer that's responsive to the concept of calling for public testimony. And there's a couple reasons for that. One is that as I thought some about the analogy that was brought up in testimony about, in a way, we're talking about which vehicle. I completely agree with that. I sort of disagreed with the choice of vehicle. And I realized, well, my gosh, if that's the problem, then we're not ready to move forward. If we can both agree that this is a choice of the right vehicle, but there's still a lot of disagreement about what the right vehicle is. But what I do know is the council has already chosen several vehicles. And while they may not be the perfect vehicle, they are headed in the right direction. They are headed down the highway towards a destination that we've all agreed are appropriate destinations. And I really need to, I think, have a better sense, and I will have a sense soon about the results of the climate change task force, the results of the LKTKS task force. There's a lot of meat in that December motion on red king crab, a lot more meat than just red king crab, really. I'd like to see where that goes. We have a discussion in front of us about the programmatic and whether or not to begin that at this point. I'd like to see where that goes before at this point saying, hey, I got one more vehicle and I'd like to pop it on the road too. Sorry, I've just abused the heck out of a metaphor, but it was kind of the best way of describing at least my thinking on this and why at this point I'm not prepared to offer a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Other council members? Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Twite, for your thoughts on that. It is a lot to process and consider. I do think that there is room for us all to be more forward-thinking with regard to habitat protections that may help Alaska's fisheries to be more resilient to ecosystem changes. And I don't claim to have all the answers about what's needed, but Collectively, we've got some real challenges ahead of us for managing sustainably in the face of unprecedented ecosystem changes. I'm not saying anything new there. Under agenda item D2, we're going to be talking about the PSEIS work plan, as Mr. Twite indicated, and that could be helpful, although frankly, after thinking more about a new programmatic SEIS, I'm not sure if that's the best mechanism to be pinning all of our hopes on for building up the council's wherewithal to deal with climate change. But we also have a Bering Sea fishery ecosystem plan. There have been discussions about a Gulf of Alaska fishery ecosystem plan. The SSC convened a great workshop earlier this week, and there are a number of other really good efforts underway to try to help equip us better for the future. So I guess I just wanted to share, as someone who has done a lot of thinking about the connections between habitat conservation and fishery management, that while it's good to celebrate the progress that we've made on EFH and the improved information that we'll be adding to the council's FMPs through the motion that we just adopted, I do think it's worth considering collectively whether there's more that we can and should do to make additional habitat protections part of the council's approach to building more resilience for Alaska's fisheries. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Further thoughts, Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't have a motion either. I try to keep my comments brief in the sense that I think Mr. Twite covered a lot of the things that I was thinking in terms of I very much appreciate the strong support that the council has received to suggest opening a call for proposals. And I thought about that very carefully, and I understand the request for that. And I've read the rationale in the AP motion supporting that part of the motion. But as I thought through the process of what that would look like, and that is our job up here, it occurred to me that any process we would develop to create proposals, or excuse me, to request proposals, as part of a public process, there has to be some structure, and this council would need to do that. And while we could do that, I think the underlying prompt for the request for proposals that I'm seeing in the AP report is for this particular item. I'm just reading verbatim from AP rationale. A request for proposals may create a more accessible and understandable review process for concerned stakeholders who have found the EFH review process difficult or intimidating. It also provides a more immediate pathway for LKTKS to be incorporated. It strikes me, I just worry about the expectations of launching a new process that is probably going to be similar to what we normally do. And I worry about expectations and us not being able to fulfill expectations when, as Mr. Twite said, we are already looking, in my opinion, at some of the primary potential conservation and management issues that have come to the surface in terms of potential impacts of pelagic trawl gear sticks in my mind as sort of the primary habitat issue I've been hearing. And we, as Mr. Twite mentioned, the council is moving forward to request information and look at that in terms of a potential management action, which is actually what we do here in terms of FMPs and management programs. And so I guess I just, again, I know this isn't going to be satisfying for those of you supporting the council to request proposals. My preference is to move forward with all of the issues we're already incorporating some of these process improvements like LKTKS incorporation, climate change task force, ACLIME, and perhaps the programmatic And so I think that is the appropriate way. I'm certainly willing to consider and have more discussions about a potential EFH proposal process, but again, I just am really worried about our ability to actually follow through on that and make headway when I feel like we are making headway on these other issues. And I guess I'm, as one council member, in terms of managing resources and being realistic about what we can accomplish, I'm choosing to carry forward with those actions already in progress rather than initiate a new one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further thoughts? Mr. Dillon.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for kicking off this conversation. I think it was an important conversation to have. And I think it's I appreciate that very much, that you opened up this for conversation. I think there's, we do have a lot of things all going on at once, and I have the same concerns I think is shared by most council members and many of the people that testified, that just, staff time is a really huge issue right now. And to open up a call for proposals that could, in some people's minds, overwhelm the staff would not be in our best interest. I found some of the ideas in the certainly the vision of the AP motion somewhat. I'm somewhat supportive of that. I liked what that they thought about that. I appreciate that the AP's motion on opening up a call for proposals. We heard from Oceans Conservancy, we heard from Oceana, we heard from Friends of Earth, we heard from Alaska Maritime or Alaska Marine Conservation Council, these ENGO groups. But at the same time, in support of that, we heard from industry groups. We heard from people in the cod fishery. We heard from people in the salmon fishery. We heard people in black cod fishery and the crab fishery. And I think that's maybe it. But, a number of people in industry that sided with these other groups in this call. So that, as one councilman, that gets my attention when you have that many industry groups coming together saying, hey, this is something that we're concerned with, that somehow the EFH that would benefit from a look at refined proposals of some kind coming forward at this juncture. Once they get a look at kind of this finished product, that there may be an avenue to say, hey, this was missed, or that should have been considered. Some of the things that we've heard, but it would have to be really refined. But I'm not so compelled to bring forward a motion on that. I think that because of staff time, I mean, that gives me great pause. I just wanted to mention that I'm supportive of the idea. It's just that the fact that we don't have time. And the other fact is, and I would encourage the groups and industry folks to refine these proposals. And as Mr. Mesereau asked in his questioning to, and Mr. Twite mentioned in his rationale, this is open at any time for people to bring a proposal of some kind for us to look at some EFH issue forward, and to refine those and bring those things to our attention if there's things that are missed or that are more refined. So I think in conclusion, one of the ideas that I had is on for the next EFH 5-year review, and I don't know if I'll still be on the council when we get going on that again, but I think we'll probably people start getting going on that in just a few years on looking at stuff. But maybe that's the time for proposals on what maybe there'd be some avenue then that people could look at what we did now and say, hey, here's some things that we would propose up front, and that should be looked at. That might be another nexus for feeling like you've been heard. I just wanted to say that to kind of clarify what my position, what I heard on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my thoughts align with Mr. Down on this issue. I feel like there's a piece missing, though. It seems like for the benefit of the public, particularly because we're seeing more groups getting engaged and ones that this was a complicated issue for me as a charter operator in the Gulf of Alaska to read through this and try to understand how this and the PEIS fit together within the council process. It's a little fuzzy, and I think it's difficult for the public when they come up here commenting on one thing and maybe it would be better to go in another place. It would be helpful to have some sort of a roadmap that identified all of the different inputs that we're taking right now. All these committees and task force that are dealing with climate change, LTK, communities, and also look at all these different vehicles that we have and make some sort of a dashboard that would help the public understand which piece goes where. And then the other piece that I feel like is missing and was exemplified by the testimony from the presenter at the end is there's ongoing research that may well be coming up in subsequent years that would already answer questions that the public might ask with an open call for proposals. And so some way to synthesize things that are relevant to council objectives on issues like these that are ongoing research so that the public could look at a dashboard and see what kind of habitat research is ongoing right now at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, but also see where that might fit within the council vehicles to incorporate this stuff into management. I feel like that it's a complicated process and it's not terribly friendly to the public. And if there was a way to simplify what goes where and what's ongoing and what kind of research is coming out in the near future that may already answer questions that people think need to be answered would be really helpful. And I know that's a huge lift, but so is this. And I think making this process a little bit more accessible to the average fisherman or subsistence user would greatly benefit public engagement and probably provide us with more discrete and unique and important proposals that we could use. And the more we can get information we can use, and the less we get information we can't use and reject it, the more the public buys into this process. And my concern about an open proposal is we're going to get a lot of proposals. And a lot of them are not going to be directly relevant to what we can do with what we have, or they're going to not be necessary because there's ongoing research that would answer that. And the public will get disenfranchised if they went to the trouble of writing these proposals. And out of the 50 proposals, the council takes up one of them. You've just frustrated 49 people that put a lot of time into writing really complicated things. And so the point I'm making is there must be a simpler way to lay this all out so that the public knows where to put their efforts so that they'll get what they want as opposed to putting the effort in and being frustrated by it. But that's all I got for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, and I don't really disagree with any council members' comments thus far. I just wanted to maybe state that maybe unlike Mr. Down, I didn't see a lot of things that were missed in this EFH review. I think it was such a comprehensive body of work and did find a lot of improvements, as Mr. Curlin mentioned from previous reviews. But what I was hearing is that the public really sees an opportunity in this new body of work and the fishing effects model to use those tools to potentially help analyze some habitat protection measures or proposals that they think might help their community or improve their fishery in the long term. So I was really looking at or trying to weigh, the opportunity for a broad call in that light, not that we had missed something, but that this big body of work was just created and people now have an opportunity to look at it and see if they can use that in a way that would help them do some spatial distribution and EFH proposal to bring to the council. I'm not putting forward a motion for that, but I listened very carefully. And I do think it, like Mr. Curlin was saying, it's kind of incumbent on the council to show some recognition that that opportunity does exist, that if people have proposals like that, they can bring that to the council, whether it's staff tasking or under any other agenda item. And that may not fit what everybody wants, but I think we need to be very careful to look for those opportunities, and when people put that effort in, take those seriously under consideration for whether it has merit to apply these new tools. I think the only other thing I would say is that I'm, thought about trying to add something here on crab. Mr. Twight's motion was, full and complete and meets the requirements of Magnuson, so it didn't seem applicable, but I am very interested in getting those, that review of those 2 EFH projects that are ongoing that we just heard about in the presentation, and then heard about in follow-up that deal with spatial stock structure for crab. And as soon as we can get those available to us, I think the better. Otherwise, I'm grateful for the discussion around the table and for the previous motion as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My thoughts and comments have largely been verbalized better than I probably could by others around the table. But I wanted to remind us that just because we're going to finish up this part of EFH, it doesn't mean we're not continuing to do EFH as a body. We have a lot of other things in progress that don't get agenda'd as EFH items, be that gear modification, LKTK. And so we're continuing to do that. And I definitely understand that for those who are not regulars in our process, that it may look like we're not doing anything, but we are. And I think those of us who do regularly participate in this process, it would be very useful for us to reach out to other stakeholders, maybe those who we don't normally work with, who we know don't regularly participate, to help others understand that it is part of the process and we are working on it, and to work with them how they can participate in the process as well.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be brief. Certainly, other council members have done an excellent job of describing kind of my thoughts on the process. I do want to support and emphasize my certainly understanding brought up by Mr. Mesro and Ms. Vanderhoven regarding the daunting nature of how you get into this process. It is the public in general looking at what we do here and trying to insert themselves and understanding where and how to do that is very much a daunting process. And I think it's our job to try and be able to inform and advise folks, and at least constantly looking for ways to do that, to help them understand how to participate. I think that other members here have described a number of things that we are already planning to do and take up as a council that certainly support a number of things that we heard testified to. And my concern is if we were to add one more process or one more larger process to that, all we will do is dilute our success or our ability to do a good job on the processes we already have in place. And I don't wish to do that, because I think the things we have focused on and have ahead of us, as have been described by other members, need to be done well. And I think that an additional process as described and requested here could limit our ability to do that well into the future. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Twite.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I was listening to Ms. Kimball's thoughts, I was reminded that we do, as a council, receive a report on the agency's efforts on EFH every year. It's actually scheduled for our next meeting. And typically that has focused more on issues around how they've actually implemented EFH and what some of the ramifications have been, description of their consultations, et cetera. They have at times, I think, mentioned research, though. Ongoing research is part of that as well. And I think if we as a council just flagged our interest in the particular research that you described and receiving, using that venue as one way of tracking that would be, I think, worthwhile.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any final thoughts? Well, I really appreciate the discussion, Mr. Twite. I'm glad you kicked that off. I think it's been very robust and really reflects the reality of what we're trying to do here and the resources that we have. And I'll be interested in maybe thinking more about Mr. Mesereau's considerations with respect to a dashboard or a roadmap. I appreciated you bringing that up in ways that we can try to make the process a little bit more clear for all of us. But with that, if there's nothing further, we will conclude on C4. Let's go ahead and take a morning break, come back at 10:45, and we will resume with C5. Council, please come to order. We are ready to take up our C5 agenda item, and here present it to us is Sam Cunningham and Alicia Miller. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, council members, Sam Cunningham, council staff. I'm just here to introduce this action. Ms. Miller from National Marine Fisheries Service will be giving the presentation with online support from Dr. Mason Smith and Jennifer Ferdinand as needed. Just a reminder, this is scheduled as a initial review final action, so potentially you'd be selecting a preferred alternative at this meeting to recommend to the secretary. And I think my other duty was going to be to get through the TikTok of how this agenda item came to be scheduled here, but it sounds like you took that up under your adoption of the agenda. So if you want to circle back to that, myself and possibly Mr. Witherell could field any additional questions. But in light of that previous discussion, I'll pass it to Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Good morning. Thanks for the introduction, Sam. For the record, Alicia Miller, National Marine Fisheries Service, Sustainable Fisheries Division. I'm going to start today by describing the scope of this action. This affects the pot CP fleet that's targeting the non-CDQ groundfish fisheries in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. These are catcher processors using pot gear. This is a very small fleet. There's a full description of this fishery included in section 3 of the document starting on page 20. But just briefly, it affects a range of 2 to 6 vessels have participated in this fishery since 2005. And it is allocated 1.5% of the overall BSAI non-CDQ Pacific cod TAC. This action came about because of concerns with data availability for management of this fishery. And the purpose of this action is to maximize the utility of observer data collected on board these pot CPs participating in this fishery. The concern is that deletion of observer data can result in substantial changes to catch estimates. And oftentimes these data deletions happen after the season has closed. And therefore the information that's available to fishery managers and fishery participants during the season is different than the ultimate data that is used for management decisions. As a preferred source of information for catch estimates and discard in the fishery, it's crucial that observer data be as complete and accurate as possible. So this action is intended to improve the ability of observers to collect accurate data on board these vessels. A little about the history of this action. This action originated from a previous council action that you saw in February of 2021. That action considered limiting the LLP licenses that could participate in this fishery. In that analysis, the National Marine Fisheries Service raised this concern with the data availability. And at that time, the council chose not to take action to limit the LLPs, and we decided to move forward with this action under NMFS 305D rulemaking authority. Previously in June 2022, or subsequent to that 2021 action, we brought forward an analysis presented by Dr. Mason Smith at your Sitka meeting. And this council endorsed that action moving forward. So what's new since June of 2022? We have prepared the proposed rule package. We identified a few additional regulatory housekeeping actions that would consolidate monitoring requirements that apply to the freezer longline fleet, as well as the trawl catcher processors and motherships participating in the halibut deck sorting program into one subpart. There would be no substantive changes to those regulations. However, it would consolidate monitoring requirements into one subpart and just make that a little bit easier to access. We transmitted a copy of this proposed rule to the council chairman and executive director for a review in December of 2022. And the council chairman and executive director endorsed this continuing moving forward. As you heard during the discussion on the agenda this morning, or sorry, earlier this week, we then received additional guidance about the use of that authority and then subsequently requested council formal action on this to move it forward. So that brings us to today, where we're seeking the council to select a preferred alternative to move this forward. I'll briefly review the alternatives. The first alternative is no action. This would keep the current monitoring requirements for pot catcher processors. They're currently in the full observer coverage category, and any certified observer may deploy on board these vessels. Alternative 2 would implement a variety of additional monitoring requirements. There are 2 required elements, elements 1 and 2, and then a third element that includes voluntary measures. The first 2 required elements would require a minimum of a level 2 observer. This is an observer that has a level 2 certification or endorsement. And an observer obtains that level 2 endorsement by successfully deploying on at least one observer deployment, meeting expectations, and collecting data for at least 60 days. This element would potentially reduce the data collection errors on board vessels participating in the POT CP fleet. And there's a potential incremental reduction in reduced observer availability. However, because this is a very small fleet, we expect that that to be a marginal reduction. Element 2 would require vessels to comply with pre-cruise meeting notification requirements. This is where a vessel or vessel crew member would have to notify the National Marine Fisheries Service prior to deploying an observer on board that vessel that hasn't deployed on that vessel in the past 12 months. This provides the opportunity for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center Fisheries Monitoring Analysis Division, or the Observer Program, to have a conversation with the vessel crew and the observer to talk about any data collection protocols that are necessary for that particular vessel. The goal with this element would be to reduce data collection errors by providing additional information to observers and assisting with that coordination between the observer and vessel crew prior to embarking on a fishing trip. This would potentially cost, or this would increase vessel costs by the amount of time that it costs to comply with this, as well as to participate in those pre-cruise meetings. Element 3, this includes 3 voluntary monitoring options. The first option would allow the use of a NMFS certified observer sampling station, including a motion compensated platform scale for the observer's use. This provides the observer an organized workspace and a scale that could provide additional precision in those catch estimate weights. This could cost the vessel in terms of installing a table or any reconfiguration that would be needed. There's a maintenance of that equipment and an annual inspection cost. Option 2 would allow the use of a motion compensated scale or a NMFS approved scale, such as a flow scale or potentially a hopper scale if it were to be approved, to measure the total catch of Pacific cod. This in conjunction with a motion compensated platform scale to test that flow scale and an electronic logbook, as well as video monitoring, will ensure that the data collected from that scale are accurate and there hasn't been any scale tampering. This would remove any uncertainty with the extrapolation of catch estimates from observer samples. This would cost the vessel in terms of the amount of money that it would cost to install and maintain that equipment, as well as include an annual inspection. Option 3 would allow a vessel to carry a second observer on board. This would allow the 2 observers to share workload and potentially increase the amount of samples hauls on board the vessel. And this could increase precision of those catch estimates by allowing more of the catch to be sampled. This does add an additional cost to pay for an additional observer and depends upon observer availability. This is an option that is already available to vessels, and we've talked to the council about this before, but this would add that option as in regulation to make that more explicit. Although voluntary, these options would include requirements, if chosen, that are there to ensure that the data collected is accurate and precise. And this would also allow vessels to make choices that are best for its operation. NIMS recommends that the council select alternative 2, including all 3 elements and all 3 options under element 3 as its preferred alternative for council final action. Again, this action is intended to reduce the likelihood of data collection errors through improved observer experience, providing additional collaboration between the vessel and the observer and observer program, and potential improvements to the observer work environment. There's industry support for this action. We worked closely with participants in the fleet to come up with the recommendations included in this action. And we would include the additional housekeeping regulatory changes as identified in section 2.2 of the analysis. And with that, Dr. Mason Smith, Jennifer Ferdinand with the Observer Program, and I are available if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick clarification. You mentioned on the observer effect on availability of observers that it would be fairly small because of the size of this fleet's fairly small but I thought about the difference between what this is asking for in a lead observer versus a lead level 2 observer. And if you could just characterize that for me, because I think that further minimizes the effect that we're not talking about a lead level 2 observer, we're talking about a lead observer. And there's a lead level 2 observer versus a level 2 observer. Excuse me. So I just thought that I guess my question is, does that further reduce the impact that it might have on availability of observers, being that we're not asking for a lead observer, just a level 2 observer? Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for that question. If I'm understanding it, just to make sure that I have it right, there's a lot of lead levels in there. And so I'll just explain a little bit about the different types of certifications. So the lowest level of certification is an observer certification. So that is an observer that has gone through a 3-week training. The next level endorsement is a level 2 observer. And that is, as I explained, has deployed and has collected data for 60 days. And then there are 2 different types of lead level 2 endorsements. There's a non-trawl lead level 2 and a trawl lead level 2 that requires additional experience or training requirements above a level 2 endorsement. And those are harder to get. It takes more time for an observer to reach that lead level 2 endorsement. And so I think the answer to your question is yes, by only requiring a level 2 endorsement for these POT CP vessels, that is a smaller impact on the availability of observers. Whereas if it were a lead level 2 requirement, it could be a slightly larger impact.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you very much, Ms. Miller.
Thank you.
Okay, that would then bring us to our advisory panel report. And a quick reminder to any members of the public who wish to testify, please sign up prior to the end of this report. Good morning, Mr. Ritchie.
Good morning, Chairman Canine and members of the council. I'll wait a moment for the motion to get on screen. The AP motion reads, the advisory panel recommends that the council selects alternative 2 as a preferred alternative for final action. The alternative elements and options read as follows. Alternative 2, implement additional monitoring requirements for pot CPs participating in the BSAI groundfish fisheries. Element 1, require a minimum of 1 level 2 observer on board at all times. Element 2, require vessels comply with pre-cruise notifications when requested by NIMS. Element 3, additional voluntary monitoring requirements. Option 1, allow a certified observer sampling station with motion compensated platform scale for observers' use. Option 2, allow a motion compensated NIMS certified scale to measure total catch of Pacific cod in conjunction with an MCP scale for testing, electronic logbook, and video monitoring. Option 3, allow a vessel to carry additional onboard observers. That motion passed 17-0.
Thank you for providing the report. Any questions? Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your report. Your last bullet in the rationale in favor there speaks to the need for a more holistic approach to observer training and coverage. I'm not familiar as I should probably be with this, but what was the discussion around that last bullet?
Through the chair, for the record, Paul Wilkins. Thank you for the question, Mr. Williams. Yeah, so that was brought up as rationale by the motion maker because there had been good discussions around the table and before the agenda item came up that there had been sort of persistent issues with observer supply and sort of the availability of observers and how it sort of reflected some logistical challenges by not only the fleet, but also the observer providers. And so they had intended to put together a motion for staff tasking, which did happen later. And we can talk about that, I suppose, when that comes up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one follow-up. So what that really was about was finding ways to have more observer availability. That's what that discussion's really more about.
Through the chair, that is correct. I think the motion maker noted that some vessels had taken additional observers when not required to, just to get observers to meet training requirements. If that speaks to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions on the advisory panel report? Thank you both. That will bring us to public comment. Looks like there is one signed up, and that is Chad C. Morning.
Morning. Thanks for the opportunity to provide brief comments on this agenda item. My name is Chad C., the Executive Director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. Will say up front, we're not here to oppose this action moving forward, particularly given the state of where this action is in the regulatory process. We just did want to highlight a concern regarding the potential impact of this action on the availability of observers for the freezer longline fleet. We've dealt with challenges on observer shortages on our fleet since the requirement for lead level 2 observers was implemented on our vessels about 10 years ago. And council, FLC, observer providers and NIMS have worked collectively to address and ensure that these vessels are not, our vessels are not left at a dock for lack of an observer. This shortage issue has reoccurred and become more pronounced again in the last 6 months since council last took up this action. And as a result, we've moved proactively to establish a voluntary second program second observer program at our own cost to try to fulfill the need for additional observers to serve on our fleet. In the likelihood that this action does move ahead, we do have some concerns that this may impact the ability to ensure a sufficient number of lead level 2 observers on our fleet. Specifically, it might further limit the flexibility for observer providers to get seat time needed for new observers to secure their certification to be deployed on our vessels. We respect that the observer program and the analysis indicates that it should only have a small possibility of impacting the deployment of non-trawl lead level 2 observers on our vessels. But we do still have this concern given the holistic challenges we're facing on observer availability and training with the observer program. And so we do want to flag that as a potential problem. Table 4.1 in the RAR shows that there's been a continued reduction in non-trawl lead level 2 observers from 2012 through to 2021, with over 100 fewer lead level 2 observers available, with the annual growth of non-trawl lead level 2s going from 60 down to 12 a year. So to the extent that this action may accelerate this decline and create further burdens on NIMS and observer providers and our fleet to fulfill the need for observers for our vessels, we hope to work with the observer program to ensure this does not create new challenges for deployments. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. C. Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, council, that concludes public comment. Are you ready for action? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion that I've sent to staff. If that's been posted, I'll go ahead and start reading this. This tracked along the line of the AP motion, so I'll go ahead and start reading if that's appropriate, or if you'd like me to wait, Mr.
Ms. Davis, you have the motion.
Did you want me to? Yeah.
Hold on, just a minute. Okay, Mr. Down.
Excuse me, under our current agenda item C5 CP pot CP monitoring, the council selects alternative 2 as its preferred alternative. Alternative 2, implement additional monitoring requirements for pot CPs participating in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island groundfish fisheries. Element 1, require a minimum of 1 level 2 observer on board at all times. Element 2, require vessel operators comply with pre-cruise notifications when requested by National Marine Fisheries Services. Element 3, additional voluntary monitoring options. Option 1, allow a certified observer sampling station with motion compensated platform scale for the observer's use. Option 2, allow a motion compensated National Marine Fisheries Services certified scale to measure total catch of Pacific cod in conjunction with an MCP scale for testing, electronic logbook, and video monitoring. Option 3, allow vessels to carry additional onboard observers. And with a second, I'll speak to the motion.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kurland, for the second. This is a fairly simple thing. I just give you a little bit of background, which we've already heard from. I don't need to speak to this much, but in February 2021, the council considered an action that would limit licenses in this, and at final action in February of 2021, we took no action. But at that time, National Marine Fisheries Service indicated that at that time their intention to move forward with the additional monitoring requirements, which were part of that package. The National Marine Fisheries is signaled their desire to have a motion from the council to advance this, and so that's what we're doing here today. I wanted to note that This is a very small fishery and to put this in perspective, the 2023 quota for this entire sector is 1,800 metric tons. So it's a very small quota. It will improve, reduce data collection errors. This was mentioned. This is welcomed by the fleet. I've personally consulted with all of the active participants that have participated in this fleet in the last several years to assure there's no opposition. They're all in favor of this. And I'm available for more questions, but I don't really think I need to probably speak much more on this. I think my take is it's well understood why we're here and what we're doing. So thank you.
Right. Thank you for your motion, Mr. Down. Are there questions? Okay. Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Okay. Maybe we can, I think we do need a deeming motion on this, so I would look to Mr. Twite.
Who had it up on his machine and just.
Mr.
apparently
Kurland.
Fat fingers closed. the
Sure,
window.
just while that's coming, I just want to thank everybody for your indulgence again. Sorry about the do loop on this and having to bring it back again, but appreciate the council's cooperation. Thanks.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good.
Mr. Chairman, while he's, I'm looking for that just in the interest of time, I just wanted to thank Mr. Curlin and the agency for the hard work they did and for the reach out to the participants in the sector to bring this forward. And it's going to be a big improvement. I think it'll be something that that's a welcome by the fleet to improve their catch accounting and give them tools that they might use in the future in trying to find a permanent way to cooperatively fish this small allocations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, my apologies. Move to amend the motion to include the following language. The council deems proposed regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of this motion to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with section 303C. The council authorizes the executive director and the chair to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to be submitted to the secretary under section 303C are consistent with these instructions. With a second, I can briefly speak to the choice of deeming.
Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. As the council is well aware, there's a couple of different options for handling deeming. Our standard option, which is what I'm proposing here, simply is an indication that we feel as a council, we have a pretty good understanding at this point, and that through review by you, Mr. Chair, and the executive director, if you uncover any areas of the regulations where you feel that might be different from the council's intent, you can always bring those back to the council. Otherwise, approve them on our behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Are there any questions, amendments, or comments on Mr. Twite's amendment? Okay, is there any opposition? Okay, thank you, Mr. Twite. The motion is amended. Any final comments on the motion? Mr. Witherell.
Calling the roll on the motion for changing requirements for Bering Sea Aleutian Island pot CP monitoring. Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau,
Yes.
Mr. Twite,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Ms. Drobnika,
Yes.
Mr. Jensen,
Yes.
Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Anything further on C5? Okay, thank you. Thanks again, Mr. Down. That will bring us to D2. Coming up to present are Sarah Cleaver and Nicole Watson. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'll just wait for the presentation to get loaded for us. All right, I'm Sarah Cleaver, council staff, and with me is Nicole Watson, also on council staff. We are here presenting the Groundfish Programmatic Supplemental Environmental Impact Statement, the discussion paper on that. And I just want to clarify that we have a lot of acronyms in this process. And so throughout our presentation, we may refer to this as the PSEIS or the programmatic groundfish SEIS. For the purposes of people that aren't necessarily as familiar with this, those all mean the same thing when we're talking about it here today. So for our presentation and the action for the council, you'll receive this presentation, which is on our discussion paper. It's posted to the e-agenda. And then Nicole will provide the ecosystem committee report. The ecosystem committee received a similar presentation, so she'll provide that at the end of our presentation. And then the council can provide direction on purpose and next steps. And Nicole and I will be going back and forth a few times throughout this presentation. We do have some natural stopping points, so we'll check for any questions or clarifications that are needed then. In October of last year, the council tasked staff to prepare a discussion paper for a roadmap and timeline for reevaluating the programmatic groundfish PSEIS. And so there were several components to this action. They're listed here on the screen, and our presentation is structured around those points, but the council's motion noted that they initiated this discussion paper in order to better address the impacts of climate change on our marine ecosystems and on the people who are dependent upon those ecosystems. Thank you. So the first part of this discussion paper is the primer on the 2004 PSEIS, as well as its structure and alternatives, and a summary of the findings from the periodic reviews of the PSEIS. And this may be somewhat of a review for many of you, but we're really trying to break this down as it's more conceptual than many of our typical actions and has a long history. So we're hoping that we can increase understanding of the groundfish programmatic in order for the council and for stakeholders to really most effectively engage on this topic. And so I'll pass it over to Ms. Watson for the next part.
Thank you. First, I'll take a moment to explain some of the common acronyms that you will see even more of that are relevant to the programmatic process, and we'll be describing a little more detail today. And just to note that this slide is intended to provide you with background of those acronyms. This is not a slide setting you up to make a decision of you pick one of three options. That is not the intent of this slide. The intent is just to familiarize yourself with the different acronyms that you may hear. So first we'll start with the core of the NEPA documents here, which is the EIS, or Environmental Impact Statement. It's a detailed statement that is used to inform decision makers and the public on the effects of actions that may significantly impact the quality of the human environment. Building on that, we have the Programmatic EIS, or PEIS. And this is prepared for a major program, plan, or policy with a stepwise approach to a broad analysis that supports smaller scale specific actions. The PEIS is a form of EIS that is generalized to a particular program, and in this case would be fisheries management. Next, we have the supplemental EIS, and this is prepared after the earlier EIS has already been put through and is focused on the same action of that original EIS. The SEIS must be prepared in the event of substantial changes to an action are proposed, if the changes are relevant to the environmental concerns, or if there's significant new circumstances or information related to a prior action. It's important to note that both the PEIS and the SEIS are built on the backbone of the EIS, though all are prepared to meet NEPA requirements. The 2004 programmatic was developed in response to a legal challenge and was developed to fulfill NEPA requirements by evaluating the FMPs for their impacts on the human environment. This was achieved in several ways. Updating the information contained in the original EISs by providing a historical review of how the fisheries and the environment had changed since publication of the original EISs. Describing how new scientific and fishery information was being utilized. Describing the cumulative effects of past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future fisheries management on the marine ecosystem. And by analyzing current and alternative management regimes to determine their potential impacts on the human environment. And it was intended to be designed to set the stage for future management actions by anticipating the need to adapt management to a continually changing environment. There were two related management purposes that were identified in the process. And this was maximizing socioeconomic benefits of the resource and conservation of the resource to ensure sustainability for current and future generations. Management needs to occur so that neither the socioeconomic well-being or biologic conservation takes priority over the other, except in instances where the resource is at risk of depletion. And fisheries management strives to balance these two objectives to prevent such depletion from occurring. The FMP's amendments and regulatory actions for the fisheries have all been attended by NEPA documents through EISs, EAs, and CEs that consider the environmental impact of those actions. The programmatic acts as a comprehensive foundation for fisheries management in the region and is intended to function as a first-tier analysis for incorporation into future EAs and EISs focused on specific federal actions. 4 policy-level alternatives were identified in the programmatic, ranging from more aggressive to highly precautionary harvest management policy. The preferred alternative, which was approved and incorporated into the FMPs, reflects the council's current groundfish management policy and management objectives. And you can see the list of alternatives up on the screen for you. This slide includes the outcomes or the products of the 2004 programmatic. The immediate outcome of the programmatic was the adoption of the groundfish management policy. The groundfish work plan, which you see in the photograph on the side of your screen there, is updated and posted at every council meeting and can be found in the e-agenda. 2019 was the last annual review, which after that it became triennial. So I'll review just a few of the findings from the 2004 programmatic. A comprehensive list of the findings are included in the discussion paper if you would like to reference them further. Several changes were noted, including a transition from a foreign to domestic fishery, the nature and efficiency of gear types, rates of bycatch, diversity and volume of species fished. There were no apparent adverse cumulative effects of the fishery on target species, and fisheries management has incorporated measures to account for ecosystem effects as research has become available. A programmatic SEIS such as this provides a broad, big picture environmental evaluation that examines a program on a large scale and may be used to evaluate an ongoing program and alternative directions that the program might take in the future. By providing up-to-date scientific information on the cumulative impacts of the fishery on the physical, biological, and human environment of the action area, this programmatic serves as the environmental baseline for evaluating current and alternative management regimes and future management actions. Ecosystem-based management and environmental risk and uncertainty were identified by the programmatic as two overarching issues. Key questions regarding addressing these issues included how to respond and how to apply precautionary principles in the face of environmental risk and uncertainty, and how to practice EBFM principles in management. The programmatic addressed environmental risk, uncertainty, and EBFM issues in several ways. Environmental risk was addressed in 2004 to reduce the risk of harm and implement environmental monitoring. Integration of EBFM principles occurred in several aspects of management and required managers to consider interactions across the ecosystem. This also included public outreach regarding the subject of EBFM, which at the time was relatively new, and to increase the understanding of the topic and how it was incorporated into the FMPs. In 2015, a SIR, or Supplemental Information Report, was produced to determine whether a supplemental programmatic was needed. While a SIR is not directly a NEPA document, it is an important tool used to describe if and which type of NEPA document may be needed. Many changes were made between 2004 and 2015. However, these management changes did not constitute as substantial changes in the action, and new information and research did not suggest a substantial change in the understanding of those impacts. A list of these changes are included in tables 10 and 11 found in the 2015 SIR. NEPA requires agencies to prepare an SEIS if it makes substantial changes relevant to environmental concerns, or if there are significant new circumstances or information relevant related to the proposed action or its impacts. Passage of time alone does not trigger the need for a supplement, nor because information has accumulated. A supplement was not required as the 2004 programmatic was still providing NEPA compliance for the FMPs. This was due to the forward-looking nature of the programmatic, which allowed and prepared for a changing ecosystem, covering a range of scope and variability. Management was changed to align with the preferred alternative to account for uncertainty and variation. And I will turn it over to Sarah.
Just pausing to see if there are any questions. Doesn't look like there are. Oh,
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I wasn't sure where to ask because it's maybe an overarching question and it might be related to the council's motion. And you included that in the paper about that our motion was to look at this discussion paper to reevaluate the programmatic in order to better address the impacts of climate change on our marine ecosystems. But I think throughout the presentation thus far, you've been very clear that what a programmatic does is authorize the groundfish fisheries, and that what we're doing instead is evaluating the cumulative impact of the groundfish fisheries on the human environment. So I don't know if we maybe missed the mark on our motion or if you have anything to speak to that. But I think there's this kind of common theme that we were really looking at moving forward with something like this because of big changes in the environment, but our purpose of evaluation is effects of our groundfish fisheries on the environment. Can you just clarify that for me, please?
through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's a really good question. So I think there are also sections later on in the presentation where we'll hit on this, but I think it's really important to clarify. So the programmatic essentially does authorize all of these management changes that the council and NIMS put into place for our Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries. The programmatic from 2004 did provide a lot of space for a changing environment. And as Ms. Watson said earlier, the programmatic it provides room based on the alternative that the council chose to account for changes in the environment. However, and I think you'll hear this in public testimony, and we've heard this many times up till this point, is that the extent of changes that we have seen in the ecosystem and how rapid those changes are occurring may have not been accounted for when the council undertook the 2004 programmatic and when it looked at it in 2015. The part that we will get to a little bit more explicitly later on in the presentation is that the groundfish programmatic does not necessarily, I think there's a decision to be made there upon whether the groundfish programmatic is the correct tool or vehicle that should be used to address climate change or whatever it is that the council intends to achieve through doing this process. There is room for a programmatic to go beyond just the scope of the impacts of the groundfish fisheries and how those interact with climate change. And I can I'll certainly expand on that more later on in the presentation, but I think there's a decision to be made there, and the council does not need to necessarily pick which type of document it's going to be. That's something that we can kind of do behind the scenes and work with the council on, but being really clear about what the purpose is, whether it is specifically the impacts of our groundfish fisheries on other resources, or if it is a larger question that the council seeks to address with respect to climate change on all of our resources.
Follow up. Thank you for that response, but at a minimum, the premise of the evaluation is the effect of the groundfish fisheries on the human environment.
Correct. That's how the previous 2004 programmatic was structured.
Thank you.
Ms. Cleaver.
Thank you. So the council requested as part of this motion an assessment of how existing council initiatives as well as other related efforts such as ACLIMB will inform council reevaluation of the PSEIS. And so there are, as Mr. Mesereau mentioned earlier, we have a lot of different initiatives going on that may all have their role in looking at in taking a programmatic look of our fisheries or of our groundfish fisheries. And it can be really challenging to tease apart where they fall into our process. And they all have acronyms. So I've listed here, and we have a section in the discussion paper on page 9, where we summarize some of these ongoing initiatives and how they may be able to inform a programmatic look. And I'm not saying that I will provide all of the clarity that's needed here today on these, but I think that if the council chooses to move forward with a programmatic, we can keep trying to help improve understanding of these different initiatives, because they all may have threads that kind of run through a programmatic look at our fisheries. So the first is the National SSC workshop, which occurred last August, SCS 7, and our recent SSC workshop that we had earlier this week they build on tools that can be used to better understand the changes in our ecosystem and the impacts of those changes on fishery management in Alaska. And questions that were addressed by those workshops or that arose from those workshops, those are the types of questions that may help to identify a purpose and need, as well as alternatives for a programmatic. The ACLIMB and GoACLIMB, so these are climate integrated modeling projects. I think you've had a couple presentations on these. And these describe and project responses of the physical environment and communities to varying climate conditions. And these could help to inform any climate assessment component of the programmatic, and can provide information on whether there are management changes that would improve the projected future health or productivity of the North Pacific, such as alternative harvest control rules or climate informed harvest control rules. And so these results could be relevant to the development of alternatives for a programmatic. The results from ACLIMB specifically feed into the climate change task force. I should note that ACLIMB is focused on the Bering Sea, GoACLIMB is focused on the Gulf of Alaska. And because the climate change task force stemmed from the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan, or FEP, it's one of the climate change task force is focused on one of those action modules that came out of the FEP. And so the goal for the the Climate Change Task Force is to facilitate the council's work towards climate-ready fisheries management and to help ensure resilience for the ecological as well as human communities of the Bering Sea. And this is going to include, it already includes a draft synthesis to evaluate climate resilient management tools. So the results from all of that are feeding into, the results from ACLIME that are feeding into CCTF, those can inform climate-ready management measures. And there's also a scenario planning workshop that is upcoming, which will look at some of the outcomes of ACLIME 2.0 and discuss different scenarios of climate change, as well as different actions the council can take to address those scenarios and try to provide the council with a toolbox. So the outcomes of CCTF could also similarly feed into development of alternatives for a programmatic. The LKTKS task force, our local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence task force, is another one of those task forces that came out of the Bering Sea FEP to tackle one of the action modules. And they have developed a draft protocol, which if it is adopted by the council, it could provide a process for incorporating LKTKS in the work of a programmatic or provide some best practices. And I'll note that the work of that task force is currently specific to the Bering Sea region. We have had a lot of conversations about whether the work from the CCTF and LKTKS task force could inform other regions. And it seems like there are some pieces or components from that work that could apply to other regions, but we want to be very careful about how we do that, since those are kind of distinct ecological and human communities, and there are differences there that aren't accounted for the Gulf of Alaska in the work of the Bering Sea oriented task forces. So the LKTKS task force could provide some guidance for appropriate engagement with LK and TK holders and subsistence gatherers throughout our scoping process, which I will go over in a little bit. And it could also provide assistance in an analytical capacity to help our analysts when we work on different documents or actions in front of the council, but specifically through the programmatic as to best practices for working with LKTKS. And that protocol is supposed to come to the council in April. There are a couple of other action modules that are not yet initiated that are in the Bering Sea FEP core document. One is the interdisciplinary conceptual models for the Bering Sea ecosystem, and those the council hasn't initiated that yet, but those are meant to illustrate connections among ecosystem components. And these conceptual models could help the council in assessing trade-offs of management actions on different components of the ecosystem that could lead to more informed decision-making. And the other action module that's yet to be initiated is a gap analysis of Bering Sea management with respect to ecosystem-based fisheries management best practices. That would entail conducting an assessment of the council's Bering Sea management and looking at how it compares to the best practices that would be developed. And this would also allow an evaluation of council management across our managed fisheries with respect to criteria, that criteria. So one example where that might be helpful is comparing council practice against either our ecosystem vision statement or against the groundfish management approach statement, which is the objectives that came out of the 2004 groundfish programmatic SEIS. Last year, late 2022, NMFS reinitiated ESA Section 7 consultation to evaluate the effects of the groundfish fisheries on ESA listed species and critical habitat. And that could provide a body of information about the impacts of our fisheries on ESA listed species, and that could certainly be useful, would certainly be useful in a programmatic evaluation. Lastly, the Ecosystem Committee has been over time having some discussions about exploration of a Gulf of Alaska FEP. That is not initiated yet, but I believe you'll hear this in the Ecosystem Committee report, but the committee chose to delay those discussions until a next meeting so that they could have the information that comes out of this meeting, since there may be some goals. Because we haven't set the goals for the programmatic or for Gulf FEP yet, there may be some goals that overlap. And so they're waiting to determine where there could be overlaps and whether or not we need to go down both of these roads. In the council's motion, they also stated for a desire for an outline of the information relevant to understanding the impacts of groundfish fisheries that will be necessary for revising the programmatic, such as a compilation of new assessments of the impacts of climate change. Our interpretation of that ask was that in order to understand the impacts of the groundfish fisheries, we need to understand the cumulative effects of our management changes that have occurred and how the changes in the ecosystem interact with our resources and with those changes in our management. So we didn't do a full catalog of all of these changes as was done in the 2015 SIR, but we have on page 12 of the paper that highlights some of the FMP or all of the FMP amendments that have been either implemented or that the council has taken final action on since the SIR in 2015. And so we've highlighted some of the changes in management, and we've certainly seen rapid and significant changes in the ecosystem, particularly over the past several years. I don't need to expand on that for you all. There's a substantial amount of information on the impacts of climate change that will be available through the work that is ongoing in the initiatives that I just described. So the question that would typically be asked for NEPA compliance purposes is whether there have been changes in our management and in the ecosystem since our last review in 2015 or since 2004 that would lead us to a different conclusion than in 2015. And most would argue that, yes, we have seen some of these, we have seen substantial changes, particularly in the ecosystem. The council also asked for a discussion of available and new opportunities to ensure robust tribal and stakeholder engagement in council consideration of alternatives for a revised programmatic. And so we've listed here on the slide several different types of engagement or ways that engagement could come through our process. And we acknowledge that an inclusive process for increased public engagement can really provide benefits both in terms of stakeholder education as well as being able to inform our look at ecosystem-based management approaches. And the goal of public engagement in the next stages of a programmatic reevaluation would likely be to help frame the types of alternatives that the council could consider in this. And stakeholders as well as the ecosystem committee, and I believe the council has noted that this programmatic look at the impacts of our fisheries should include robust and meaningful engagement with Alaska Native communities. And so there are several avenues for stakeholder and tribal engagement in this process. We have informal scoping, formal NEPA scoping, and tribal consultation. The first that I'll walk through is informal scoping, which is the council process is no stranger to this. So our process provides much of the same opportunity that is afforded other federal agencies through the NEPA formal scoping process. Basically, other agencies aren't bound by MSA, and so they don't necessarily have the same public and transparent process that we do. And so as a result, public input on the development of alternatives and the key elements of a purpose and needs statement for the programmatic is likely to be received within this process during council agenda items as much as it would through kind of formal NEPA scoping hearings. So we essentially have this second layer because we have NEPA and MSA to provide for public input. Different but similar. The NEPA scoping, formal NEPA scoping with a capital S, is a specified process under NEPA that's required for an EIS. So the council has gone through this before with NIMPS because we have had EISs that we've had to provide formal scoping for before. And this begins with a sufficiently developed proposal for action. And as soon as practicable, after determining that a proposal is developed enough to allow for meaningful public comment, National Marine Fisheries Service would publish a notice of intent or NOI to prepare an EIS. They'd publish that in the Federal Register. And so that notice would include the things that are shown on the screen, this list here. The first two, not the NOI itself, but the points themselves are really where we are at and where stakeholder and council input is necessary. So the purpose and need for the proposed action and a preliminary description of the proposed action and alternatives that the EIS would consider. Because this formal scoping process begins once there is a sufficiently developed proposal for action, the council will need to specify the initial parameters for the scope of the PSEIS before NIMPS is able to issue that formal notice of intent. So basically, stakeholders need to know what it is that they are engaging on and the scope of it in order to meaningfully engage. But just because we have not reached the stage where we have sent out an NOI or where NIMPS has not sent out an NOI does not mean that we're not already conducting informal scoping through our normal council process. So we are asking for input right now. NEPA also requires early engagement with appropriate tribal governments. And the NIMPS has to have an accountable process to ensure meaningful and timely input by tribal officials in the development of regulatory policies with tribal implications. So regulations have tribal implications when they would have a substantial direct effect on one or more Indian tribes, or when they would have substantial direct effects on the relationship between the federal government and Indian tribes, or when they would have a substantial direct effect on the distribution of power and responsibilities between the federal government and Indian tribes. So if the council initiates analysis on a programmatic, the council may anticipate that NIMPS would invite interested tribes to engage in tribal consultation. And that doesn't mean there needs to be a formal invitation. This is something that the tribes can initiate as well. And I'll reiterate that tribal consultation under Executive Order 13175 is done through the National Marine Fisheries Service. The last point that we wanted to make on tribal consultation, or I guess not on tribal consultation, but on engagement opportunities, is that the council may be interested in consulting its community engagement committee to receive advice on how to prioritize engagement opportunities on the programmatic.
Ms. Cleaver, Ms. Kimball has a question.
I have a quick question on that section. Thank you, through the chair. I understand NIMS is the one conducting tribal consultation, but is there any, with a programmatic, any specific time frame required? You were talking about formal scoping requiring a purpose and need and alternatives prior to formal scoping being started. Is there any kind of trigger for starting tribal consultation, or could that happen at any time after the council starts initiating?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I might look to GC or Mr. Kurland to see if you have an answer to that.
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think we've got a fair amount of flexibility on that. As the council knows, we've just brought on a tribal liaison, which is a brand new position for us, and trying to do a better job of outreach and relationship building with Alaska Natives in addition to formal consultation under the executive order. So I think we'd be looking to get some feedback from interested tribes as to when they thought that type of engagement might be, when it might be best to start that. And I suspect the answer will be as soon as the council is prepared to initiate scoping.
So we're getting real close to lunchtime here. I don't see the food out here yet. We're also getting close to the end of your presentation. And lastly, there's a member of the public who's not going to be available to testify this afternoon. So I'd like to take him before we break for lunch. Thinking maybe now's a good time to do that since we should have food out here pretty quickly. So apologize for the interruption here, but like to invite Rob Sanderson Jr. up to provide comment. And then after Mr. Sanderson testifies, we will go ahead and break for lunch, which hopefully will be here. Good morning, Mr. Sanderson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, thank you first and foremost in Hawa in my language, Haida language. I appreciate the time that you are giving me to speak on this issue. I have a prior engagement with a family member here in the Seattle area this afternoon. So anyway, I testified yesterday at the AP on this issue. And by no means am I a scientist and all those other things that go along in making rules and changes in fisheries. But I know what I know from elders and what I see in my years of fishing in the Gulf of Alaska from the time I was a kid till the time I'm speaking right now. I jumped ahead of myself. I'm sorry. Rob Sanderson Jr., Vice President, Clinton Haida, Central Council Indian Tribes of Alaska, based out of Juneau, Alaska. I am from Haida Gwaii. My mother's from that side, the Canadian side. And so anyway, my father, Alaskan Haida. So I both got Haida Gwaii, Kaigani Haida. And my native name is Gusawa. That means talk too much in Haida was given to me by my grandmother. So I just wanted to put that introduction out there. Anyway, the tribes in the state of Alaska are looking for help. Under Commerce, NOAA, NIMS, the North Pacific, and just recently the state of Alaska have a trust responsibility to meet with tribes and to work with them to the best of their ability. And this is not my first time ever attending the North Pacific. Many faces have changed here since I've been coming here about 20 years ago. And to me, it seems like it's even getting more complicated, especially for the tribes in Alaska. A lot of emphasis is being put forth on the Bering Sea and the things that are going on there, climate change. And I've sat in meetings and listened to scientists about the warming of the Bering Sea, the Gulf of Alaska, the crabs moving north, you name it. Being a resident of Southeast Alaska, living in Ketchikan, seeing tides now that are pretty common in 19-foot tides just lapping underneath our roadway that goes through town, basically a bridge right through Ketchikan, on the main street. And you could pretty much just lean over the railing and talk to some guys right on the boat and look right in their pilot house now. I've never seen that as a younger man, not saying I'm that much older, but yeah, things are changing. The current 2004 problematic approach to change, the supplemental environmental impact statement, and the acronyms have a hard time with those, but is outdated and does need to be updated and to include the tribal voice, local knowledge. The things that I have witnessed and have done over the years came from tribal knowledge. I've seen great change in Southeast Alaska, having trolled for a good part of my life too, and, seeing cutting open the bellies of the king salmon when they're still fairly good size, and till even now, when you open them up, there's nothing in their stomachs. They're a lot smaller. You know, I serve as a president and chair of the Southeast Alaska Indigenous Transboundary Commission. One of the founders. We're a full-fledged 501c3 now, and we're testing all the rivers in Southeast Alaska, except for the Unic right now, but we're testing the rest of them, Tlingit and Haida, and getting a baseline study on them and to see what's happening and doing our part, you know, to help in this battle. So, you know, it takes a whole team. It takes the North Pacific from Commerce all the way down to anybody that even cares about the state of Alaska's fisheries. You know, there's talk of shutting down the troll season in Southeast Alaska, maybe some other things because of the southern resident killer whale issues that is happening here. And whether I don't know if that's the issue of king salmon being depleted by the Alaska fishermen or if it's just issues of pollution down here in the Puget Sound area, Juan de Fuca, whatnot, I don't know. But it's a HUD issue. I think that we need to, you know, get all hands on deck. You know, a lot of our tribal leaders and our elders in the state of Alaska are looking for help. The Bering Sea, a lot of, not a whole lot, but there are a few communities that are having to be pulled back from the coastal areas because of climate change and them, you know, falling into the oceans, basically what's happening. And, you know, listening to the past testimony about, you know, this one fisherman that fished in the fishery, talking about, you know, things getting ripped up off the ocean floor and this and that. That was a pretty powerful testimony. I've had friends fish in the fishery that didn't have the best things to say about big trawl, but and crabs and what they knew and the people they talked about out west. But in short, I see I only have 25 seconds left. I had some things I was going to read off, but I'm asking you, Mr. Chair, to do everything you can on this change and to get everything that you guys have at your disposal to include the Alaska tribes, involve them in the process. And they can only be an asset to the North Pacific. And so I'm going to go ahead and leave it at that, Mr. Chair. And, you know, Tlingit and Haida does support the motion that you guys are going to be introducing going forward. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Really appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have a question. We moved into public testimony, so maybe when we're done with this, if there's no questions for Mr. Sanderson, I have one question for Mr. Curlin, when it's appropriate.
I don't see any questions for you, Mr. Sanderson. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is, we were talking about tribal consultations, and I recall a couple of instances when a tribal consultation has occurred and the results of it were brought back to the council. But I don't think that happens with all of them. And I don't know if they're confidential, but I think it might be helpful if they're not, to get an indication of what happened in them so that we can be more responsive to the concerns of the tribes, if that's allowed. I just guess I want a clarification on how that process works in terms of how it feeds back to the council.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thanks for the question. We are really trying to get our processes better delineated for that sort of thing, given that our approach has been maybe not as well structured as it should have been in the past for how we deal with tribal consultations. Typically, we try to post a summary on our website, but we don't have an explicit process right now to flag which ones maybe we should be reporting to the council, what the best mechanism is for that, whether it's a written report periodically, or it's after every consultation, or some sort of verbal report in conjunction with our B reports to the council. So we're certainly open to input on that as to what the council would like. And actually, we have a tribal consultation set up this coming week with a large group of Alaska Native tribes and tribal organizations who specifically have raised concerns about how we have dealt with tribal consultation in the past and the relationship to the Magnuson Act process and council process. And that's one of the things we're going to be asking them is how they would like us to try to integrate the information from the consultations into our participation in the council process.
Thank you. That was really helpful, and I think it helps clear it up for the public too. So we'll look forward to that discussion at a future council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau and Mr. Kurland. Okay, let's go ahead and take a break for lunch, and it's going to be a little bit longer one to allow staff to get together and to have discussions they need to do. So let's come back at 1:20. Council, please come back to order. We are ready to continue with our staff presentation. Back to you, Ms. Cleaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I believe this is where we left off. This is going back to the more recent council action and trying to look forward from where we are now. So during the triennial review of the groundfish management policy last February of 2022, the council indicated that it continues to approve the substance of the management policy and objectives as written, although noting that some of the language was outdated. Later last year in October, at the council's discussion, the council acknowledged that the North Pacific is undergoing rapid ecosystem level changes that really require a deeper understanding of potential impacts to our fisheries and of our fisheries. The council's October 2022 motion indicates council interest in moving forward with reevaluating the programmatic, regardless of first assessing whether a new NEPA document is required to ensure ongoing NEPA compliance of the groundfish fisheries, which in the past has been accomplished through a supplemental information report. And so as a result, it seems that NEPA compliance is not the primary reason that the council is interested in reevaluating the programmatic, as the council clearly signaled that this effort will be led proactively by the council rather than reacting to direction from the agency as it needed to in 2004. As you are aware, well aware, council actions typically begin with a problem to be solved or a purpose and needs statement, and this is required to initiate an analysis. So it would be helpful for the council to articulate its purpose and need for revisiting the programmatic and articulating why or what the purpose is for reevaluating the programmatic will then allow the council and staff to try to determine how this could potentially be accomplished. I want to really hit the point home that the purpose and need can evolve over time and often does within our process, depending on new information or updated analyses. That's an iterative process, and wherever the purpose and need, however that's developed at first, can certainly change. Then based on that purpose and need, the scope of analysis could then be considered. So this is another decision point for the council. Does the council want to take an approach that is specific to the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries? Or would the council prefer a more holistic approach that would affect all of the FMPs? This would be more of an overarching policy change for all of our FMPs. So this is a pretty loaded slide. I don't expect, I'm not going to read all of it, but this is essentially what we provided to the ecosystem committee, some questions to help with next steps, and really to try to stimulate discussion about a potential purpose and need or alternatives. So we brought forward some different focuses that a programmatic could address, focusing on the impacts of the groundfish fisheries, as well as a climate focus or more of a policy change. And I really want to stress that these are not mutually exclusive. However, if we were to try to tackle several or all of these, we would really need to carefully structure what we're moving forward with in order to keep clear what action is being supported by the council. We also want to make it clear that the council does not need to follow the same format as the 2004 programmatic unless it finds it useful to do so. I was not around when that document was created, but I have seen it and I believe it's over 7,000 pages. The council might be driven by a particular management priority to focus the range of alternatives in other ways, but it's just difficult for us to speculate what may be most appropriate without a little bit more understanding of the council's purpose in doing so. So far, we've been referring to this action as a reevaluation or a revision of the 2004 programmatic, which very well could be what an eventual document becomes to be, but there are also there may be other ways to frame an analysis and different vehicles for which whatever the council's purpose or goals are could come forward. And so if the council's primary interest is to develop an in-depth climate assessment and determine whether the council's management policy is robust to changing environmental conditions, the council could consider whether it makes sense to focus the action exclusively on the groundfish fisheries and their interactions with other resources and human communities, or expand the scope more broadly to look at the council's management policy more generally with respect to climate across all FMPs. Addressing the purpose and scope will then inform our ability to get to the last bullet of the council motion, which is looking at a timeline for how to framework the ongoing initiatives that I've highlighted, staff work, and public input opportunities. We've acknowledged throughout the presentation that there are several ongoing initiatives that could be informative to this process that aren't yet complete, and the paper tries to detail some of those timelines. But we want to acknowledge that under any scenario, it's important to know that any programmatic EIS is quite a lengthy process and will take several years to complete. And there shouldn't be any expectation that this would be a quick action process. Not that we often deal with any quick action processes here, but this one particularly would not be quick. And I will open it up to any questions and then remind you that Ms. Watson also has the Ecosystem Committee report.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Cleaver. The last part of your overview raised quite a few questions that it seems like many of them are probably best answered almost in an iterative fashion, as long as you can kind of keep them in mind. But as the council moves through a process, isn't it likely that the answers to some of those questions might become clearer as they sort of work through? And are they conducive to that kind of iterative answering, iterative sort of learning and answering? Or are there certain ones at least that need to be really at least preliminarily decided before you get very far down the road?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for that question. I think a lot of what could be addressed by a programmatic is certainly going to require an iterative process in order to, if we want to get it right. I don't think that these are simple questions, and the questions that we've been hearing about through the SSC workshops or ACLIME or our climate change task force, I don't think any of those questions are going to be able to be answered quickly. And so I think this will absolutely necessitate an iterative process.
Any further questions? So we can move into the Ecosystem Committee report. Just a reminder to members of the public who wish to testify, please sign up prior to the end of the advisory panel report, which is coming up next. Ms. Watson.
Thank you. The committee appreciated the information provided by the presentation, as well as the work that was evident in the discussion paper, and asked several clarifying questions. The committee recommends the council move forward with initiating a North Pacific programmatic EIS and begin the process for developing the purpose and need statement and a range of alternatives by tasking the committee to draft a purpose and need statement for council review at either the April or June meeting. The committee reiterates its conclusion that the current programmatic is outdated and the process to start a NEPA analysis that takes a programmatic look at fisheries management in the face of climate change needs to move forward. The committee recognizes the importance of acknowledging uncertainty and risk in management decisions, the need to describe both clearly, and that the PEIS could describe how to make decisions in the face of each. The committee recommends that the council continue to be clear about its commitment to providing meaningful and robust public involvement, including tribal, industry, and NGO participation in this process, and acknowledges a need for additional opportunities for Alaska Native communities to engage in this process. The full ecosystem report is available on e-agenda for you as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Watson. Mr. Dwight, would you like to add anything?
No, nothing to add. Thank you.
All right, any questions on the report? Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Watson. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Appreciate it. Okay, that will bring us to our advisory panel report. And again, if you wish to testify, please sign up prior to the end of this report. Coming up quick. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Through the chair, Paul Wilkins for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canine, members of the council. We'll wait a moment. The AP motion reads, the AP recommends the council initiate the North Pacific Programmatic EIS and develop a purpose and need statement, which would include a range of alternatives brought forward by the Ecosystem Committee with potential action taken at the April or June 2023 council meetings. The council and its bodies, including NIMPS, should robustly and meaningfully engage Alaska Native tribes throughout the entirety of the process associated with this, including through outreach, two-way engagement, and tribal consultation. That motion passed 17-0.
Thank you for providing the AP report. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry, I haven't made it all the way through the rationale, but the motion from the AP references potential action taken at the April or June 2023 council meetings. Did you talk about what that potentially might be at either one of those meetings, what that action might be?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker. The AP discussed what that particular, what the timing meant and how that related to the council process and the ecosystem committee process. The thought was that the ecosystem committee would be able to potentially look at a range of alternatives and a purpose and need statement for presentation to the council at one of those meetings. The discussion did not really elaborate too much on whether or not that amount of time is appropriate, but that's what the motion after a friendly amendment was ended up at.
Ms. Kimball.
Somewhat related, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just, we don't normally specify timelines or dictate the schedule in motions, even at the council. And it's the kind of second time I've seen this in an AP motion. So was this drawn out from the ecosystem committee, this specific timeline, or what's the AP discussion about continuing to put schedules in their motions?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. We did not have a robust discussion about those dates. The motion maker wanted them included and the AP chose to support inclusion, but we did not have much discussion on those dates.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, or sorry, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. Just to follow up on what Brian was saying, I think the idea was to signal a relative prioritization of the PSEIS development and I think that was the initial intent of the motion. And I think across the table, all parties agreed that there was a relative importance to beginning the process because it would likely take such a long period of time and a lot of council staff and effort. Thank you.
Mr. Witherell.
Chairman, I was just going to ask the AP chairs if the AP had a discussion on the scope of the programmatic. You want a programmatic SEIS, that's clear, but is it just for the groundfish fisheries? Does it cut across all the fisheries? Are you interested in evaluating how to best manage all of our fisheries in the face of climate change? Is that what I should take away from your motion?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Witherell. I think that our discussion, while it was complex, and I think that there was a lot of discussion about implications or effects from one fishery on another necessarily, or potential effects. I wouldn't say that we directly suggested in the motion or in our discussion that this would go beyond the groundfish. I don't think that was in the intent of the motion, no.
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My question has to do with the second sentence of the AP's recommendation, and I'm wondering if the AP had any discussion around how to identify an appropriate process for getting this type of engagement from Alaska Native tribes and other stakeholders.
Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Kurland. We had, I would say almost the majority of our discussion was on soliciting that engagement. And actually I have some notes here. There was a request, or I guess the intent is that there would be formal and informal involvement, and that would be highly valued in tribal communities, especially through hub communities, places where it would be easier for tribal representatives or tribal stakeholders and affected members to come forward and give input and participate in this process besides just a formal council meeting. Things like the LKTK task force was brought up, and the community engagement committee was also brought up, and it was specifically discussed that we felt those committees should not be undermined through a process of soliciting more advice or kind of thinking outside the box, but that we should do everything we can to solicit engagement from affected communities, especially Alaska Native communities.
If I may just follow up, was there any discussion about specifically how the council should go about structuring that to make it most effective?
Through the chair, there were no specifics brought up about how exactly we would structure that. Mostly it was just mentioned that it should not be a formal council meeting. It should be more of an informal process for community engagement and kind of more small scale engagement from tribal members.
Just to follow up, Mr. Kurland, through the chair, that also doesn't preclude obviously the NEPA process of formal engagement as well, and the normal council process of formal engagement.
Mr. Misereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for your trial by fire at the AP minutes this meeting. My question for you is, the motion from the AP suggests that the council initiate the programmatic EIS and develop a purpose and need statement, which would include a range of alternatives. it's not exactly what the ecosystem committee recommendation was. There's a difference. And what the ecosystem committee recommendation was is that the council move forward with initiating the PEIS and begin the process of developing a purpose, need, and range of alternatives. And my impression was that what they were saying is that they wanted the ability to have input on the purpose and need and range of alternatives. Is that the intent of what your motion is that the council would tee something up and then give it to the ecosystem committee to work through the details of those things? Or were you suggesting the council work through the details of these things and then give it to the ecosystem committee?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. Thank you for the question. Yes, I think that the former is sort of what was implied here in the motion, that it would be sort of the council would sort of guide the ecosystem committee to get started on the process, and that the ecosystem committee with sort of a wide-ranging group of stakeholders might be a good sort of first step for sort of creating that purpose and need and alternatives, similar to how the salmon bycatch management committee has been tasked.
Can I follow up? That's helpful. Thank you. And I guess my other question was in that second sentence that Mr. Curlin brought up regarding the engagement with native tribes, Alaska Native tribes. Your sentence says the council, its bodies, including NIMS. So really, was the discussion about the council and the National Marine Fisheries Service engaging with the tribes on this issue, or was it also suggesting that the ecosystem committee, who's going to be likely looking at this, should we move it forward, that they engage? What its bodies is the part that is confusing me. Was it just the council and NIMS that would engage, or was it the council, NIMS, and the ecosystem committee that the motion suggested engage?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau. I think the intent was for engagement at all levels. So the ecosystem committee as well.
Further questions, Mr. Dwight?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'm going to continue some of the lines of question along the second sentence. It's provides pretty clear direction regarding Alaska Native tribes and organizations, doesn't provide as much direction, doesn't provide direction regarding the rest of the council stakeholders. My assumption there, and I couldn't find anything in the AP's discussion about it, so I wanted to check my assumption, is that the AP thought that outreach efforts currently through this process, as Ms. Cleaver described, of informal scoping and then formal scoping, provided a lot of opportunity for general stakeholders, and that the AP was really sort of suggesting particular attention needs to be paid to making sure we were providing the opportunity for meaningful dialogue with Alaska Native organizations. Is my assumption correct there?
Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Dwight. That is the correct assumption. The AP wished to signal just that.
Any further questions? All right. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that will bring us to public comment. Looks like there are 10 members of the public signed up to testify. First up, testifying remotely is Vivian Corthius. After Ms. Corthius will be Paul Olson and then Werner Wilson. Okay, looks like Ms. Corthius is not online, so we will circle back to her. Paul Olson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Paul Olson. I'm with the boat company, I'd like to start out by mentioning that over the last 2 decades, the Alaska Region, the Forest Service has done 2 programmatic environmental impact statements. One like the initial one here because of litigation, the second because of management change. And so we understand this is a long process. Your programmatic supplemental to date is about 3,450 pages. You may not need to do something that long this time, I hope, but I would like to support moving forward. I did attend the ecosystem committee discussion of this, and I understood it as kind of what Mr. Mesrow was aiming at, that they had suggested that they would be willing to take the first stab at the purpose and need, problem statement, range of alternatives. Their process is pretty easy to access. There were a number of stakeholders on. It's probably not accessible to everybody because it usually occurs on a weekday during business hour, but I think you can get good initial perspective from various stakeholders, including myself and Alaska Native groups. We were all online. So I think that's an appropriate way to start. As far as timeline, I think the ecosystem committee was thinking about starting it at their March meeting. And so that's, I think, why the April and June language came in. And I think that's an okay time frame. You guys mentioned you don't want to put a time frame. That's okay. This is, like I said, this is a big project. It is going to take at least several years. That's what it took on the Tongass. You got a lot of comments from a lot of stakeholders. You're going to get a lot of form letters, or NIMS will, probably thousands of them. And you're going to get a lot of informed, detailed comments from various stakeholders. One note I noted from your earlier discussion regarding the essential fish habitat. As we know, we have to discuss a large range of alternatives. Programmatic environmental impact statements in particular require a large range of alternatives, various ways of looking at things. And so you could have an alternative, you could provide some direction to the ecosystem committee or just let them work on it. You could have an alternative that's very proactive about conserving a lot of habitat in response to that comment, and that could be integrated into this process. I think a lot of the stakeholders with the essential fish habitat issue, which I wasn't engaged in, would like to see something happen faster, but this might be another way to do it and take a little more time. You have my comment letter. It suggests that the main rationale for moving forward with a programmatic environmental impact statement is climate change. We commented on the supplemental information report in 2015 and actually asked you to do a programmatic then. But one of the rationales for not doing it was that the climate was within the range of natural variability as anticipated by the 2004 SEIS. And I think it's pretty clear from public testimony and events with which you are all very familiar that that is probably no longer a valid conclusion, and where that kind of pertains to the groundfish fisheries is cumulative impacts. That's one of the things that is going to be needing serious consideration in this programmatic evaluation. My comment letter was not very positive about the way climate changes are affecting our fisheries. It particularly quoted one document, which we're all struggling with right now, and that's fishery disasters. There probably will be more because of marine heat waves. But I actually have optimism for salmon because I've been salmon fishing for over 40 years. I actually started out fishing on the salmon banks off of San Juan Island where the resident orcas fish. And yes, we do not have a lot of those fisheries anymore. But on the other hand, if you look at big rivers like Chinook salmon, that's my favorite baby. 30 years ago, we were beginning the process of Endangered Species Act listing for Columbia River Chinook. And some of the runs, like the summer, there's about 30 runs listed under the ESA, and there's lots of other stocks. But one of the runs that supports a lot of fisheries today are the Columbia River summer runs, and they were at 300,000 fish during the 1990s. And that is an extremely low number for those runs. 20 years later, those runs reached 1.2, 1.3 million fisheries. Andy caught some of those fish. I caught some of those fish. The Columbia River intertribal fishermen caught some of those fish, southern resident orcas and other resident orca populations that are doing quite well. They ate a lot of those fish. So I think salmon can recover. And that's one of the things that I think is a major reason to look closely at the programmatic environmental impact statement, because again, that documents conclusions with regard to salmon, or like its conclusions with regard to climate. They're a bit outdated. And what that document said was, we feel that the impacts of the groundfish fisheries on salmon are within the natural range of variability. But if we get to a point in time where we have directed fishery closures and the runs are not rebounding, we might reach a different conclusion. And at this point, we're there with Western Alaska salmon. I'm being a Southeast Alaska trawler. I feel their pain for the first time in my life. I've always been sympathetic to the loss of the Yukon River Chinook fisheries and now the loss of the chum fisheries, which is what they did after they lost their Chinook. But it's really hard to not go fishing when you've done that all your life. And it would just be worth a close look at the cumulative impacts of climate and potential interaction with groundfish fisheries. I understand that groundfish fishery bycatch is not the main cause of salmon crises, but there is an interaction and we need to take a closer look at it. And the programmatic, in addition to the other work you're doing, is one thing because it's out of date. It should be done. So with that, 24 seconds, I'll conclude my ramblings and thank you for the opportunity to comment and your work on considering moving forward with this analysis.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Olson. Are there questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you for your testimony. I just even in your last statements, I wanted to ask, because the programmatic isn't an action forcing document, but for instance, the council's pending action on chum salmon bycatch and what we might do in terms of new management alternatives is action forcing and coming in front of the council. I just wanted to understand like what level of priority or urgency you see in the programmatic and getting that completed versus our action forcing documents that might address some of the same concerns.
Excuse me, thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball, Mr. Chair. I would say obviously your priority is to get some actions done with regard to chum salmon and other bycatch. But it's the point, it's the need for the comprehensive evaluation. There's a lot of other things I put in my comment letter that you're going to want to think about. Shrinking body sizes of fish. That's going to affect your yield over time. Salmon are shrinking for other reasons, but they're also shrinking because of warmer waters. But yeah, it's I think you know this is going to take a long time. We don't know how long it's going to take to move forward with chum salmon bycatch, but yes, you can do that faster. And yes, if you have to prioritize staff time on an analysis of chum salmon bycatch caps versus 100-page chapter 3 in a programmatic EIS, obviously we need to move forward with chum salmon bycatch. I think that's the #1 emergency, and we just recognize this is going to take time, and that's okay. It's a big project, but it's not overly complicated. It's just a lot of stuff.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Olson. Werner Wilson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I actually remember to sign up this time. My name is Werner Wilson, and I'm Senior Oceans Campaigner for Friends of the Earth and member of the Chilkoot tribe in Dillingham, Alaska, where I'm from, and with family ties to St. Lawrence Island. Excuse me. I also have a master's degree in environmental management and served at the White House Council for Environmental Equality. That is the agency that reviews and oversees programmatic environmental impact statements. I see the importance of moving forward with an PSCIS analysis, which the advisory council or panel unanimously endorsed. And I hope you will also unanimously endorse moving forward. Regarding the EFH debate that happened earlier, for some council members drawing conclusions about overwhelming proposals coming to the council, I thought was extremely premature. Moving forward on a programmatic SEIS can help remedy some of these concerns that several stakeholders brought up. Regarding the dates, April or whatnot, as we heard, these can take years. So taking this agenda item up sooner rather than later, I think is very important for the council. As a commercial salmon fisherman and subsistence hunter, we need to ensure more attention is paid to the changes in our marine environment. And the PSEIS process would provide that, not just for this body, but for other federal agencies that have a trust responsibility to our tribes and who are responsible for regulating industries like fisheries. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that happens through this process. As you know, it's been 8 years since we have considered this, and we have seen substantial changes in climate in our fisheries, as we all know with the crab and salmon stocks that are crashing. Federal agencies need to understand more fully the impacts of groundfish fisheries on the marine environment. We heard during the SSC and the last few days about how that needs to be understood. Regarding Mr. Kurland's and Mr. Twite's discussion about process earlier, there's a law, as you all know, called the Administrative Procedures Act that allows all stakeholders, not just Alaska Native and tribal stakeholders, to comment on these issues. And so that's the avenue that you could do. I work mostly on shipping issues in the Arctic. I was just in London in December and again in January to talk about shipping emissions at the United Nations Shipping Regulatory Agency, the International Maritime Organization. Your AP member, Melissa Johnson, has been with me there before, and we mutually advocated for a reduction of pollution to the Arctic, which is an important cooling polar region that helps regulate international climate. Think of those in the desert regions that are seeing record feverish temperatures. It is your responsibility to help with preventing climate harms to peoples, including us here in the Pacific Northwest and the Arctic. Large ships that service fishing and their supporting vessels may have been known to use heavy fuel oils that emit black carbon emissions. Black carbon, when it is on sea ice, exacerbates sea and glacial ice melting, which also exacerbates climate change. So we need to understand that more as more Arctic ice is melting and more human activity, including shipping and fishing, are projected to be happening in the North Pacific. You should also think about other countries like Russia. They have a much larger fleet of icebreakers than the US. They're going to use those likely to increase shipping in the Bering Strait and the North Pacific for everything from oil and gas shipments to Asia, as well as fishing. This will have a significant impact on the marine environment. The Council and Commerce Department and you all could lead on this issue to help us understand. And this is, by passing this resolution about the PSEIS. So thank you for consideration of my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you for providing your testimony this afternoon. Are there any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I tend to agree with you that I'm not sure we saw evidence there was going to be hundreds of proposals. I thought the evidence that we saw was that there would be a few proposals. So I agree with you on that. But that's not the agenda item we're on now. So my question is on that. But you did mention that somehow by passing this, it would alleviate some of those concerns. I think that was your word. I didn't quite see a nexus between the disappointment that you have with us not opening up for some limited proposals to how this is going to help alleviate some of those concerns if we go forward with opening up a process for the committee is we're discussing to the ecosystem committee to move forward with recommendations for a programmatic EIS.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Downs, through the chair. I think that because there are a number of concerns about the essential fish habitat proposal and the fact that that process only happens once every 5 years, opening up a PSEIS is a public process that, again, as we heard through other commenters, that you could bring up any proposal during staff tasking, for example, but this is also another avenue that that organizations could use to bring up such concerns about essential fish habitat. So that's, through the Administrative Procedures Act, that's what I'm talking about.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Next up is Shannon Earhart. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you all. For the record, my name is Shannon Earhart. I am with Canada Chiefs Conference. from Fairbanks, Alaska. I'd like to say good afternoon to everybody. It's good to see everybody in Seattle, not Alaska. A little bit warmer here. My comments are going to be short today. I just want to say that we support with our partners of the state that we do something new with the PSEIS and continue on moving those grounds. The last 2 times I have come and presented, I've challenged the council that we need to do some new data collections. And it's quite apparent to us that we have rapidly changing climate change that's affecting everything in our life and our fisheries. And so we do need to look at it. In what capacity, that's up to you guys, but something has to be done and we have to move forward. And so I support it because it's going to be new. It's going to be something more data, more current. The one thing that I would like to kind of comment on what I've heard of a theme going about tribal consultations and getting the tribes involved, which we have been actively advocating for, is that internet and email doesn't always work for the tribes of Alaska. We've mentioned our connectivity issues and it's hard. And when we have group tribal consultations, it's also hard to get our folks to come in. In Alaska, we're unique compared to the lower 48. You have 238 individually tribes. Each of those tribes have their own councils, just like you. So they have to consult. If we have a group consultations, they send maybe one representative to come in and talk for them that they designate, but they need to go back and talk with their individual councils also. I had one of our chiefs from Fort Yukon when we were doing a tribal consultation with our DOI in October. And they said government to government relationships means they're supposed to come to us and talk to our government. So I just wanted to keep that in mind, that when we're asking for tribal consultation, we need to hear the voices. And it's harder for them to come to these types of forums. And I'm a representative, but I don't get to speak for them. And let them have their word or to hear you one-on-one. So even if one of you can travel to one village, it's easier than them coming, having a meeting in a hub city like Fairbanks or Anchorage and trying to get multiple people there. And when we're talking about getting tribal involvement from our elders that we want, and they might get a little overwhelmed, one of the ways that we can do that is through surveys or individual questions. And whether, you say, is that going to overwhelm our staff? Well, you can get partners to help you with those things. You come up with the information that you're trying to collect and you send it to our native organizations and we will start feeding out into reaching our people and bringing the data back to you. So we can be good partners and be good stewards of our land by helping you guys with your information gathering and dictating. And a lot of people say you understand what our tribal people go. And when the previous gentleman a little bit ago talked about salmon will rebound, 20 years it rebounded on the Columbia River. We don't have 20 years in Alaska for our interior villages, for our river people, as I like to refer to us. They need food now. They need action now. We can't find other supplements to get to them to feed. They can't go to the local grocery stores without shipping it in, as we've said in the past. So we do need to take some sort of action. I'm not giving you direction other than I support this movement that we're moving forward and wish that you guys will also support it and do something. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Earhart. Are there any questions? Thanks again.
Okay.
Oh, or sorry, Ms.
Oh,
Kimball does.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear on all of your suggestions for how to get tribal engagement. Those were directed at the council and doing that, not necessarily tribal consultation for the agency, but
Right.
additional things the council. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, it could go both ways, but yes, I'm talking about the council because that's what we're referring to today. So yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Brendan Raymond Yacobian.
Sound check.
Good afternoon. It's a little quiet, but staff will take care of that whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. I was just checking my audio settings to make sure. Yeah, hello again, and thank you. Hello again, Chairman Kineen and members of the council. For the record, my name is Brendan Raymond Yacobian, testifying on behalf of COERIC, the Alaska Native Nonprofit Tribal Consortium for 20 federally recognized tribes in the Bering Strait region. We request the council move forward with initiating a new North Pacific programmatic EIS. As part of this, we recommend beginning the process for developing the purpose and need statement and a range of alternatives via the council tasking the ecosystem committee to draft such language for review at a soon upcoming meeting. We also request that if the council pursues this path, that the council and its bodies, as well as NIMS, robustly and meaningfully work with Alaska Native tribes and tribal organizations throughout the entirety of the process, including through outreach, two-way engagement, and tribal consultation, or Kayutnik in St. Lawrence Island, Yupik. There are a number of arguments that could be made in favor of exploring such a process, which connect environmental, social, and policy considerations. Environmentally, the North Pacific is seeing significant and rapid change in the ecosystem, or Awatipta Ila in Inupiaq, as discussed in great detail at the SSC's workshop at this meeting. These changes present fundamental challenges to the management endeavor. The Climate Change Task Force's climate synthesis report also illustrates significant gaps present in the council system pertaining to climate readiness. Tribes feel profoundly and often disproportionately the effects of significant resource and other environmental change brought on by a variety of factors, and have historically been marginalized in the Alaska federal fishery management process. The council has taken steps to address these issues in various ways, including adopting the Bering CFEP, creating the Climate Change Task Force, taking steps to improve outreach and engagement, and in the LKTKS Task Force, developing processes to include traditional knowledge. This evolution of the process to manage the federal fishery has occurred in significant respects in recognition of improved scientific and management approaches, of significant gaps needing to be addressed in the process, and of substantial changes occurring in the ecosystem. The existing programmatic is decades old, and in the meantime, we have witnessed such significant changes to the marine ecosystem, as well as greater clarity about an array of substantial challenges and deficits associated with the management of the fishery, which are yet to be adequately addressed. It stands to reason that the council would continue to evolve along its path by initiating a robust programmatic EIS process to ensure the system of management, or Aulukuku in Yupik, is structurally oriented to best approach the enormity of the existing challenges that we are confronted with. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond Yacobian. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Raymond Yacobian, for your testimony. Question I'm going to ask kind of relates back a little bit to the Ecosystem Committee's deliberations as well, which I know you were listening in on and have provided some reflections on. And I guess it's partly just this question I have about getting started. And because I think you've been watching this all the way along, I'm going to torture you with the question, and I apologize in advance for that. But it seems to me that we're having a little bit of a problem. We all seem to have a recognition of the value, although we might still have some disagreements about the relative priority of doing a programmatic, but I think we all agree on the value of it. And we also, I think, all face a real sense of urgency about beginning to look at measures to adapt to climate change to make sure our fisheries remain sustainable. But the starting point seems to be eluding us, and it seems to me it's a little bit of a well, that's not quite the right design yet, but we need to get started. Well, that's not quite the right design sort of loop. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are. First off, do you see it that way as well? Or do you think we're on the right path for getting started? And then secondly, if you do see a bit of a loop, do you have any suggestions on how to break out of it?
Thank you for the difficult question. I appreciate it. I'm not sure. Maybe I can pass on the question of whether or not I see a loop already in existence, but I do think that if the council were to move forward in the way that we outlined in our testimony earlier, that is through the ecosystem committee sort of, I think Mr. Mesereau kind of had a good way of putting this earlier, the council sort of teeing this up and then the ecosystem committee starting to work through the details to draft something and then come back to the council for action. I think, you know, if that includes the ecosystem committee working on that draft purpose and need language and range of alternatives language, and also considering, as it does that, the sort of processes associated with engagement going forward, right at the outset, obviously noticing those any work on that and encouraging input, doing some outreach and engagement to get right at the outset. But then thinking through that, as the ecosystem committee tackles this and continuing to do, the council continuing to do that iteratively as the process moves along with the sort of receptivity towards process changes. I think that is, I think that's a good approach. And so it doesn't answer the question of whether or not we have been or are stuck in a loop, but I think that regardless, that would be a good way to go forward or potentially break out of it if there is one.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I get your point. The first one in a way doesn't need answering. So thank you. So what, in your view, what does the council need to do to tee it off well? What would you be suggesting the council say today to get it teed off?
Oh, sorry. Were you finished?
Yes.
Apologies. Internet, the not seeing people can cause the problem. If I could ask you to maybe just recharacterize the question, in a way, I could almost sort of speak to what I would like to see the motion itself say, or maybe you meant it more broadly.
Your choice.
Okay. Well, I think something pretty similar to what the AP came out with, perhaps a little bit of reworking of the language to address some of the questions along the lines of what Mr. Mesereau brought up earlier, maybe some others, but just kind of in line with what we had stated previously or earlier in the testimony, which was essentially the council beginning initiating a new programmatic EIS process and indicating that the beginning of the process is going to be developing a purpose and need and range of alternatives, and that will occur through the ecosystem committee beginning the work on that, beginning to to present some draft work on that, and then bring that back to the council, and then with the sort of with some signal in there as well about the importance of robustly and meaningfully working with tribal entities throughout the whole process. And as I'm completing saying that, I apologize. I almost feel like I may have forgotten the rest of your original question. Did that answer what you were getting at? I can speak to it more.
It did very well. Thank you very much. And again, apologies for kind of throwing that at you.
No worries.
Any further questions? I don't see any. Thanks again for your time today.
Thank you.
Next up is Stephanie Madsen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Stephanie Matson, ASC Processors Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the programmatic. Mr. Chairman, I find myself again looking back, and I think there was a saying that you look back to learn and you look forward to succeed. And so when I look back, I think that I hear that people think we did the programmatic 20 years ago and we haven't looked at it since. Well, we've done 2 supplemental information requests that the council determined after reviewing those SIRs that there was no need to update the programmatic. That could be different now, but it seems to me that maybe you do a SIR first to determine exactly how outdated is this. The supplemental information request that came before the council before came with a determination, and the council concurred that there was no need to update it, that it was still valid. Doing a SIR now, sound from the public comment, sounds like it would come out with a different outcome, but it might provide you a little bit more specificity in the areas of the programmatic that need updated. Mr. Chairman, the other thing that I think I would like to highlight, I look at the work plan every meeting. The work plan is the metrics that, or tasking, tracking that the council does to see what are they doing and how does it fit with the objectives that were under the preferred alternative in the programmatic? You have that at every meeting. That's available to the public at every meeting and it's updated. And it lets the public and remind you about all the things that you're doing. How does that fit into the objectives that were set out in the programmatic? I looked at it again in preparation for this topic, and there's a lot of new information added this meeting, that we are moving towards the objectives that are in the programmatic. Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree that there is drastic or changes in climate that may not be reflected in the programmatic. That is different than saying that the alternatives were not broad enough or the objectives within those alternatives are inappropriate. I do think that with the climate change task force and the information that they're bringing forward to you would be a good jumping off place to make sure that the substance of the document is updated. But when I look at the range of alternatives, and I do have to compliment the staff on giving a good overview that really encapsulates the whole process. There were very broad alternatives in there that really talk about the groundfish management. And I guess I'm just not sure that we're going to go through this process and that we're going to find that the alternatives aren't still valid. Now, you may provide more specificity to those, but I guess, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that maybe we do another SIR. I understand my ecosystem colleagues will be angry with me because their concern is that that's not a NEPA process. That wasn't a NEPA process. But my feeling is that if we did a supplemental information report and you found that it was inadequate in very specific areas, then you initiate a NEPA process to do that. Mr. Chairman, that's really all I have. I guess I'm not giving you guidance on whether you should or shouldn't move forward. I don't think it needs to be as complex as the first 7,000 pages, but I also would like to remind you that the programmatic that is in place now was our second attempt. So I hate to see us start over again and look for a new model or a new method, because we worked really hard to get the structure of the current programmatic. So I am very sensitive to the fact that people want to make it updated. I'm very sensitive to the fact that that programmatic is the backbone of all your other work. And we don't want to get into a situation where we find ourselves with an outdated programmatic in the middle of a lawsuit. That is not a healthy situation. But I am a little bit concerned about, again, expectations from some of the public that think this is going to be a short process or a process that's going to result in actions that they hope to accomplish. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Madsen. Any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Madsen, at the as you were sort of concluding, you were reminding us about the value of sort of establishing a clear set of expectations and not taking actions that don't have clear expectations. But I'm wondering about it within a programmatic EIS process. Aren't there some fairly clear expectations set by both the Magnuson Act and NEPA about what can and can't be expected out of a programmatic? Don't those guidelines, both the national standards as well as the NEPA guidelines, really help with setting expectations?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm a little, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I'm a little confused about the questions. The programmatic is not a requirement. Very few other councils have programmatics. I know that Mr. Olson talks about the Forest Service that does programmatic EISs. But so I guess my expectations would be the outcomes that what I'm hearing when I listen to public comment is that people are very hopeful that this is going to result in actions that will make us more adaptive or come up with new approaches. Now that may be, but I don't think you need a programmatic to do that.
Any further questions for Ms. Madsen? Thank you. Next up, testifying remotely is Teresa Moji.
Hi, this is Teresa Moji. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Teresa Moji. I work with and am testifying on behalf of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. I'm calling in today from Yupik and Chupik lands in Bethel, though I hope you guys are having good and warmer weather than we are here down in Seattle. I just want to say on behalf of the Fish Commission that we support the recommendations put forward by the Ecosystem Committee as well as the advisory panel. And we ask the council to initiate a new North Pacific programmatic EIS. We support the council tasking the Ecosystem Committee with drafting the purpose and need statement as well as alternatives for your review at the April or June council meetings. There's a letter that's attached to my testimony sign up that our leadership signs along with leadership from the Association of Village Council Presidents and Ocean Conservancy that has some more information, but I'll just address some key points here. The council is well aware of the significant new circumstances unfolding in the North Pacific, many of which are related to climate change. And the Bering Sea ecosystem is changing at a rapid and unprecedented rate with significant impacts to fish productivity and biomass for a number of key species, including salmon. And you all know very well about the multi-year, multi-species salmon declines afflicting our Kuskokwim communities, as well as tribal communities throughout the AYK region of Alaska. But we see the current PSEIS that's in place and guides how this council addresses these new and significant impacts in our fisheries, including through managing groundfish fisheries and prohibited species catch. We see this as outdated and it's irresponsive to the new and significant changes in the North Pacific. By relying on its framework, your management is disconnected from the ecosystem and the social and cultural crises and food insecurity unfolding in the North Pacific and our Alaskan communities. We ask you to initiate a new North Pacific programmatic EIS to guide climate resilient, ecosystem-wide, adaptive fisheries management, groundfish fisheries, PSC management, and more. And we hope that this will include formal and informal, meaningful and robust two-way engagement with tribes. There isn't a need to wait for a formal notice of intent to begin working with us. We are ready to work with you. We aren't the only ones who can initiate formal tribal consultation or informal meetings. Our tribes want to be engaged on this, and we want to work with the council and NIMS on this issue. We can partner with you to find the best ways to reach our tribal citizens, like Shannon Earhart with TCC had mentioned in her testimony a few moments ago. And we also want to invite you to our hub communities like Bethel to meet and discuss these issues with us and mostly just build relationships with us. This is a huge part of both formal and informal engagement. So this issue matters to our tribes. What you do matters to our tribes because the health of the North Pacific ecosystem is tied to every aspect of our community's health. We know this process will take years, but significant changes to the North Pacific are happening now, and we don't think there's a need to delay. So we urge you to take action at this meeting. And thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Samoji. Really appreciate your testimony. It was a little difficult to understand, but I think we got the message. So thank you for joining us today. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thanks again, Ms. Samoji.
Thank you.
Becca Robbins, just Claire. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Rebecca Robbins, just Claire with the Ocean Conservancy. And we are also part of the letter that Therese just mentioned. It's attached to our comments as well. I think we all three attached it. So you've got plenty of options to find that letter and comments. So today I'm here to talk about the programmatic, and I just want to talk about sort of the why of doing this. I think it's obvious to all of us at this point that the North Pacific ecosystem is really changing dramatically. And we're operating in a really different world than we have been. I think in the North Pacific, we've had the privilege of managing in a system of relative abundance for a long time, and that's given us a degree of buffer that I think we no longer enjoy. And at the same time, as the ecosystem is changing, our management system, as well as our NEPA documentation, have not kept up with that. So we're relying now on a 2004 programmatic environmental impact statement that was last revisited in 2015. And I don't think we need a SIR to know how much has changed since 2015. I think this council has had a long list of things coming before you of species and fisheries in crisis since then. And I think we can see that things have changed dramatically enough that we need a new NEPA document to examine North Pacific fisheries and ecosystem in a comprehensive manner. Beyond the legal reasons, I think that a programmatic can give us an opportunity to look at new management approaches and how we are operating in the new world in which we find ourselves managing. I just want to highlight, I know I've heard a lot about staff resources and time as an issue here, but I think it's really obvious from this meeting, from many of our previous meetings, that we really need to look at how to do things differently. I think the sort of reactive way of managing as challenges continue to hit us with climate change is going to take up more staff resources and council time than we actually have. And so I think this is one of those cases where spending some time to take a step back and look comprehensively, look at overall what we're doing and how we can change might actually save some time in the long run. So with that, I'd really urge you to advance what both the Ecosystem Committee and Advisory Panel have put forward as recommendations and start the process for a new programmatic EIS for the North Pacific. And of course, ensuring meaningful engagement with Alaska Native tribes throughout the process. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Just clear. My question is, you're on the Ecosystem Committee, I believe. No? It's a huge document. And do you think that a significant portion of it is still relevant and useful? Or are you thinking that we're going to have to generate a new 7,000 page document to be able to be in compliance with the law and also to be responsible for doing what we can to mitigate climate impacts, to do our job? Do you think it's going to have to be a whole new one? Or do you think we'll be able to use significant portions of the old one and update what needs to be updated so that it doesn't become that kind of a document starting from scratch?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mesereau. And while I'm not on the Ecosystem Committee, I think from listening to the discussions around this topic, it does seem there's one thing that everyone agrees on from sort of the committees, those who've commented and the staff that I've heard is general agreement that writing a new 7,000 page document is probably not a useful exercise and not where we'd start. I think the idea here too is not necessarily to just update that document, but to do a new document. And I think going through this process, identifying what our purpose and need is and what those alternatives look like can give us an idea. But I think it can be, I think our needs are different now than they were in 2004. And this at this point is being done at the council's direction, not under threat of under duress of litigation. And so I think there's an opportunity here to do a comprehensive NEPA evaluation that can provide us with some of the information we need to manage.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. I think staff made it clear we're not required to do a programmatic EIS, but provided some advantages and benefits of doing so. And if you look at the alternatives that were evaluated in the 2004 programmatic, do you have ideas? They're fairly general, high-level policy alternatives. Do you have ideas now of how those alternatives would look different to change management as a result of the programmatic?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Kimball. I don't have those in front of me right now. I think, there will certainly be some similarities, but I think things have changed enough and we have more management tools as well that I would expect that they will not be exactly the same alternatives. I think we can be a little bit more specific as well in what we look at. And I would hope that that would be sort of the next stage, this process, and then further through the scoping process to really draw out what those could look like.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Okay, Steve Marks testifying remotely.
Thank you. Am I coming through?
Yes, you are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Steve Marks, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Pew Charitable Trusts. We are grateful for the opportunity to offer comments on this agenda item. I first just want to say that we are thankful for and appreciate the work of the council staff, and the Ecosystem Committee in developing the discussion paper on the PSEIS, for the presentation today, and for the deliberation on this issue to date. We support the recommendation of the Ecosystem Committee, as well as the motion passed by the AP for the council to initiate a reevaluation of the North Pacific Groundfish Programmatic EIS, and to task the Ecosystem Committee with drafting a purpose and need statement and corresponding range of alternatives for council consideration at a future meeting. There's broad recognition that recent unprecedented and rapid changes in the large marine ecosystems of the North Pacific and their corresponding direct and cumulative impacts to communities and fisheries in Alaska warrant a reevaluation of the groundfish EIS. The last time the council discussed this in 2015 with the supplemental information report, the council and MIMS found that the status of the resources to be within the range of natural variability, and that new scientific information and research did not suggest a substantial change in the understanding of the impacts of the groundfish fisheries. We believe these statements to no longer hold true, and that a reevaluation of the programmatic is necessary to maintain NEPA compliance for North Pacific groundfish fisheries. However, at the same time, we do believe that the management objectives developed through the 2004 programmatic remain relevant and really provide a good framework for a reevaluation of our understanding of changes in the ecosystem and communities, the social, ecological, and economic impacts of the council's groundfish fisheries, and for consideration of alternative management approaches to best achieve those same objectives. We further believe that a reevaluation provides an opportunity to better incorporate tribal perspectives and traditional knowledge in development and consideration of alternative management approaches, and requests that this process provide opportunities for robust and meaningful tribal engagement, starting with development of a purpose and need statement and continuing through scoping and development of the supplemental EIS. We also want to highlight that we feel a reevaluation of the programmatic provides sought after on-ramps for many current council and agency efforts to directly inform actions for council consideration, including the Climate Change Task Force, the LKTKS Task Force, the ACLIME and GOACLIME projects, and the Bering Sea FEP, whose ecosystem goals and objectives align closely with those developed through the 2004 programmatic. Last, in response to the questions proposed in the discussion paper and in the presentation today, which we understand are aimed at providing a frame for the purpose and need and a scope for the reevaluation, we again want to emphasize that the options presented should not be considered mutually exclusive, and we are grateful for council staff in making this point in their presentation. And that is to say that we believe the answer to all these questions is yes. Yes, the reevaluation should look at cumulative impacts. Yes, it should include a climate focus. And yes, it should consider policy change. And we feel this is consistent with Mr. Twight's earlier comments about this being an iterative process. We also acknowledge absolutely the workload and timeline needed to see this effort through. And we appreciate the council being proactive in having this discussion and its consideration of initiating this reevaluation, not only to maintain NEPA compliance, but to continue to advance sustainable ecosystem-based fishery management in the North Pacific. So in closing, just real quick, want to reiterate our support for moving forward with the Ecosystem Committee recommendation and the AP motion to direct the committee with development of a draft purpose and needs statement and range of alternatives, and to ensure opportunities for robust and meaningful tribal engagement throughout the process. Thanks again for your time today, for this opportunity to comment, and for your consideration of this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
So circling back, we only missed one. Vivian Corthius. Are you with us
Yes,
remotely?
I'm online.
Great. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members, council members. Thank you for the opportunity for me to testify today. My name is Vivian Corthius. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. I am Yupik and a member of the Monarch tribe. I will be speaking today on item D2 PSEIS. AVCP is the largest tribal consortium in the nation, with 56 federally recognized tribes as members. We live on the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta of Western Alaska. There are 48 villages spread along the Yukon River, Kuskokwim River, and Bering Sea coast. This also makes us an Arctic region. There are approximately 11 more weeks till spring breakup on both the Yukon River and Kuskokwim River. In our villages, our families are starting to get ready for the summer. We are entering the third year of the salmon crash. What will we do if we see another failed salmon season? We are going deeper and deeper into a crisis, and we need help from you. We want to extend our hand and work with you to address the issues and find a path forward at all levels. Our villages are now experiencing complete closures on all harvests of salmon for subsistence. What are we, I mean all of us, are going to do to address this unprecedented situation? Our villages are experiencing famine, which is defined as an extreme scarcity of food. We have no salmon, zero, none. Our freezers are empty. In my mind, this is unacceptable. Please help us. The environment around us has dramatically changed. We are urging the council to begin the process for a North Pacific programmatic supplemental environmental impact statement. The Bering Sea ecosystem is changing at a rapid and unprecedented rate, and this is impacting the multi-species salmon decline faced in Western Alaska. You cannot continue to use outdated information to make decisions that affect the ability of our families to fish and continue our way of life. The federal government cannot meet its obligations without taking into account the significant changes to the ecosystem since the 2004 and 2015 studies. Please reference the full comments in our joint letter accompanied to my testimony, including our request for the council to direct its staff and NIMS to begin formal tribal consultations with tribes and tribal organizations. In conclusion, I am urging the board to take action and start the process for the North Pacific Programmatic Supplemental Environmental Impact Statement immediately. In closing, I would like to invite you, the council, to meet in Bethel in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Corthius. Really appreciate your testimony today. Okay, that concludes public comment. I think we might need a little bit, so we should just go ahead with our afternoon break right now, come back at 3 o'clock and see what action the council would like to take.
Can you hear me, Sarah?
Yes, thank you, Melissa. You sound great.
Outstanding. Is this the cameras on or off kind of affair?
What was that?
Do we leave our cameras on or off?
Oh, you can leave them off.
Off. Okay.
We won't be
Just
able to
checking. All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
Sound check for me, okay?
You sound great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Council, please come back to order. We are ready for action on D2. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Up there, thank you. In regards to D2, I offer the following motion. The council initiates the process of considering a programmatic EIS with the purpose of providing a comprehensive analysis of the cumulative impacts of federal groundfish fisheries on the human environment, given both ecosystem and management changes that have occurred since the last review. Adoption of a final alternative would include updating the council's current suite of 45 management policy objectives. As guidance, the Ecosystem Committee is tasked with reviewing the guidance above and developing recommendations to the council on a purpose and needs statement and alternatives. Ongoing council efforts specifically tasked to create more climate resilient federal fisheries, such as ACLIME 2.0, Climate Change Task Force, pending SSC work group on groundfish harvest control rules, accounting for ecosystem change, as examples, should be incorporated as applicable. The process should include opportunity for meaningful engagement of Alaska Native tribes and stakeholders through informal scoping, formal scoping as part of the NEPA process, and tribal consultations conducted by NIMS. With a second, Mr. Chair, I can speak to my motion.
Seconded by Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The council does need to revisit the programmatic EIS at this point in time. There's little argument about the value of the current programmatic SCIS that has guided our actions for over 20 years and has kept the North Pacific Fishery Management Council in the forefront of sustainable fisheries management worldwide. There's also little argument that the recent years have witnessed unprecedented changes in the ecosystems we depend on. These changes probably were not foreseen when the initial programmatic SCIS was developed. We've had numerous robust discussions of this, including at the ecosystem and also today. And the ecosystem committee in reviewing that has suggested that the process begin with a council request to the ecosystem committee for an initial draft of a purpose and needs statement and offering an initial set of alternatives for consideration. The Ecosystem Committee also discussed the critical need for attention to the role of stakeholders, particularly the role of Alaska Native tribes in this process, ensuring that there is a role from the beginning of the process to the end point of the process. My motion endorses both of those recommendations from the Ecosystem Committee. This motion initiates a process that will have several checkback points with the council. At each point, the council can review the work to date and make a decision whether to continue, whether to modify or redirect, and our stakeholders at each point will have the opportunity to contribute to that council direction. The wording of the motion focuses the programmatic on groundfish fisheries, which does not include either crab or scallop, as that is the focus of the current programmatic SCIS and has been the focus of our discussions to date. The council could always choose to change that by either broadening or narrowing that focus at later stages based on their assessment of the value of the work and the needs. We understand that the council and other groups already have efforts underway that will likely prove invaluable in informing a programmatic EIS review effort. And this motion provides council guidance to develop that programmatic with as much benefit from those other efforts as possible. Finally, and most importantly, outreach is essential to successful development of a programmatic EIS in the form of two-way communication. Particular attention should be made to ensuring meaningful dialogue with the Alaska Native tribes, but that should not come at a cost to our efforts to hear from all of our stakeholders. Finally, I would like to thank the work of staff in reminding us both of the contents and the nature of the current programmatic, but also in reminding us of the continuing and enduring value that the current programmatic has had to our process, which is, to me at least as one council member, is just a reminder of how important it is that we take every effort we can to ensure that the programmatic documents that we're working with are as relevant as possible to our current situation. I believe this motion helps accomplish that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Are there any questions on the motion? Mr. Kurland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have at least a couple. Mr. Dwight, thank you for the motion. So I'll start with in the paragraph above the bullets. The sentence adoption of a final alternative would include updating the council's current suite of 45 management policy objectives. So is your intent in including that statement that this is kind of a starting point for discussion on implications of a final alternative? I heard you speak to sort of an iterative nature of this process and so forth. So in other words, am I understanding you to intend that this is not a prescriptive outcome of what a final alternative would do? Am I hearing you right?
That's correct. But as a starting point for thinking about it, just a reminder to all of us of the value, the ongoing value of those 45 management policy objectives. We review those maybe sometimes perfunctorily, sometimes at depth, at essentially each one of our council meetings, and they've been key to how we prioritize. They've been key to how we envision next steps. They've really been key to helping us navigate the last 20 years. They've been an essential tool. And with this motion, the council's providing guidance that one of the outcomes of a programmatic should be a continuation of those kinds of tools. They're not action forcing, but they're more than action informing. They're really action supporting and they're action inducing even.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, your third bullet, Mr. Twait, having to do with engagement of Alaska Native tribes and stakeholders. Were you envisioning that the ecosystem committee would weigh in on what that process would look like, or how do you envision the council determining the best process for accomplishing what's listed there in that third bullet?
Thanks, Mr. Kurland. I don't think I could stop the ecosystem committee from weighing in, even if I tried. Certainly, the ecosystem committee already has had a pretty good discussion about it, sparked in part by members themselves, but equally sparked because at the ecosystem committee, we heard a lot of public input about the importance of that. So yes, I'm expecting that. I'm not expecting though necessarily that that's the only place where guidance will come. The council could certainly look to some of its other venues to provide additional guidance on that. So this isn't intended to be in any way exclusive to just the ecosystem committee, but I think the council can bank on the fact that the ecosystem committee will continue to provide its perspective on how to do that. From my own sense, I know the ecosystem committee was helpful in designing that when we undertook the Bering Sea FEP a few years back. And I thought that was at the time involved considerable outreach efforts, more than we often do, particularly at the initial stages, at the formative stages of the FEP, it's the informal scoping process that Ms. Cleaver's presentation referred to. And I think looking back on those sorts of models is probably helpful as well. And I think the ecosystem committee will be drawing on that experience also.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, just to continue this a little bit, I asked because the agency is already getting requests for engagement on this topic in anticipation that the council might proceed down this path. And, I very much don't want us to get out in front of or out of sync with the council on how to handle this sort of engagement. So is your thinking in this motion that that this process of informal scoping and eventual formal scoping would only occur after the council adopts a purpose and need and range of alternatives and we publish a notice of intent, or what was your thinking on that?
Yes. Actually, I think that that's a subject still of some additional discussion. As I recall, the Bering Sea FEP model, the council put together some initial points just to spark discussion, but had not settled on a final set of sort of points about what the breadth, what they expected for the breadth or the nature of the Bering Sea FEP to look like until after they'd had an initial round of public inputs, and some of which was conducted by going out into the region as well, as my memory. I may be wrong on that. And so I just very much a sort of a step by step. This is a start, but it's not final until we've heard from you. Next step, same. Next step, same. This is a start, but not a final until we've heard from you. As much as the council sort of chooses for that process.
Yeah, understood. I guess part of what I'm trying to get at here is setting clear expectations for tribes and stakeholders about when they should anticipate this engagement to be happening. Again, informal scoping as well as the more formal processes. So yeah, any clarity on that is helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'll mention that just both the AP and the Ecosystem Committee have stressed that from the beginning. So not putting in concrete what we intend to do until we've had an initial set of scoping, but at the same time, giving people something to comment on.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Twite. It's a good motion. My question is along the same lines, but more about the engagement part of your motion there. And typically, when we talk about meaningful engagement from Alaska Native tribes, it involves a different kind of outreach than it does for industry stakeholders. And so although you mentioned both of those together in there, I was assuming that the Ecosystem Committee as well as the council realizes that tribal engagement may involve travel to remote areas or some sort of workshops in hub areas like we've done in the past, or engagement to racks. It's a bit of a different meaning of meaningful engagement. And I just wanted to make sure that when you listed those two things together, that you were sort of implicitly realizing that tribal engagement often involves traveling to remote areas to reach out and bring this information directly to them, and oftentimes with stakeholders that are, making money in these fisheries, and they come to us more often than not, or we reach out in a different way. And I was just wondering if you've given any thought to, when you put that bullet down, how you were sort of delineating the difference between engaging with the tribes and engaging with fishing companies in the Bering Sea, for instance.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau. Just the wording alone is with the particular attention should be made to ensuring. That was intended to signify exactly what you spoke of. I'll just note that I think, just as I've looked at some of these efforts over time, I can see a change in how the councils approached them. We did the Arctic FMP with all the best intentions of the world, for instance, at representing the interests of the Native people, but we didn't actually bring it to them until it was pretty much complete. And they were gracious about it and provided some good input at that point, but they made it clear that earlier would have been better. And we took that to heart really with the next time around with the Bering Sea. I think we continue to learn how to really truly have meaningful dialogue. I think that's an ongoing process, but I expect us to do better this time.
Ms. Gimbel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question on the sentence about the adoption of a final alternative. That could be any of the suite of alternatives, which we haven't yet determined, including status quo, I assume.
Yes.
And second question is on the latter part of that sentence about updating the council's current suite of 45 management policy objectives, that doesn't preclude retaining some of those that might still be applicable, but updating those or revising or removing those that we think need changing. I just wanted to make sure we weren't presupposing that every one of those 45 objectives would need changing.
I'll be very surprised if we end up changing all those, particularly after listening to Ms. Cleaver's sort of walk through of the current. I was reflecting on just how relevant many of those still are. So I would anticipate, and again, I hope this will lighten the load some, that as we look at a lot of those, we'll realize that they're still provide as much useful guidance as they have.
Any further questions on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Your motion follows very closely the ecosystem committee's recommendation, which I think I'd heard in the staff was unanimous. And so I appreciate that very much. I also appreciate that you left out of that the timeline that they'd had in their recommendation. But being that was left out, I'm not sure if you visited that in your rationale. If you did and I missed it, I'm sorry. But just for the members of the public, so what's your idea on when the committee would be able to get started? I'm not looking for too much on this, but just you have a meeting in March, and is there other things on the ecosystem committee's agenda and stuff that's going to have to be cleared before they're going to be able to get started with this, or kind of what's your idea? Just because we've left that part out and it was in their recommendation was also in the AP motion and it's not in yours, I thought I'd give you the chance to speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. I do appreciate that. I had a note to myself to bring that up in discussion or at staff testing if we didn't at least briefly address it now. The committee has suggested that if the council passes some form of a motion along these lines that tasks the committee with some work, that they could meet in March, in later March, and there, with the intent being that they could have information available for the council to consider, a product for the council to consider at either the April or the June meeting, depending on the council's schedule, recognizing that the April agenda is pretty full. So the committee is prepared to turn this around pretty quickly and keep things moving pretty well. Keep things moving on a fairly quick time frame if that's the council's wish.
Ms. Grabnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite. You spoke to this process and we've heard in public testimony and acknowledgement that this was going to be a very iterative, long process. In your rationale, I think you referenced or stated that, there would be a number of decision points that the council would come to decide whether to move forward. And this may be along the lines of Ms. Kimball's question, but when I guess we're stating that, were you thinking of this as a potential scenario where, we may be down the path closer to status quo, or the development of alternatives may look, markedly similar to the ones in the existing PSCIS, or, a point at which the stakeholders and participants involved are expended with the process and are maybe recognize or come to the determination that there's not as much value as originally intended, or I guess what were you thinking that in that statement? Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Drebnica. Not sure I will be able to sort of fully reflect the ecosystem committee's thinking on this, so I may just speak to this just as a council member and not not on behalf of the ecosystem committee, who did put some thought into this as well. But I think we should be prepared as a council for as we work through this for sort of a range of outcomes. It is possible that as we revisit that programmatic in more depth, as we work through this, and as we assimilate the new information, think about what the alternatives look like, that we might find ourselves essentially back where we found ourselves 20+ years ago and realize, that this is, what we've got is still looks like the right thing. We've got the right scenarios being tested, the right, or the right NEPA alternatives, depending upon your lingo, and we're seeing roughly the same kinds of results, and the course we're on could well be the right course to go through, to keep navigating through, in which case we've essentially done a pretty sophisticated SIR, as was described in public testimony, and we document that. I think documenting whatever will be a key part of it. If we find ourselves at a juncture where we choose to, for good reason, deviate from the courses we see it now, that'll be fine. That'll be part of the process. The responsibility will be on us to make sure we document it well, so it's understood clearly, both now and in the future, that what we looked at, what the challenges were we thought we were facing, and what that told us about our current management framework, our current suite of management objectives.
Any further questions? Okay, any amendments to the motion? Any comments on the motion? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just been going back and forth on, and I appreciate the staff paper that laid this out so clearly for us, what our choices are at this meeting. And I actually do support this motion. I think it's appropriate that we initiate the process to consider a programmatic. I think it stops slightly short of initiating a programmatic only because of the need and the public comment that we got about allowing the ecosystem committee to develop or work on developing a purpose and need and suite of alternatives. So I see that nuance, and I think that's also appropriate. I think it is a big undertaking. I think it's fairly well supported in public comment we heard today and in the public testimony, the written public testimony provided ahead of this meeting. I think it's appropriate in terms of trying to incorporate all of what we have ongoing, and I also appreciate that part of the paper, relevant to climate impacts. And I really think what we're looking at is what is the cumulative impact of these fisheries with our new variability in climate and in the ecosystem, and what is that combined impact on the human environment? I think that's the range of what we're looking at, and I think that's captured in this motion. I also appreciate the last bullet. I think many people have spoken to that already. I don't think it's very specific on what that plan might be, but I do think the paper points out informal scoping is our ecosystem committee. It's through this council process. I think formal scoping has been laid out as starting after you have a purpose and need and alternatives and do the notice of intent. And I'm encouraged by the agency talking about, hiring a new staff person for tribal consultations and working with tribes to figure out what it is that they want in those consultations, how, when, and by what means they're, able to be connected with the agency, and then have that information travel to the council process. So I'm kind of putting some hope in that process being worked out through our new tribal liaison at the council, our tribal liaison at the agency, and hearing back from the agency on how early and ongoing that consultation can be performed. I hope this is what people, I hope this document is what people want. I hope we can keep a handle on how big it gets. I'm very anxious to see what the ecosystem committee can come up with as a starting point for the council to consider. But I think this is appropriate, and I'll support.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further comments on the motion? I think we're ready to vote. Is there any opposition? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything further on this agenda item? Okay. Let's move right into our next item. E3, groundfish stock prioritization. Good afternoon, Ms. Cleaver.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman. I'm Sarah Cleaver on council staff. And with me online today is Chris Lunsford, Mr. Chris Lunsford, and Dr. Melissa Haltuck, both from AFSC. We will be presenting to you the groundfish stock prioritization agenda item. And in the action that's required today for the council is to review the NIMS recommendations on stock prioritization. And we will also provide the groundfish plan team's report kind of right at the end of that presentation. And we've included it for efficiency just a little bit within the presentation, the plan team's recommendations. So that won't be a whole separate report for you. And then the council can provide recommendations as necessary. And I just wanted to remind you that where this is coming from. So in October, the NIMS Alaska Fishery Science Center staff provided an update on the stock prioritization process and additional recommendations to try to improve efficiency and still maintain the ability for timely and high quality assessments that we need in our process. And the council supported NIMS and AFSC providing recommendations on the frequency of specific stock assessments for council and SSC review in early 2023. So that's what we're doing here at this meeting. And AFSC will be providing recommendations for moving forward on stock assessment prioritization. There were 13 groundfish stocks that the Science Center is considering for reduced stock assessment frequency. And they've also provided updated definitions for the types of stock assessment products that they work on, as well as new guidelines for stock assessment products. Those are being developed to provide authors with new detailed guidance. And so with that, I will pass it along to Mr. Lunsford, and I can advance the slides for you, Chris, if you would like.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thanks for taking the time to let us share this with you. I guess I also like to thank you for letting us present virtually. And I'd like to also introduce Melissa Haltuck again virtually. She is our new assessment lead out of Seattle. And we thought this was a really good opportunity for her to get a little comfortable in front of the council audience and meet you this way. So today, I'm going to go through a couple things just to remind everyone. Sarah mentioned it, but in October, we came in front of you to talk about some efficiencies in our stock assessment process and also to set the stage for addressing frequency for some of these stock assessments. And what came out of the October meeting was that we also needed to define assessment types. And Melissa is going to touch on that briefly in a little bit. And then I'm going to finish up the discussion today with the actual stocks that we're putting forth for reduced frequency. Sarah? So we can keep this brief. It's late in the week, but the stock assessment prioritization was initiated with this council in 2017. It was a national effort that we took and basically made it region specific to Alaska and the North Pacific. And the end result in 2017 was that the SSC and the council approved 10 groundfish stocks for reduced frequency and 4 crab stocks. There also included in that was to do a 5-year review, which we shared with you last October. And then today we're bringing forward 13 additional stocks. And I'll just mention now that these are all groundfish stocks. We are not addressing crab stocks right now. And I believe the council asked the crab plan team to take that up in a future meeting. So today it'll just be groundfish. Sarah? And what came out of the SSE meeting were some good recommendations, and we had good discussions about how to approach doing this again. The 2017 exercise was pretty labor intensive and was pretty valid still 5 years later. So part of the idea was that we'd refer back to the 2017 exercise, and then we also identified metrics that we could bring forward for the stocks we're looking at, and then look at specific stock considerations. And in the document that we provided, there's a a decent background on the 2017 exercise and some figures that help show different things. And I'll touch on some of that a little bit later, but hopefully there's enough background in the document to follow what we did to bring these stocks forward. And then second, they asked us to develop definitions for assessment types. And this was pretty important and hasn't been done yet. Melissa will touch on this in just a minute, but I think it really helps us advance everybody's knowledge and ability to address this prioritization effort. And then finally, we'll touch on recommending when an assessment is to be conducted and what type, because we're now kind of mixing apples and oranges and bringing full assessments versus updates forward. Sarah? And I'll pass over to Melissa at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, council members. So we're going to talk a little bit about stock definitions, and we need these because in the past, the assessment types have not been formally defined, and those terms that describe the kind of stock assessment products we bring forward have been used inconsistently and have had the potential to lead to some confusion. So the aim here is to explicitly define the types of stock assessment products that the center will be bringing forward to the council for decision making. And then also to crosswalk or demonstrate how the assessment types that we're proposing relate to the national stock assessment definitions that were put forward in the 2018 Next Generation Stock Assessment Improvement Plan. Next slide. So this is a schematic from that stock assessment improvement plan. And the area that we're really focusing on in this presentation is in the circle. And those are operational stock assessment products that move directly into decision-making and stock monitoring updates. And I'll go into a bit more detail on those next. Next slide. So I will note that the document that you have in front of you does not focus on research assessments. Research assessments are generally not part of the council process, although we often conduct research assessments that transition into operational assessment products as they mature. So the operational assessment category is very broad, and we're aiming to break this down into a couple of smaller, more digestible chunks. The first being what we're going to term an operational full assessment, which is essentially the current council process. And the terms used to refer to this previously have been either full or benchmark assessments. The second category that we'd like to focus on is an operational update stock assessment. This is a new category, new proposed category that we would call an update stock assessment. The plan teams found the term benchmark confusing, so we're going to move away from that term as we go forward. But really what we're clarifying here are stock assessment products for the council. Next slide. So that first category, benchmark stock assessment, in the past has been referred to as either a full or benchmark assessment. And the goal of these assessments is to consider all of the data and model options that could change for a given assessment. So changes to models, changes to data. Those model changes could be different model configurations, or it could be transitioning to a new modeling platform, for example. It also allows for the opportunity to include any new unreviewed or previously unreviewed data sources that haven't been considered in the past. Examples of model processes or inputs that could be explored in a full assessment process would be, for example, changing functional forms of the selectivity curves, changing how priors are set up, or parameterizations of life history processes, or aggregation or disaggregation of data sets. For example, changing a fixed gear fleet in a stock assessment to the two types of fixed gear, which would be potentially long lines and pots. Next slide. The next category of stock assessment that we're proposing is an update stock assessment, previously referred to as a full assessment. For these assessments, we're really focusing on updating the time series of data that are already included in assessments that have very few outstanding or minor modeling or data issues, and that provide relatively stable fits to the data over time. So These assessments maintain the approved model structure from the previous full or benchmark assessment, if you're looking at the document. And they would allow for things like the correction of data entry errors or inclusion of additional historical data for a time series currently in the stock assessment, software version updates, and then potentially very limited minor model changes that would address plan team or SSC recommendations. Next slide. The next category of stock assessment product that we're proposing is a partial catch projection assessment. These have been referred to as partial assessments in the past, so we're just clarifying the kind of product that's being provided here. For tiers 1 to 3 stock assessments that are age and length structured, we would add the recent catch data and project the stock forward in time. And then we would get new estimates of ABCs and OFLs. Noting in this category that there's not a formal projection model used for tier 4 and 5 stocks. In this case, we would be looking at catch to biomass ratios. And in years with the survey data, with new survey data, we would be rerunning the random effects model. Next slide. Okay, the final category of stock assessment product that we're proposing, we're calling a catch monitoring update. In your tables, these were previously referred to as nothing or NAs, and we can do better than that. The goal here is to ensure that sudden fishery or stock changes are not missed during years without other stock assessment products. And the catch monitoring updates would tabulate recent fishery removals to ensure that they're below specified annual catch limits. These would apply largely to tier 4 to 6 groundfish stocks. And in terms of the national stock next generation stock assessment improvement plan, these are equivalent to what's called a stock monitoring update in that document. Next slide. So in summary, in the document, you're seeing stock assessment products titled benchmark update and partial catch projection assessments, and then catch monitoring updates. Next slide. And this is a table that shows where we've ended up after discussions with the plan team and SSC, where our most thorough stock assessment product that's analogous to what you've been receiving, which is a document that's hundreds of pages long with lots of model diagnostics, we're calling an operational full stock assessment. We're proposing that this would undergo the same rigorous review that stock assessment products go through in current council process between September and December. Then the next category is operational update stock assessment, which would be a more abbreviated document because these models have already gone through that rigorous review. And they would go through a shorter review process in November and December. The partial catch projections would be reviewed by the groundfish plan teams and SSC and would be a much shorter kind of executive summary style document that would be brought forward in November and December. And then similarly, catch monitoring updates would provide an updated table for all stocks that fall into this category. Again, brought forward in November and December. Next slide. So as we define our new stock assessment types, we need to update the stock assessment guidelines so that authors and council know what is to be delivered and received. So our plan is following the adoption of the new definitions for stock assessment products. The center will work closely with the authors to revise and update what have been called the SAFE guidelines, but are probably more accurately called the guidelines for stock assessment products, because we're really focused on the stock assessments, not the full complement of information that goes into the SAFE. We would revise these guidelines shortly after the conclusion of this meeting, but then bring them forward for review by the council in September and October. Next slide. In terms of assessment scheduling, following the adoption of the new stock assessment frequencies that Chris will discuss next, the center would set a predetermined schedule of 1 to 4 year assessments. This was done in 2017. noting that the frequency schedules for planned assessments could always be revised if there were concerns regarding the model, the stock status, or the fishery performance. But doing this now lets us plan well in advance where our stock assessment author effort's going to fall and what kind of review effort we need for those products. And then we need to decide on when an upcoming assessment is to be requested as a full/benchmark or an update. And we're proposing that this happen shortly after the conclusion of the stock assessment process in December. Next slide. So a few clarifications because we've gotten a few questions repeatedly. So we thought we would just provide the answers here. First, what are we reducing the frequency of? We're focused on reducing the frequency of operational full and update stock assessments. And we're doing this for a number of reasons. First, we want to be able to increase our focus on our full assessments and move towards implementing a team approach to doing those assessments so that we have more than one set of eyes in that process and so that we have more than one analyst that can pick up and run those assessments. Essentially, it lets us focus our brain power on those full assessments that are going to get the most rigorous review. It also allows us to more thoroughly address plan team and SSC recommendations between full assessments, because instead of turning the crank on documents that are hundreds of pages long every year, we can actually be working on those recommendations and implementing them. And it also increases time to complete research targeted at improving those assessments. Oftentimes, that research requires seeking external funding, and the time to write those proposals, receive the funding, and actually implement the work is greater than a one-year cycle. Next slide. So the next question is what happens in a cycle when you're not receiving a full or an update stock assessment? And that is either you will receive either catch projections or a catch monitoring update. So every stock will have some kind of stock assessment product or catch monitoring update every year. It just wouldn't be a full or an update stock assessment every year. The catch projections will capture both recent catches and their expected impacts on stock size and status. So if catches increase or decrease markedly, that can be accounted for in the catch projection that we provide. Next slide. So the benefits of going through this whole prioritization process and clarifying the kinds of products that we're going to bring forward and when we're going to bring them forward is that we can have greater efficiency in the council process in terms of reducing the review burden for the plan teams and the SSC. And we can focus and align our effort on our highest priority full stock assessments. And in terms of the Science Center priorities, this increases our capacity to respond to the unexpected, which this council has had to deal with more than once. And it's likely that we will continue to have surprises. It also allows us to reduce redundancy by streamlining our update assessments and providing shorter, more concise documents where we're only adding data to existing models. Next slide. So we thought we would pause here for discussion and see if there were any questions about stock assessment product definitions or the other items that I just covered.
Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This last section on the benefits of prioritization, I noted in the SSC minutes that there was no review provided of what may have been gained with the efficiencies of prioritization. And I think that's something that would definitely be helpful going forward. Can you provide any information as to what was gained in the last 5 years under the prioritization we've already completed?
So I am going to redirect that question to Chris because I have been in this seat since the end of November, and I don't have a good handle on what the outcome was from the 2017 process.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. You're right. We did not provide any specific metrics. I don't think it's that simple to do. I think what I presented in October is really the best result we can show, which is really allowing us to step back and figure out how to keep up with what we're providing to the council every year, but also to position us better, to be more streamlined, to be more efficient. There's a lot of work that goes into those 300-page documents in the background, and that level of work keeps increasing, including knowing how to code and document. And we're definitely noticing that when an author leaves, it's a huge ordeal for a new author to come in and pick this up and take it and run with it. So all of what we're trying to do is taking a lot of work, which is in the background that nobody sees, but we have a lot more data. We have a lot more complicated code, a lot more statistical analyses that we're looking at to actually quantify how we've benefited from doing less since 2017, I think is pretty difficult. I can say that we've maintained our staffing levels. I think that's important to note. I think we could probably point at additional publications that our stock authors are working on. We've heard a lot about climate change in the SSE workshop. Our authors are front and center on that, and it takes research to get to the point to bring it into our assessment product. So I would hope one thing we could point at since 2017 in an assessment that you're now seeing are risk tables, which are the first step towards identifying concerns that maybe our models and our max ABC recommendations don't touch on. So I hope that answers it, but I can try to clarify further if needed.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. That is helpful. I guess I would just kind of flag, as it was noted in the SSC comments, and I think we may hear other people as well, that this is a concern. There's some concern as well about that we've talked to you in the past about reduced frequencies leading to increased uncertainty, that whole conversation that we've had before. But knowing that this is a concern or an interest for the council and the SSC, maybe we can think about ways to collate that information and present it the next go around. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. We agree, and we can try to focus on that. And I think, part of this effort is reducing frequency, but this additional assessment definition that we've added as update assessment is a really big thing for all of us. It's time to accept our models are mature and we can just run them and provide diagnostics for the review panels to really take a look at, because all we're doing is adding in new data. So that's a major efficiency, and I think we can show some metrics down the road here on how all these things are helping out.
I agree. Thank you.
Any further questions? I don't see any. Dr. Haltuk.
So
Okay, I'm good.
I'm going to pass this back to Chris.
Thank you, Melissa. I'm going to take it and try to get us to the finish line today. This is specifically what stocks we're bringing forward for reduced frequency recommendations. And as I mentioned before, we provided some background in the document on the 2017 analysis. It's still certainly helpful even 5 years later. I would like to point out that analysis relied very heavily on commercial value, and is partially why a lot of our stocks were put at a two-year frequency. And I think now we're a little more at ease with the original prioritization concerns. So I think it's a good time to bring this back up and review it. We also have provided metrics in the document. Catch over ABC is a really good thing to look at to see what kind of buffers we have between what's being harvested and what's biologically allowable. These are the metrics that we came up with after talking to the SSC last October. So it was really nice to bring this forward then and then agree on things we can look at, because it's not an easy subject. I will say in the 2017 analysis, they suggested doing an MSE, and we just didn't feel we had the capacity or the need to do that. So relying on these metrics has helped us out a lot. And then finally, where there's some stock specific considerations that I'll mention as we go through these. So Sarah? I put this slide in. I think it's a kind of a telling thing. There's a couple figures in the document, but this one was a poll of plan team members and authors. And before the commercial catch scalar factor really took over, it was interesting to note that most of the authors and plan team members generally felt less frequent assessments were okay compared to what was actually adopted by the council in 2017. So I think that's a good telling factor that our authors and experts on some of this, feel like we can increase the frequency or decrease the frequency and still be able to put out good quality products. Sarah? This is a figure in the table. I think this is really helpful just to visualize. On the right, it shows you the catch to ABC. We provided these for all the stocks. This is just Arrowtooth that I threw in for an example. And it just shows you the buffer we have between the blue and the orange there on what the catch is compared to the ABC. And it really helps to see that we're in pretty good shape with Arrowtooth. On the left, it shows the blue is the projected model, and then the red is the next year's what we actually specified ABC at. And it really is starting to show you that our models are really working pretty well and are doing a fairly good job on most of these stocks in predicting what we're going to specify ABC at the next year. Sarah? And this table is just to show you that it's in the document. It lays out all 13 stocks. It provides those metrics that we agreed upon and brought forward that the SSC recommended, along with X vessel value and our frequency recommendations. So you can definitely refer to that. The next few slides, I will just kind of summarize in groupings off of this table. So the first group is tier 6 stocks. These were, I think, pretty easy for us to think about because it's a catch history based management from defined intervals that the SSC put forward. In reality, the ABCs have been quite constant. There's no target fishery on these stocks. We don't have an assessment model. We don't use the survey data because we don't consider it reliable. So for these stocks, we're suggesting changing from 2 years to 4 years. Sarah? I broke out the Gulf of Alaska sharks just because it's a complex with 2 different tier levels. Spiny dogfish are tier 5. You do see some variation in this complex ABC, and it's because of the spiny dogfish component. But when you look, the catch to ABC ratio is still quite low. And so we felt keeping it with Bering Sea sharks and then also the spiny dogfish component in the Gulf, we could move from a 2-year to 4-year cycle. Next. The tier 3 flatfish stocks we're bringing forward are mostly from the Bering Sea other than Gulf of Alaska Arrowtooth. The reason Gulf of Alaska Arrowtooth was left at 2 years was because of its ecosystem importance, which is definitely to be noted. The other Gulf stocks back in 2017 were recommended for 4-year cycles, and now we're bringing that up to speed with the Bering Sea stocks. Again, the catch to ABC ratios are quite low annual changes in ABC, and for most of our models, the difference between what the model thinks is going to happen and what actually does happen is pretty low. So we're suggesting all of these go from a 2 to 4 year. And then we've got a couple tier 1 stocks. One is in Northern Rock Sole in the Bering Sea. The catch to ABC is really low. Sarah will follow up with some discussions that happened in the SSC and plan team, but I'll save that for Sarah to cover. And then the next one is yellowfin sole. We felt we could go from 1 to 2 years on this stock, and we are well aware of the importance and the value of this stock, but when we look at the metrics that were set forth in October, they fit in quite nicely to say that we can probably change from 1 to 2. We'd also like to emphasize, we and others have mentioned that our concern, in terms of changing climate in this stock and how important it is, but also felt we're going from 1 to 2 year frequency here. So even in the face of changing climate, having a 2-year frequency, we think we can, keep tabs on, update, and make sure we are doing the right job of assessing, even though it goes from a 2 to 1 year. And then finally, The other two, I'm just going to focus on Atka mackerel because Sarah will follow up with AI cod. But the reason we brought these forward were they rely on the Aleutian Islands bottom trawl survey. In the 2017 analysis, it was, I think people decided to keep them at the 1-year cycle because of the stellar sea lion biological opinion. But for Atka mackerel, there's really nothing that goes into the model in those off survey years other than new ages. And so we feel it's not enough to justify the annual cycle, and we suggest moving this from a 1 to 2 year. And I think I'll pass it over to Sarah at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Lunsford. Ms. Cleaver.
Thank you. So I'm just going to follow up with the plan team recommendations and kind of where they differed from the recommendations put forward by the Science Center. So in yellow are where the changes from the authors to the plan team changed. And just to reiterate that the orange is where the SSC's recommendations differed from the plan team. And so specifically, the plan team agreed with all of the frequencies proposed by the authors, except for Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Northern Rock Salt, and Aleutian Islands Pacific Cod. The teams felt that they did not want to reduce the frequency for those. For Northern Rock Salt, there was high variability, or there is high variability in the assessment model. There was an alternative model put forward last year that seemed to be a better fit, but it was put forward later in our process than is typical. So normally significant changes to the assessments are put forward in September for plan team review and SSC review in September and October. And then they can be reviewed again in November and December. However, that model was put forward in November. And so that alternative model led to a lower ABC, and because for process reasons, because it wasn't brought forward earlier, I believe that the plan team and the SSC chose to use the older model, but they set specifications based on the output of the new model. So basically they reduced ABC due to that. And so the plan team recommended that until these model issues are resolved in a future cycle, that should stay, that Northern Rock Salt should stay on a 2-year cycle and not move to a 4-year cycle. For Aleutian Islands Pacific Cod, the plan team, so this is a tier 5 stock, and the plan team had some conservation concerns due to declines in the survey and recommended that the authors continue working towards a tier 3 stock. And once it becomes a tier 3 stock, if it can move to tier 3, then it could be considered for consideration to be adopted for a biennial cycle. But for now, it should stay a 2-year cycle. Let's see, and the SSC, you heard the SSC report, so their one addition or subtraction, I guess, was that they wanted yellowfin sole to also stay on an annual cycle.
Ms. Cleaver, Ms. Baker has a question. And so that will constitute the plan team report, right? So and we don't have an advisory panel report. They took the presentation, but also took no action. So getting late, but if anybody wants to sign up to testify, please do so quickly. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver, for the presentation. My question is about the plan team recommendation for Aleutian Islands Pacific Cod. I'm trying to reconcile, I think you said the plan team did not adopt the recommendation from the authors because there could potentially be a conservation concern. But then I'm thinking back to the previous slide where Mr. Lunsford indicated that I think for the Aleutian Islands Pacific Cod stock, that the only information is the Aleutian Islands trawl survey. So can you just help me understand the plan team's recommendation? I think I'm missing something there.
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Baker. Thank you for the question. I'm just looking through a little bit more for the notes. And if Chris, if you have that off the top of your head, I know you could potentially put your plan team hat on.
Yeah, through the chair, sir, I'd be happy to take a stab here, Ms. Baker. So what the plan team got hung up on is Aleutian Islands Pacific cod are currently a tier 5 stock. And there's been attempts to move it to a tier 3 status with an age structured model. And I think the plan team felt it's very close, and being an important, like where it lands with the tier 3 ABCs and whatnot, they felt it was best to bring it forward annually until we can get it to a tier 3 status. And I think that was written, I think it was written up in the minutes as that. So when I say that because it's a 2-year survey, it's not necessary to do an off-year assessment, that's true. I think the plan team agreed, but since it's so close to moving to a tier 3, they'd like to see it annual until it gets to that point to a tier 3, and then potentially move to a less frequent cycle.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Mr. Lunsford and Ms. Cleaver. I appreciate that.
Okay. And thank you, Ms. Baker and Mr. Lunsford. Ms. Cleaver, was there anything else? Okay. Ms. Kimball.
I guess, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Mr. Lunsford on one of the SSC recommendations to add a new category of assessment. And I just wondered if you had anything to share with the council on that recommendation and whether that's something that your group would support.
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks. Yeah, I think we had extensive discussions at both the plan team and the SSC about definitions. We are more than comfortable doing that. That additional category Melissa touched on is research assessments. And in reality, our stock assessment authors kind of always have a number of research assessments in their back pocket that they're working on. To say that we needed to have that as a council assessment definition, we didn't feel was a necessity, because those are usually what we're working on the side before we bring it to the table for you to review. And to simplify things, we wanted to break out the full and update and catch projections. But we're certainly happy to add in research. And I'd also note one of the SSC's reasons for that was that is typically maybe what we would have a CIE review, Center of Independent Experts review on before we bring it into management advice for the council. So I think we're already doing that. We're happy to add that in as a separate category, and hopefully that answers the question.
It doesn't, just to follow up, Mr. Chair, that does, thank you. So that doesn't mean, for instance, that we would start seeing that 5th category coming to the council. That's just an internal categorization that the Science Center would employ.
Yeah, through the chair, exactly. That's why we kind of left it out of our documentation. It's not intended for council review or decision making. It would be something we'd work on until we make it an operational assessment that we'd bring forward.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Well, and Mr. Lunsford and Dr. Haltuk, thank you all very much. Okay, let's see if there's anyone signed up for public comment. I didn't see anybody previously. No, it looks like there's no public comment. So are we ready for action? Ms. Van der Hoeven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've sent a motion to staff and she said she has it. So as soon as it comes up, we'll get going.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
The council supports the SSC recommendations under D3 stock prioritization agenda item. Specifically, the council recommends that stock assessment frequency proposed by the SSC, which includes maintaining BSAI Yellowfin Sole, BSAI Northern Rock Sole, and Aleutian Island Pacific Cod on the current schedule, annual, 2-year, and annual respectively, and accepting the proposed reduced frequency of all other stocks recommended by AFSC. And with a second, I can speak to it briefly.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion is consistent with the recommendations of the SSC, and I would note that maintaining the current schedule for yellowfin sole is important not only for commerce, but also to ensure we're providing a baseline to measure ongoing changing conditions. As other review bodies have noted, I appreciate the need for improved efficiency when resources are limiting. By reducing the stock assessment frequency for the 10 stocks recommended here, we anticipate that resources will be available to address unexpected events when they come to us. I think this is an important in a changing environment when we've had several examples in recent years like Gulf cod and snow crab. But I also echo the SSC's note that the current process did not include a review of other improvements taken on in the wake of reduced stock assessment frequency. This information could be very helpful in the future when other assessments might be recommended for reduced frequency. And by supporting the SSC recommendations, we want to highlight that assessments are the benchmark for measuring climatic change. And we want to encourage NOAA to prioritize improving and enhancing the assessment process. We don't want to ratchet down our ability to detect change, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Are there any questions on the motion? Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I note the difference in council reaction to this go round of stock prioritization versus the first round several years back, when as Mr. Lunsford's graphic sort of clearly illustrated, we had a pretty high degree of concern about it. And I thought that was sort of instructive as well in terms of the faith that we as a council have in the frequency, in the assessments on the frequency they've been. And that's sort of a bedrock of our thing. But I also really appreciate the center's effort to continue to try to find efficiencies so that they can respond to the unexpected in the way that, for instance, they were able to respond to the Gulf cod crash or the Bering Sea cod crash, and devote a lot of resources to trying to understand why, what happened, and to help us with an appropriate management response. And it seems to me though that we as a council have gained a fair amount of comfort with the initial round. And so our acceptance, I'm assuming, will get a positive vote for Ms. Vanderhoeven's motion, but it really does indicate that this process is working well of carefully choosing which ones and carefully documenting why. It's good that we've developed a sense of comfort with that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any further comments? Ms. Kimball.
Just supportive of the effort and glad that the council is actually privy to a lot of what seems like internal science center processes. And, I, for one, want to keep this discussion paper handy as we move through the process, because it lines out exactly the kind of assessments we can expect and a rationale for why that I think we didn't have as clear before. So I support the motion, and I'm really grateful for the effort. I just appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Counselor.
Through the chair, thank you. I sat through the plan team discussion and the SSC discussion and probably should have thought of this earlier, but something I just wanted to mention so everyone is aware of it. The stellar sea lion regulations set forth a harvest control rule for pollock, Atka mackerel, and Pacific cod. Those regulations direct that if a assessment on the stock condition for pollock, Pacific cod, or Atka shows that the spawning biomass will be equal to or below B20, the regional administrator will prohibit directed fishing within that area. And the regulatory language that I want to highlight for the council, I guess, in terms of setting expectations and setting expectations for the work of the Science Center, the regulations direct that the fishery will remain closed until a subsequent assessment projects that the spawning biomass for the species in the area will exceed 20% of the projected unfished spawning biomass. I probably should have thought of this earlier and given everyone a heads up, but I know for Atka mackerel with moving to a 2-year cycle, if in the year we have an assessment, it projects it'll be equal to or below B20, we would close it. And we would, under the regulations, would not be allowed to open it until a subsequent assessment projects the spawning biomass exceeds 20%. So if it's on a 2-year cycle, we'd have to wait for that second year unless the center was able to complete a stock assessment in the off year.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm correct about this, but somebody could clarify, and I'm not looking for you to clarify. I appreciate you bringing this up because it is important, but I would guess under those circumstances that an assessment could be done just as a recommendation from the plan team, which would likely happen in that case. They would say, well, we need to do an assessment next year and not wait till the next year because there'd be a lot of industry pressure to do that and an interest in the science from the Science Center. I'm thinking that would be the case. So I just wanted to bring up that perspective that I feel like that nothing that is being done in Ms. Vanderhoeven's motion would preclude them from not doing, they don't have to wait 2 years to do an assessment.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we still have Mr. Lunsford on, I wonder if he might be able to address that in terms of the center's preparedness to do that in that circumstance.
Sounds like a great idea. Mr. Lunsford.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for bringing me back in on that. Absolutely. I think 2 things to note. One is when there's only a survey every 2 years, there's very little information going into that assessment. That was the rationale. But if we start getting into that B20 range, there's absolutely every reason in the world to, get the most we can out of the data and review it. So I think we would definitely consider moving that back to an annual or, if it was scheduled for an off year, we would certainly pull the trigger to try to make it non-year to look at that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Lunsford. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while Mr. Lunsford's still on the line, related to that, I did recall from the SSC report yesterday, and I was just finding the slide on their groundfish stock prioritization recommendations 2 of 5. The SSC did recommend that criteria be developed defining the process for triggering an assessment in a scheduled off year or for elevating an update assessment to a full assessment. And so I just wondered, Mr. Lunsford, I can't, does that kind of fit into, does the AFSC plan to think about that recommendation from the SSC, or could that fit into sort of the circumstances that we're discussing here with Atka mackerel potentially?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Baker, thanks for bringing that up. For those who were there, we had, I think, a 4.5-hour discussion with the SSC, but it was all in good form and moved towards solutions. And yes, we were requesting that we kind of set the standard for whether an update or a full comes in December, so that authors have a full year to plan. And that would be for, the regularly scheduled, it's been 3 or 4 years, we should probably do a full assessment. But we definitely do plan to bring forward some guidelines. And from our discussions with the SSC the other day, I think we're all on the same page. And it would certainly allow for these emergency crisis-like situations. And we're well aware those are probably going to happen. And we will try to outline as best we can what we would do in those situations.
Thank you, Mr. Lunsford. And thanks for bringing that forward, Counselor. Okay, any further comments on the motion? Okay, we can vote. Is there any opposition? No opposition. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Anything further under stock prioritization? Okay. Then let's move right into D4, the Trawl EM Committee. Good afternoon, Ms. Henry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council, Anna Henry, council staff. Here to present D4, the Trawl EM Committee report. No action is required by the council on this, but you may take action if so desired. While the presentation is being pulled up, I'll just remind you that the committee met on January 20th to receive updates on EM implementation of the Trawl EM program, to discuss current EM projects and to provide recommendations on the future role and appropriate makeup of the Trawl EM committee. So first, the committee received an update on the 2022 NIFWIF funding decisions. The slide here lists the projects for grants that were funded in the Alaska region. The committee didn't really discuss these projects as the committee received presentations on most of these projects later on in the agenda. There was some discussion regarding the discussions that NIMS has had with NIFWIF on the timing of proposals and decisions, and that they have requested that decisions be made by summer to better align with the timing of Alaska fisheries and to inform the ADP. It seems likely that there may be earlier NIFWIF grant decisions in the future, but probably not early enough to affect the decisions on the 2023 grants. There was also some discussion at the committee of NIMS staffing capacity and the ability to support numerous projects, and that it might be beneficial if the FMAC were to provide more official feedback on prioritization of future projects. There was also some discussion that these projects often fall into one of two categories, either research-oriented projects that may help advance EM further in the future, or more applicable projects that are ready to implement in fisheries in the near term. The committee then received an update from NIPS on the Trawl EM program and their regulatory implementation timeline. As you know, given NIPS staff capacity, regulations will not be published in time to meet the target of 2024 implementation. NIPS is now targeting that a proposed rule will be published by the end of 2023, a final rule published in mid-2024, and they've made a commitment to 2025 implementation. There's also a Magnuson Act requirement for public hearings during the 60-day public comment period for any FMP amendment that affects the North Pacific Fisheries Research Plan or the Observer Program. And the committee recommended that the agency conduct these meetings as hybrid meetings if possible and hold the Alaska meeting in Anchorage or Kodiak, the Oregon meeting in Newport, and the Washington meeting in Seattle, hopefully overlapping the dates of the Pacific Marine Expo if possible, although the dates of this will depend upon the proposed rule publishing date. The committee received an update on funding of the Trawl EM program. So NIMS staff from the regional office and the Science Center have discussed funding needs with NOAA headquarters. They reported a positive outlook for bridge funding from NOAA headquarters to cover the 2024 Trawl EM program. And this would cover EM review costs for vessels in the full coverage and partial coverage program, as well as the cost of EM systems and maintenance and shoreside observers in the partial coverage program. These funds must be requested by April 1st, 2023. So the PIs will have discussions with NIMS to assess likely participation rates in the 2024 program. And if these funds are not available or are only partially available, the PIs are encouraged to apply for NIFWIF funds.
We also received an update from NIMS on the vessel feedback mechanism subgroup. This was a subgroup that was created as a committee recommendation from the May committee meeting. So at this meeting, the committee agreed on the membership of that subgroup and that they should address the following objectives. 1, to provide intelligible feedback to the vessel operator. 2, to discuss what issues may require enforcement response. Also recognizing that enforcement looks at each case individually, so this might not be a bright line that's easily defined. And also to address the ability to determine who is not adhering to vessel monitoring plans and may risk future removal from the program. There was also notice that this vessel feedback is maintained by FMA and supported by infrastructure funds that are fixed, so any additional resources required from FMA to update these systems will impact other parts of the Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division, particularly potentially the Full Coverage Observer Program. The committee then received presentations on some current and potential future EM projects. This included a project testing EM on trawl catcher vessels participating in the Central Gulf Rockfish Program. So these are vessels that are already participating in the trawl EM program and trying to leverage that into using EM as well when they participate in the Gulf Rockfish Program. Also, there was a presentation on real-time electronic logbook data collection and reporting in Alaska's groundfish and halibut fisheries. The committee received numerous reports on projects in the Western Gulf from the Aleutians East Borough regarding improving and enhancing data collection using EM. There was also a report on improving EM image quality and feedback using machine learning on board the vessel. So this would use machine learning to identify when there are issues with cameras or water drops that affect the EM systems and provide real-time feedback to the skippers. Another presentation focused on the development of artificial intelligence tools for EM applications. This mainly focuses on using AI to identify salmon in processors on the sorting lines. And the committee was impressed with all of this ongoing work and research. It commented on the amount of crossover between the projects and the utility of a forum to share information on current projects at the committee meeting. There was also discussion by the committee that it would be useful to encourage and showcase these collaborative efforts, and the council could consider organizing an evening activity during an Anchorage council meeting to present these current projects to the public in a concise manner. The committee then received a presentation from NIMS on the ET implementation plan EM priorities, and this was really to inform the discussion on the future role of the trawl EM committee. This slide shows the summary of project themes in the ET implementation plan. Some of these projects have been addressed already by the trawl EM committee in development of the trawl EM program. Some of these projects are being addressed currently by the partial coverage cost efficiencies analysis. And then other projects have yet to be prioritized by the council. So there was some discussion about the relative priorities of these projects and that sometimes projects may compete against each other. There was specific discussion about this in terms of the priorities of cost versus competition, and the committee recommended that the council specifically identify the priority of cost versus competition in terms of number EM service providers prior to funding decision deadlines in the late fall. The committee then discussed the future role and appropriate makeup of the trawl EM committee. So they discussed that the trawl EM committee has been successful due to the collaborative nature of the committee and that it was developed with a rather limited focus in mind to create this tangible deliverable of developing the trawl EM program, and that the committee has successfully provided a forum for continuous updates to the public and the council on the trawl EM program, as well as providing an expeditious process to ensure all participants, agencies, stakeholders, PIs, and service providers were communicating effectively. So the committee discussed that there are multiple issues related to EM that will require council committee involvement in the future.
And these break down kind of into three categories. The first being to maintain current EM programs. So once the trolley EM program is implemented, there will be multiple EM programs implemented in the regulation that are part of the monitoring program. So the role will be to kind of maintain those ongoing EM programs. Another role would be to determine new EM priorities. And then a third role is for project-specific oversight and support for whatever the next EM project is that is identified as a high priority. So related to that, the committee recommended that the council reassess the membership of the Fisheries Monitoring Advisory Committee, or FMAC, to ensure sufficient expertise to address EM issues. And that this may include representation from processors and full coverage EM programs. And then if the FMAC had this representation from all aspects of monitoring, it would provide the appropriate venue for those top two bullets, both maintaining current EM programs and determining new EM priorities. The committee also recommended the creation of an EM subcommittee or working group to address specific EM projects as needed. So that subcommittee would be the venue for that third bullet of specific project oversight. And finally, the committee discussed scheduling and decided that there was no need to meet again unless issues arise during the rulemaking process or implementation of the trolley EM program that require committee review and recommendations to the council. And that concludes the staff report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Henry. I need to better understand. I thought I did, but now I don't. The last two slides. I guess I'm trying to understand the recommendations about putting more EM type folks on the FMAC committee, creating a new EM subcommittee, but the trawl EM committee doesn't want to meet again. Like, what are we doing here? Is this eliminating the trawl EM committee, but putting some of that level of expertise on the FMAC and proceeding from there? Is that what's being proposed?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Yes, that's basically what's being proposed. Now that once the trawl EM program is implemented in regulation and is a developed ongoing monitoring program, the idea was that the FMAC is the appropriate venue for kind of maintenance and upkeep of the entire monitoring program, which now will include the trawl EM program. And so in order to provide that oversight, more expertise related to the trawl EM program would be useful. So then the FMAC could provide that oversight on all monitoring programs, including trawl EM, and also be the venue to determine new EM priorities because it would have overall EM expertise. Then separately, the FMAC would also be the place, because it would be the venue to determine those priorities. If a new EM project is prioritized that would benefit from council committee involvement, a specific subcommittee or work group could be identified for that specific project. So it would be similar to the way that the Trolley EM committee has functioned for the Trolley EM program, but for whatever new EM program was identified by the FMAC.
I'll follow up, Mr. Chair. Then on the, if that's the case, where all the EM projects and priorities would be moved into the FMAC agenda, well, is that the case, that these lists of status and potential future EM projects and EM priorities, those would be now FMAC agenda items with a few EM folks on there to provide guidance? I'm trying to understand how much work and burden we're creating for the FMAC, and if there's sufficient work still just for EM expertise, whether this proposal makes sense.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I think that the FMAC would provide the venue if the FMAC were to be expanded with additional EM expertise. It would be the venue to determine EM priorities overall. There was some discussion at the committee about what the best, most efficient process for addressing EM issues overall would be. And
if that would be the FMAC or if that should be some EM subcommittee that the FMAC identified. I don't know that the trolley EM committee specifically landed on a recommendation for that, other than that the FMAC should discuss and identify how EM issues should be addressed at the FMAC.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. What might be missing from this discussion is also the understanding that now that one of the council's primary objectives and high priorities for EM has been accomplished, we're back to a situation where EM priorities and other priorities in the fishery monitoring program are all kind of back on an even playing field, and that the best place then to set recommendations on the next set of priorities, considering the whole suite of challenges ahead for the monitoring program and considering the resources at the agency and council staff, is at FMAC, instead of having EM suggest a set of priorities for the EM world that may not harmonize well with priorities being set for other parts of the program. FMAC provides the council with that place to get sort of a fully informed set of priorities. And so then, as Ms. Henry suggests, if coming out of those priorities come some additional EM projects that would benefit from a more focused group, FMAC could then look among its members and look elsewhere to form a subcommittee to provide that same level of focus that Trawl EM was able to provide. But we don't know what those are yet, so it's hard to suggest what that might look like. So leaving that to FMAC seemed to make sense.
Any further questions for Ms. Henry? Ms. Kimball.
Separate question on the trial EM program funding. It's at the committee report. The committee got a positive outlook for bridge funding to cover the 2024 program, and the council's already sent a letter requesting funding to cover that, as other regions have requested funding for similar EM projects. I don't know that we heard a positive outlook, but I'm wondering, we just heard we hadn't gotten a response. So I'm wondering if there's something, Mr. Kurland or you could share that the committee received that seemed more positive than our update under the B reports.
Mr. Kurland.
Short answer is we don't have any news yet. I'm still cautiously optimistic, but don't have anything definitive.
Can I ask then, Mr. Chair, what is there some timeline or deadline by which we would notify folks that those funds aren't coming from the agency and they need to hurry up and try to get new funds at the last minute? I just don't know what that timing is, and I would hate to miss it.
Mr. Chair, I think our folks are all over this and in pretty good communication with the industry folks who are tracking this as well. So as soon as we have news, we'll share it.
Any further questions for Ms. Henry? Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to our advisory panel report. And if anybody wishes to provide public comment, please sign up prior to the end of this report.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kanine and members of the council. The AP motion reads, The advisory panel acknowledges the receipt of the Trawl Electronic Monitoring Committee report and would like to recognize the collaborative work of the committee, which was crucial to the successful implementation of the Pollock Trawl EM EFP. Additionally, the advisory panel recommends the council accept all of the recommendations from the Trawl EM committee. 1, the council should recommend that during the 60-day public comment period for Pollock Trawl EM, the agency should conduct a public hearing for Alaska and Anchorage or Kodiak, a public hearing in Newport, Oregon, a public hearing in Seattle, Washington. All public hearing meetings shall be hybrid, remote, and in person if possible. 2, in order to encourage and showcase the collaborative efforts of ongoing work and research on electronic technologies and EM, the council should consider organizing an evening activity during an Anchorage Council meeting to present current projects to the public in a concise manner. 3, the council should specifically identify a priority of cost versus competition in terms of the number of EM service providers prior to funding decision deadlines in late fall. 4, the council should reassess the membership of the Fisheries Monitoring Advisory Committee to ensure sufficient expertise to address EM issues. 5, the council should consider the creation of an EM subcommittee or working group to address specific EM projects as needed. That motion passed 15-0.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you for the report. Was it the AP's, is it implicit in the AP's recommendation under 4 and 5 that the Trawl EM committee itself would be no more? We would remove that committee and then move forward with these this new membership on FMAC or subcommittee if we needed it for a particular project.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Thank you for the question. I believe the intent of the motion is to put forth all recommendations of the Trawl EM committee, and I believe that was one of those recommendations as well. Even though it's not specifically outlined here.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Right. Thanks. Okay, that will bring us to public comment. We have one member of the public signed up to testify. Werner Wilson. Good afternoon.
Almost good evening. My name is Werner Wilson, and I'm Senior Oceans Campaigner for Friends of the Earth US. I'm a tribal member of the Chilligan Tribe in Dillingham, Alaska, with relatives on St. Lawrence Island. We want to support a robust trawl electronic monitoring and observer program on the fisheries you regulate. Specifically on trawl EM, I was very concerned about public comments made earlier during the EFH discussion by a former crew member on some of the trawl fisheries. Specifically, Harley Lever and some other fishers I know mentioned some of the practices he observed while he was on trawl fisheries, such as fishermen taking corals as trophies. I want to remind everyone that some of the areas where these fisheries take place are essential fish habitats and are very productive. It's very concerning that when we are seeing several fisheries crashing, these practices are taking place. When they're saying their fellow quote unquote crew members are throwing over halibut before observers could count it, data has been skewed, 32 set of eyes on the boat and constant conversation about observer and making sure they don't see the bycatch, wanting to ensure the observer could count the least amount of halibut bycatch as possible. It's very troubling. And so a robust electronic monitoring program is very necessary on that. So it may not just be halibut but it could also include salmon and other species. We need to include artificial intelligence. We also support staff's efforts to include an evening program for education that they were talking about during their presentation. So I would encourage you not just to support this electronic monitoring program robustly, not just in certain spots on the boat, but in various other positions to reduce any activity that can try to reduce cheating. We would support staff recommendations on reassessing the FMAC program on EM programs and creation of the EM subcommittee. Technology is always changing, it seems. Further, we support the AP's unanimous report. The council further should expand the observer program, especially since they can do real-time reporting on things like genetic testing for stock of origin and endangered salmon stocks and other fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Okay, that concludes public comment. Council like to take Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my motion is reasonably short. I could start reading while we wait for it to appear on the screen.
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Twite.
Mr. Chair, I move that the council recommends that FMAC membership be updated to include the following representation to provide expertise on EM programs: shoreside processing, full coverage EM, Western Gulf EM fisheries. The May FMAC meeting agenda should include a discussion of how EM issues are addressed at FMAC meetings. And that could as well include a discussion of the cost versus a number of observer providers as suggested by the committee. The council recommends that a specific EM subcommittee be identified by the FMAC as needed when specific EM projects arise that require more council engagement. The current trawl EM committee should convene only if necessary to provide feedback on the trawl EM proposed rule or implementation issues that warrant council involvement as identified by council or agency staff and at the discretion of the chair. The trawl EM committee will dissolve when final regulations are published implementing the trawl EM program. With a second, I can speak to the motion.
Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven, and the motion is now up on the screen and in our agenda. Mr. White, did you add a little bit of
Did I
discussion?
sneak in a talking point? I shouldn't have. The motion is what's on the screen. I should
Okay.
not have included a talking point. I apologize. It's late.
Okay.
But the motion is indeed what's on the screen.
Okay. Mr. White.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just quickly first off to expanding FMAC. EM is a regular element of the monitoring program that is involved in every component of monitoring: partial coverage, full coverage, catcher processing, shoreside processing, etc. Therefore, any future committee review and recommendations regarding the monitoring program will require expertise and representation from the full range of EM programs. Given the numerous current EM projects in the region and likely expansion of projects with potential future funding support from other sources, standardized review and prioritization of projects will be necessary to effectively allocate staff resources and provide efficient agency and council support. The committee also supported an evening poster session or brief presentations be held during an upcoming council meeting to showcase the full range of current EM and ET projects in the region. There's a lot of ongoing work and research on ET and EM and lots of crossover between projects and applications. This would provide a forum to share information on current projects and encourage and showcase these collaborative efforts to the public. Increasing the representation at the FMAC will ensure it can provide the appropriate venue to both maintaining current EM programs and determining new, not just EM, but overall monitoring priorities. And Mr. Chair, I would suggest then that under staff tasking, we can discuss the details of a specific solicitation for nominations. Relative to the use of subcommittees, As specific EM projects are identified as council priorities, smaller groups could be formed with the appropriate expertise relevant to the specific projects to provide oversight and support for projects that have been identified by the council as high priorities. This group would work on the detailed nuts and bolts issues required for successful implementation. A subcommittee structure continues to provide public access, just as a committee structure does, and requires through publicly noticed meetings, and then makes recommendations directly either to FMAC or the council. We can leave it, I think, to FMAC to identify and recommend both appropriate projects as well as relevant membership to the council. This structure of FMAC, expanded FMAC, and then specific task-oriented EM bodies as necessary would provide both more comprehensive venue to address overall monitoring issues, including EM, as well as targeted venues for specific project development. And finally, to the current trawl committee, the committee has successfully provided a forum for continuous updates to the public and the council on the trawl EM program, as well as providing an expeditious process to ensure all participants, agency, stakeholders, PIs, service providers are communicating effectively. The committee was successful, effective, and productive. There's no need for the committee to meet again unless specific issues arise during rulemaking or implementation. And then finally, I guess on a personal note, from my perspective, the trawl EM committee has demonstrated the value of the council process, encouraging collaboration, working partnerships between the industry, agency, and the council. For me, I've felt privileged to be part of the committee. It has, to me, exemplified the council process at its best. And my sincerest thanks to the committee members, particularly to the co-PIs for the Pollock Trawl EM projects, to the agency staff and council staff for their work. It's been a real joy working with all of them. It's not often that you get to chair a committee that's that easy and that enjoyable and that produces such great results.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Are there any questions on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. You mentioned in speaking to the motion, evening sessions to highlight EM work. That's not a direct request in the motion itself. Is that just a suggestion for the ED and chair to consider in the future when that time is right?
We could also chat about that a little bit at staff tasking too, but it's not, I didn't think it rose to the level of an actual motion.
Thank you.
Further questions on the motion? Okay, any amendments? Okay, comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll just use this opportunity to reiterate the speaking point that I tried to sneak into the motion, which again, apologies, but there's a very interesting and I think very important question that the committee began to grapple with, but I think is better dealt with at the FMAC level. And that is the issue of whether or not to structure things to encourage multiple service providers. And what are the pros and cons of doing that? Some of the pros for doing that, I think, are obvious. Some of the cons have been raised in terms of cost and efficiencies in particular, that it may be less efficient and harder for staff to deal with multiple. Those issues, I think, are best sort of digested better at FMAC and then ultimately, if necessary, brought back to the council for a policy call. And we could look at the May agenda and see if there's room there. Otherwise, at some later committee meeting.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the motion, Mr. Twite. I guess, thinking about this and looking back in time, in my time on this council and on the advisory panel, I remember when some stakeholders from Sitka had come to the advisory panel to bring up the concept of electronic monitoring and I remember the frustration they first expressed at getting some pushback from the agency on the technology being ready, and now it's 8 years later and it's on all kinds of different boats and the technology is improving, and we're combining stakeholders into a different committee. And I just think it is how the council process is supposed to work. It's supposed to come from stakeholders to the advisory panel, to the council, to these committees. And this is actually a really good example of how a good idea can come in as a proposal and stakeholders can work on it and flesh it out and force change. So I think it's a hugely positive thing. And I think the moment shouldn't be lost on the fact that not only stakeholders, but also the general public has really demanded cameras on trawl vessels, and now they are getting them. So it's a good story.
I agree. Thank you very much, Mr. Mesereau. Any further comments? Okay, let's go to a vote. Is there any opposition? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Okay, well, it is 5 o'clock. Decision time here. I don't think it's any surprise. It looks like we are in a position to finish up tomorrow. I understand there's an event tomorrow afternoon that some folks might be interested in viewing. We could go a little bit later tonight and probably make some serious headway on D5. I think Mr. Fye is here and available to give us a quick run through if the council members like to do that. Nope.
Mr. Chairman, I'm available to go late tonight. I would gladly trade a hour tonight for a free hour tomorrow. Is that
Oh,
what you're saying? Is
No, I'm not thinking an hour tonight. I was thinking probably 20 minutes or so.
I would gladly trade 20 minutes tonight for 20 minutes of free time tomorrow.
I'm seeing a lot of mixed signals going here. Let's take about 20 minutes here and then see if we can get through Mr. Fye's presentation. Ms. Kimball?
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to do 20 minutes, but I just want to ensure that if Mr. Fye doesn't finish his presentation or that he doesn't feel rushed in this presentation, that we give it ample time in the morning to review this work.
Yeah, if council members think that, yeah, I was thinking that the target timing looked like it was about 15 minutes for it. If folks don't feel like we're going to be able to reasonably get through it, if you think you're going to have questions or if it's going to take longer than that, I'm happy to just take that into consideration and push off till tomorrow. But Mr. Fye, you will be available in the morning as needed. Okay, great.
And I'm glad and support going for 20 minutes. I just did not want to rush this
Sure.
presentation.
No, I agree.
Thank you.
Mr. Fye.
Thank you. Through the chair, my name is Michael Fye with ACFIN, and I'm here to present agenda item D5, the Universal Data Collection Discussion Paper. To give a little bit of background on where this started. In February of last year, February of 22, changes were made to the EDR requirements. One of those changes was the removal of the Gulf trawl EDR requirement. Subsequent to that removal, there was also a motion to bring forward 2 to 4 data components that would be useful in analytical documents. And those components could also inform any changes to the EDR programs. That discussion paper was brought forward in October of 22. After reviewing that discussion paper, there was a subsequent motion to bring forward 3 data components. It was crew licenses, crew compensation, and crew positions into a follow-up expanded discussion paper, and this expanded discussion paper was also to look at the scope of the collection, the costs associated with the data collection, and then it was also to review NIMS's ability to collect lease costs. Giving some background on how these data components came to be, or how they became valued. We estimated that there were 15 to 20,000 crew licenses that are active in the federal fisheries of Alaska. Currently, we don't have information on who those crew licenses are coming from, or the communities that they're located in. So collecting crew licenses and linking those to vessels would allow us to enhance our community impact section of our analytical documents, and it would tie some of the revenue and the participation of vessels to communities in a different way than we currently do. Currently, the community impact section relies solely on the vessel owner's information, and the address of crew members would give us an additional data point to look at community impacts.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fye. Those crew licenses, if I'm remembering correctly, those are like wheelhouse and deck personnel, but not processors that would be on board. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question through the chair. That is correct. Processing workers are not required to attain crew licenses. However, they could potentially get a crew license as well. That's one thing that in the data collection that is outlined would be separate from the EDR collection. The EDR collection doesn't ask for crew licenses on processors. And in this form that's in the appendix of the document, I've actually changed that language to ask for crew licenses from processing workers. So that could be a point of clarification if the council wanted to move forward with that. That logic, collecting crew licenses on those processing workers, or not requiring that.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Ms. Vanderhoeven asked a very important clarifying question, and I'm hoping you know the answer to this, but it's my understanding that certain vessels will buy crew licenses for all crew, even processors. They just do it as a not because in the case of somebody that's a processor that doesn't have a license and something happens and he needs to be moved up to deck where he requires a license, you can't do that at sea. So I think that many people have, everybody on the boat is buying licenses. Is that an accurate description of why you would be able to capture a lot of processor licenses?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, that's my understanding as well. And that's part of the rationale for the reason of changing that on the form. Often processing workers attain crew licenses already. And with the data collection, why not ask for those crew licenses as well, rather than explicitly saying that processing workers' licenses should not be included. Another of the data components that was brought forward is crew positions. And one thing to note on crew positions, it is collected, but collecting crew positions on this data collection would allow us to parse out hired skippers and different types of crew. Where on fish tickets, a crew position is just noted as an actual position. We don't know what type of position that is on the vessel. The other last data component that was to be brought forward is crew compensation. Again, in October, we estimated this at $563 million in crew compensation from the federal fisheries of Alaska. This is based off of the Amendment 80 sector. So it's really just a broad estimate. And I think one thing to note with these numbers that I'm citing or estimating, we don't really know if $500 million is completely accurate. similar to 15,000 crew licenses. This data collection, if it were to be brought forward, would allow us to more accurately estimate the total amount of crew members that are active in the federal fisheries of Alaska and estimate the total amount of crew compensation that was occurring. The other thing to think about with crew compensation is this would tie crew compensation to communities. Where currently we're just using vessel owner information to tie vessel revenue to community, this would actually tie crew compensation to communities. So it'd be a more direct tie that would get to that community impact analysis that we're looking for. So regarding the implementation, we looked at a couple avenues to bring this forward. Similar to an EDR form, an annual survey is likely the best way to move this forward. There is an audit process that Pacific States has currently. Pacific States has the infrastructure to manage this data collection. We also looked at logbooks and e-landings as possible avenues, but at this time, it doesn't appear that those are feasible ways to move forward.
Mr. Fye, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Fye. I had a question on that and on how it does seem like there might be other mechanisms aside from an annual survey, but maybe they're not in the water now, but they might be in the water in the future. Did you evaluate the likelihood of some of those other mechanisms? And if so, which ones?
Sure, thanks for the question. Yeah, we did look at e-landings and logbooks specifically. The FFP applications is a process every 3 years, so that wasn't something that we really saw as an appropriate next step due to the periodic nature of that application. For fish tickets or the e-landings, the idea in the past has been there would be scan cards for crew licenses, so each fish ticket would get crew licenses that were active on that fish ticket scanned in. It doesn't appear that that is a desirable path forward, and that could potentially be much more burdensome than just an annual data collection. The other path was logbooks or e-logbooks. One, it's possible that logbooks will come forward in the future, but we're not sure of the time frame on that, especially when we look universally. So logbooks might be showing up electronically in the next few years, but that could be just for CPs. And we might not expect to see logbooks for your smaller vessels, the halibut IFQ vessels, for example, for many years. So, yeah. Regarding the scope of the survey, we estimated that there's 1,109 vessels active in 2021. One thing to keep in mind, we made the assumption that charter vessels would not be included in this data collection. That's 1,204 vessels that participate in the charter halibut sector that we would exclude. The other thing to keep in mind is the 1,109 does include all the EDR vessels. There's 2 groups of EDR vessels that we would want to consider if this were to move forward. There's the crab rationalization and Amendment 80 EDR vessels that submit duplicative data collections. So their EDR forms include crew information. So we get quite a bit of crew data from them. I included them in the 1,109 vessels because it's the previous motions, the council could potentially remove the EDR requirements for those groups and replace the data collection with the new universal data collection. So that's why they're included there, but it's understood that changes would be made to the EDR programs to include the annual data collection, but there would not be 2 data collections on those 2 groups of vessels. So it'd either be the EDR collection or the universal data collection, not two collections. The other group of vessels to consider is the Amendment 91 or the AFA vessels that submit EDRs. There's not true information that's collected from those EDR vessels. They're much different surveys. So you have your master survey, your fuel survey, and your PSC transfer survey. So it doesn't appear that there's a good way for the universal data collection to fit into those EDRs. So it's likely that if this were to be brought forward, you would have another data collection on those Amendment 91 vessels. The next slide, I just broke out the number of vessels by sector. This is highlighting that halibut charter vessels would be excluded from the data collection. The next piece was the costs associated with the data collection. We contacted Pacific States to get an estimated cost for collecting the annual survey. It's estimated that it would be $23,000 to build out the initial program. So this would be your database, your online forms, things of that nature. And then there'd be a reoccurring cost of $113,000, which would be associated with your staff and mailing forms, things of that nature. The other thing to note is that although this is would be the most expensive survey, the most expensive data collection currently, as the data collection costs have gone down over time, the costs of the total data collections would actually be less than they've been historically. And this is going to be due to the removal of the Gulf Trawl survey. And it's also, if you can see the slide, there's the crab program costs have decreased substantially over time with the removal of the third-party audits. Regarding the cost to industry, I used a $75 per hour estimate to, and this is from the February of 22 document that the council saw. So there was a range of costs per hour for completing the survey, and the AFA program, the Amendment 91 EDR, had that $75 per hour, which I thought fit nicely into this estimate. Using the $75 per hour, 6 hours per catcher processors, 3 hours per catcher vessels, I came up with a $265,000 estimate as your cost to industry for moving this data collection forward. Moving over to lease costs. In the motion, we looked at existing reporting requirements to collect lease cost information. There were 3 types of reporting requirements that we looked at: transfer applications, cooperative reports, and permit applications. Regarding transfer applications, it's notable that transfer applications are not required for your cooperatively managed programs. Transfers are managed within the cooperative. So you're going to have large data gaps associated with that deficiency. The halibut and sablefish IFQ program and crab rationalization program do currently have values on their transfer forms. It's also notable that this is not an audited value similar to what is coming from the EDR program. So sometimes those values will not be electronically submitted. Of course, if they're not audited, no one's checking to see how accurate those values are. Another possible path forward on collecting lease cost information would be on cooperative reports. Cooperative reports currently have your total amount of quota that's being leased internally and outside of cooperatives for the AFA and the Rockfish program. So it could potentially be something where a cooperative would input a fair market value of those transfers. It's also notable here that this would not be a solution for all programs, as the halibut and sablefish IFQ program and CDQ program are not cooperatively managed. So you would not be able to get everything from a cooperative report. The other thing to mention on cooperative reports is this is not going to be an ideal situation for collecting lease cost information. Having it aggregated at that cooperative level is going to not allow analysts to look at arm's length transactions. Whereas your transfer applications, you could look at an arm's length transaction, so you'd look at it on a transaction by transaction basis. The last current reporting requirement that we looked at for collecting lease cost information was permit applications. This is going to function very similar to your cooperative reports, where your cooperatively managed programs are submitting their permits at the cooperative level. So the cooperative is actually requesting the quota. So you'd have a similar aggregation at the co-op for your transfers, which is not going to be ideal. And you have the similar deficiency where the halibut and sablefish IFQ and crab rationalization programs that are at the quota holder level are already submitting transfer applications. So they're already getting that transfer by transfer level of lease cost collection. Looking at possible solutions moving forward for the data collection, it's likely that the annual data collection should be collected in an annual survey method, similar to the EDR program. The council could possibly look at vessel lengths or fishery participation to change the scope of the data collection. For lease cost collection, it doesn't appear that there's a clear path forward on collecting lease costs on through existing reporting requirements. It's likely that you would need to look at another data collection, either a quota shareholder collection or enhancing cooperative reports to collect what information you could at that level. One thing about cooperative reports is analysts have expressed a desire to have electronic cooperative reports. So almost like a survey of cooperative reports that could be accessed as a database rather than having PDFs from each cooperative, which makes it difficult for analysts to utilize the data on cooperative reports. And that is the conclusion of my presentation.
Great, thank you, Mr. Pye. Council members, do you have any questions now? We can always circle back to questions in the morning. Again, I don't feel like we need to make any more progress here today. Come back in the morning and take public comment, but also have staff available for any additional questions if we don't have them tonight. Sound good? Okay, let's come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and we will continue with this agenda item. Thanks again, Mr. Pye.